The kingdom of Grandis is on fire, the last line of defense of the people and the stronghold of their efforts. The knights with the last of their strength hold back the onslaught of evil spirits. This time, the orcs are fighting especially fiercely. Mountains of knights' corpses are already lying on the castle walls, and there is pain and blood in the ranks of the brave defenders of the people. The orcs' weapons strike mercilessly. Armor does not save the knights, and death cries can be heard here and there. Word spread through the ranks of Grandis's defenders that the orcs had already occupied the walls, and although the soldiers were fighting to the death, it was of no use. One of the officers shouted to the soldiers to fight with all their might and kill every last orc. Inspired by the example of their commander, the soldiers again rushed into the bloody battle. The orcs, inspired by their success, let out a battle cry. A little more and they would enter the city. Their assault towers were already standing right under the walls of the fortress. In front of the rank and file, orc stormtroopers walked the orc sorcerers, casting spells to protect the army from the fire that rained down from the fortress walls. Today's attack by the orcs was surprisingly successful. They had been preparing for a long time to conquer the human world and were now close to victory. Bloody flames burst from the eyes of the warlike orcs. The reflections of the sorcerer's magic spells ran through the air in weak flashes. The orcs roared like wild animals, encouraging themselves and the others to storm the fortress walls of Grandis faster. Fortress Deputy Commander Filian Endeavor, watching the wave of orcs from the fortress wall, thoughtfully said that the orcs had literally gone crazy today. The advance units of the orcs were doused with fire. The monsters retreated for a while. Endeavor sighed with relief, saying that it was better this way. Now the capture of the southern gates was delayed a little. Filian was already very worried about the number of orcs attacking today, and he was sure that the humans would get into serious trouble as soon as their leader entered the battle. The orc lord was much larger than his kin. He was said to be completely different. He was different from the other orcs. The main orc is a master of aura, which means that this orc has very special skills, and not every human mage is capable of fighting him. Placing a huge axe on his shoulder, the orc lord looked around the battlefield with a smile. Everything was going well. His army was close to victory over the people. People looked at the battlefield with concern. The orcs had already captured the castle walls. The knights were slowly retreating, leaving mountains of corpses on the battlefield. The orcs that broke through did not spare anyone. They stabbed, beat, crushed people who were practically defenseless before them. Could this really be the end of the glorious city of Grandis? The commanders urged the soldiers to stop the orcs in vain. Even at the cost of their own lives, the knights could not do this because the orcs were too strong. The giant paws of the orcs crushed the wounded, leaving no one alive. The helpless cries and death groans of the wounded were drowned out by the ringing of weapons. And then one of the orcs was surprised to see that those who died on the battlefield were engulfed in some strange glow. It was not like the one that emanated from their orc sorcerers. The bodies and armor of the recently killed knights sparkled with a bluish-greenish light. Something strange was happening on the battlefield. The surprised orcs looked at their feet in confusion. All the corpses of the soldiers they had killed were enveloped in a mysterious glow. Suddenly, one of the dead moved. In the hand of the mysterious magician, a bright source of radiance swirled, engulfing those killed on the battlefield. The stunned orcs saw that the knights they had killed had suddenly come to life. Now they felt neither pain nor fear, but fearlessly rushed at their giant orc enemies. Everywhere you looked on the battlefield, corpses began to rise. Wounded, bloody, they stood up and rushed at the advancing orcs. The monsters looked around in confusion. But the defenders of the Grandis fortress were no less surprised than the orcs. Everyone was asking each other what was happening, what this glow was and where it came from. And then one of the defenders of the fortress whispered that the corpses had risen. And not only the dead people had risen, but also the orcs, and all of them had now stood up to defend Grandis. Those who could no longer be killed took up their swords again and pounced on the confused orcs. They beat, chopped, stabbed their enemies, but they could do nothing with them because they were already dead. The orcs, recently killed by humans, also rushed at their kin. Now they were shoulder to shoulder with the slain knights in the army of the dead. The vast battlefield in Grandis turned into a boiling cauldron. The dead rose and attacked the orcs. One of the human commanders stuttered and exclaimed that this was a necromancer. But where did he come from here? And then, as if a fiery whirlwind swept across the battlefield, scattering everyone around, the orc lord entered the battle. Swinging a burning axe, The Orc Lord chopped down both humans and orcs who had risen from the dead, and the Necromancer himself, the leader of the army of the dead, walked towards him. The Necromancer held a glowing sphere in his hands. He looked closely at the Orc Lord and thought that it was impossible to defeat this enemy with ordinary corpses. He was unusually strong. Besides being a skilled warrior, he was also a master of aura, which meant only one thing: the Necromancer would need his own unique army. The young man opened a portal and summoned his ghostly warriors, each of whom had unique abilities and were worth an entire army. The Necromancer calmly commanded forward, telling his fighters that it was their turn to enter the battle. A huge army of the dead rushed towards the Orc Lord with a roar, waving their weapons and looking with hatred with their dead eyes. The enraged Orc Lord, waving his fiery axe, smashed the army of the dead approaching him. The chopped-up dead bodies flew to the right and to the left, but the dead kept coming and coming. The Orc Lord's muscular arm, glowing with a scarlet light, held a huge axe, which tirelessly chopped down the approaching enemies. The giant orc was truly terrible in its power. His wavy hair moved as if it were tongues of flame, and his mountain of muscles showed indomitable strength in him. The Orc Lord growled angrily. He looked at the dead people surrounding him and understood that these were not just corpses. No matter how he fought with them, they continued to press on him. Suddenly, a ghostly knight attacked the Orcish Aura Master from behind, stabbing him with a sword. Grabbing the attacker with his powerful hand, the Orc leader squeezed him, but the problem was that he could not kill him. This knight was already dead. And then the leader of the Orc army saw that a new enemy, a ghostly panther, was rushing towards him at great speed. The magical beast flew up and dug its huge clawed paw into the Orc Lord, destroying his powerful fiery aura. The ghostly knight, who had just been thrown back by the royal orc, rose up and, taking advantage of the situation, rushed at his enemy again. The ghostly beast pounced on the orc, now with a sword. Cutting streams flashed around the giant orc. He dodged, but his strength was already undermined. Baring its sharp saber-like teeth, the panther with burning eyes rushed at the orc, trying to bite him to death, taking advantage of the momentary weakness. To protect himself from numerous enemies, the Aura Master erected a force field around himself. The magical beast, trying to hit as many enemies as possible, fired a beam of cutting magical streams, and the orcs fell as if mown down. Having defended himself from his enemies, the Orc Lord tried to heal the magical wound inflicted on him by the panther and restore his flaming aura. At this time, the Necromancer was also rushing around the battlefield, crushing the orcs. This world is so huge, and the thought that this Necromancer is an excellent swordsman is simply amazing. Not even an hour had passed, and the orc army was already suppressed. They no longer thought about capturing Grandis, but thought only about how to escape. The Necromancer's warriors rushed across the battlefield, controlling a ghostly army of the dead, which was countless. This army significantly outnumbered the army of orcs. The thunderous voice of the ghostly warrior echoed across the battlefield as the giant sorcerer cast a spell. The orcs, caught up in the magical wave, hung helplessly in the air. The undead sorcerer instantly cut them into pieces. It soon became clear that the orcs were losing. There could be no talk of capturing Grandis. The huge army of toothy giants had already been practically destroyed. The Necromancer's ghostly warriors darted across the battlefield like shadows, constantly monitoring everything that was happening. The orcs that were still alive were either wounded, beaten, or very scared. They looked around and thought only about how they could survive. A ghostly warrior, created by a necromancer and armed with a huge axe, mercilessly chopped down the scattered orcs left and right, blood flowing from his axe like a stream. A huge field near the city wall was flooded with the blood of orcs. Little by little, the battle died down. Now it looked more like a massacre of those who dared to encroach on the human stronghold. The defenders of the fortress watched with wide-open eyes what was happening on the battlefield. They couldn't believe it. Wow, the Necromancer managed to change the course of the battle single-handedly. The huge army of orcs had already been pushed back far from the walls of Grandis. And although the Empire banned black magic, none of the fortress defenders were in a hurry to complain about the Necromancer. The wounded Orc Lord laughed bitterly. It would never have occurred to him before that ordinary corpses could stop him. The royal orc looked around the field. The torn corpses of the dead were lying everywhere, turning to the Necromancer. He told him not to think that he could defeat him. But in response, the huge, ferocious orc heard the mocking voice of the Necromancer, who looked at him and said that he had a gorgeous body. just what he had been looking for a long time. Opposite the orc stood an army created by the Necromancer. These were not just dead people. These were magical ghostly warriors with extraordinary strength. Turning to the orc leader, the young man said that he had everything to join him and his army. The Necromancer ran his hand over his sword, giving it additional strength. The Necromancer rushed into battle. He swung his sword, and it split into a huge number of swords that could fight on their own. The fragile youth rushed around the giant orc, inflicting wounds on him. But the Necromancer's opponent was not an easy one either. It was no wonder he was a master of aura. The chains of cutting streams that the Necromancer's sword released, enhanced by his magic, were quite capable of striking down anyone, but not the Orc Lord. He was able to intercept the Necromancer's chain of blows by squeezing the stream into a fist, and although some of the cutting streams still reached his body, the Necromancer was unable to cause him any serious harm. The stubborn youth circled around his enemy, seizing the moment. The Orc leader slashed his huge axe at the Necromancer, cutting off his arm and leg. But the death magic that the young man possessed immediately restored his body, not even allowing it to separate. The Orc Lord looked in amazement at the speed with which the body of this fragile swordsman was regenerating. Meanwhile, the Necromancer circled around his opponent and inflicted several wounds on him. Realizing that the Necromancer could not cope with the orc on his own, the young man once again called upon the black magic of death to help him. The orc was surprised to feel that his sharp, huge axe, which he had wielded with such dexterity, had suddenly become stuck in the bones. This Necromancer raised a huge number of skeletons from the ground and paralyzed all movements of the royal orc. The warrior found himself captive to the bones. The Necromancer stood in front of his strong, invincible enemy, with a terrible army of the dead behind him. The young man was sure that he had to become even stronger in order to win. The young magician's opponent was incredibly strong. The Orc Lord looked at people with disdain, believing that they had no place in this world. Using death magic, the young man felt his body being covered in armor made of bones. The bones came straight out of the ground and wrapped around his fragile body. The young man knew that he simply had to become very strong in order to survive in this world. Long, familiar faces of family floated before the Necromancer's eyes. Here, smiling, was his sister Emmy, the very embodiment of kindness. And then, with a sly wink, a classmate, a brave swordswoman, Vivian's curly-haired friend, laughed. The black magician's eyes became thoughtful. He felt his bones making his body stronger. He felt confident that he could return to those he loved and protect them from evil. Before his mind's eye were once again his cheerful and carefree friends from the academy, who believed in him wholeheartedly. The young magicians and warriors seemed to encourage the boy, popping up in his memory and reminding him that he was capable of a lot. Here, with his muscular arms folded across his chest, his mentor smiles. He also believes that the Necromancer can win. The young man tensed up. Yes, he had to do this for the sake of those dear to him. Soon the entire body of the fragile swordsman was covered with bone armor. Now he could fight the giant orc again. The Necromancer's ghostly warriors, created with the help of black magic, watched the actions of their leader with interest. The young man knew that he only had to give the signal and his warriors would immediately enter the battle. They were all incredibly strong, and most importantly, immortal. But the Necromancer had to fight this battle himself. Having finished forming his armor, the young man prepared his sword for battle. The Orc Lord was eagerly awaiting the moment when this young man, because of whom he had just lost an entire army and the battle near Grandis, would enter the battle. This fragile human youth made the orc laugh. His bloody eyes sparkled, smiling widely. He exclaimed, "Come on, warrior who so wants to change the world, entertain me for the last time." But for the Necromancer, this was not just a fight. He went out to fight an opponent much stronger than him, for the sake of his life as Adrius Cromwell. The defenders of the Grandis fortress watched the battle with their mouths open in surprise. The Orc Lord terrified the people with his indomitable power and cruelty. The Ghost Warriors also watched closely to see how this duel would end. The immortal warriors, created by the hands of the Necromancer, watched with burning eyes as their master, clenching his teeth, resolutely rushed into battle. Two figures, a huge, muscular one with a wide axe in his hands, and a small, fragile one with a thin, light sword in his hands, were rapidly approaching each other. The Necromancer's youthful eyes showed determination. He had to win this fight at any cost, for reasons known only to him. This fight was incredibly important to him. Enhanced by magic, the Necromancer's sword glowed with scarlet fire as the young man rushed towards his sworn enemy, the Orc Lord, the Master of Aura. The Orc leader was all golden in his fiery aura. Behind him stood a huge figure, his energetic magical double. He swung his two-handed sword at the young brat who was circling around the invincible Orc Lord. The Rodlin Academy looked more like a huge palace complex than an educational institution. A luxurious building, a huge territory, well-kept lawns and greenery all around. This is the most prestigious academy for promising students. Young men and women from wealthy families study the depths of various sciences here. But those who, for various reasons, hide their identity also gather here. There are also some secret places in this academy that not everyone can enter. They can only get there after passing through magical protection. The teacher called out to Adrius and asked if he hadn't said that the body should be here in this lab. The young man scratched his lush hair and thoughtfully apologized to the teacher. In the laboratory, on different tables, lay the bodies of all sorts of magical creatures. Here the magicians carried out their terrible experiments. The mentor grumbled at the young man. Just think he can't remember where the body is, which he worked on last week. It is here, in this creepy laboratory, that they are researching forbidden dark magic. They are necromancers. If they find out about this, Adrius will be executed on the spot. The young man took a bottle of blood in his hands. He needed to prepare for the next experiment, and real blood was required for the magical Kabbalistic symbols. In order to avoid being executed for practicing black magic, Adrius Cromwell conducted his experiments in secret, using a laboratory that was reliably protected. The mentor drew magical symbols on a huge pedestal, placing a dead body in the center. He told Adrius to step aside. The magician began the spell. A bluish light of death surrounded the black magician, and he began the magical act of reviving the corpse. Adrius watched his mentor with interest. A bluish glow of death magic flowed around him as well. And then the magical whirlwinds picked up the dead body and lifted it from the pedestal. The dead man began to rise and move. But unfortunately, something went wrong for the mentor. The revived body screamed in horror and began to burn in the magical flame. The magician cursed. Another failure. The magician, writing down the data of the experiment, told the young man that this was the end of it for today. Ordered Adrius to clean up here and leave. The young man thought that he had not learned anything new today. The room of the black magician's laboratory was dimly lit only by torches, which made it even more ominous. Armed with a mop, Adrius washed away the bloody marks inscribed on the pedestal where the experiment was conducted. All of this had to be washed away so that the experiment could be repeated tomorrow. The young man knew that this was a very dangerous occupation, and he did not get anything special from it, except the opportunity to observe the mentor and study black magic on his own. Adrius knew he couldn't just give up on this. He was already too deep into it, and besides, he was incredibly interested. And only here did he have access to books on black magic. After finishing cleaning, the young man could grab some time and study ancient treatises on his own. Having studied ancient treatises on black magic, Adrius went to see his mentor. The young man apologized for taking so long to clean up. The teacher sat at a huge table and studied the manuscript, looking up at the young man. He said that if he cleaned for half a day, then when would he be able to do his work? Adrius thought that since the magician did not teach him, he had to study on his own. The teacher was irritated by both his failure and the slowness of his assistant. He said that he had entrusted Adrius with the simplest work, but he was already completely exhausted. Frowning, the black magician sternly told the student that he would no longer tolerate his mistakes. The young man lowered his eyes and replied guiltily that he would do everything possible and try to justify the professor's trust as much as possible. Adrius's mentor rose from his chair and thoughtfully replied that he did not know if he could count on the young man, but he would give him one last chance. He told the student to go to the Benzales National Cemetery and bring him another body. The professor reminded the young man not to forget that he had accepted him into a prestigious academy, despite the fact that he was an orphan. So Adrius must constantly prove that he deserves to live, and if he can't, he knows what will happen. Yes, Adrius knew this very well. If he gave the professor a reason to doubt him, he would simply become another body for his experiment. The professor, approaching the bookcase with books on magic, turned to the young man and told him to try, and now he could go. Adrius bowed low to his mentor and confirmed that he understood everything, Entering the common room, full of academy students, Adrius grumbled to himself that the professor hadn't even given him money for the trip. The young man heard that his appearance in the common room had caused some excitement. People were turning to look at him, asking questions, trying to talk to him. The young talents said to each other, "Oh, it's Adrius. He's still here." Some were smiling, some were smirking, some were looking puzzled and confused. Adrius was infuriated by all this. This community of students was alien to him. The young man irritably told everyone why they were staring at him. He was not a clown, and pushing everyone aside, rushed out into the street. Adrius Cromwell was a third-year student of the magic faculty and was considered untalented. He did not know how to get out of this complete scum. Cromwell was an orphan from a very poor, albeit aristocratic family. He had no money to pay for his education, so he made his way only through his own perseverance. He was a typical non-entity, currying favor with the strong and beating up the weak, the worst student at the academy, a third-rate villain. Adrius Cromwell is the one character that no one wants to play. He has low starting capabilities and weak development prospects. But the person playing as Adrius must be him, even if he doesn't want to. He plays Pekatu against his will. His name is Makoto Kaneshiro, and he lives in the world of the Great Sin. Makoto was once a Special Forces soldier who couldn't adapt to normal life, and then he plunged headlong into video games. Only the computer game Great Sin gave him the strength to live in this world. For this reason, the former Special Forces soldier forgot about everything in the world, broke away from real life and plunged headlong into the game. When he managed to complete it in 12 weeks, he received a call from a man who had detailed information about his life and his addiction to computer games. Makoto was very surprised and tried to turn off the computer immediately, but when he turned it back on, he became Adrius Cromwell. He didn't realize it, but he had become a character in a game that took place 6 months before the main storyline began. Adrius is a young man who has always been haunted by the shadow of death. Perhaps someone will ask why this hero had such a terrible feeling of impending disaster. The whole point is that all the characters in the game go through the same events written in the script. They discover the true identity of Karen, a professor of black magic, and then kill him. Along with Karen, they also kill Adrius Cromwell, his loyal, constant assistant. Therefore, if Makoto cannot find a way to escape from Karen before the main plot begins, then he will not be able to avoid contact with the main characters and will definitely be killed. Will Adrius be able to cope with such a task, and will he be able to avoid certain death? The young man, pursued by the sneers of his classmates, left the luxurious building of the academy. He needed to think. The guy sat down on a bench in the park, thinking hard. He was sure that all he had to do was become stronger before everything started. He can only count on 2 special traits, which can be obtained after 13 weeks of gameplay. But one of these traits is given randomly. He cannot choose it himself. Besides, he has a trait of a double core. The young man got up from the bench and headed towards home. The dual core trait allows the player to use both magic and swordsmanship, but the boy doubted he could survive by focusing on only one of them. There is only one trait left that the player can choose independently, and this choice must be approached with extreme thought. In order for the chosen skill to help the player well, he'll have to choose one that goes well with necromancy. The guy looked at his hand. There was a family ring shining there. The guy clenched his hand. He had to win, after all. Makoto had been a Special Forces soldier for so many years. Couldn't he survive in the game? So the young man focused on the fact that he needed to choose a trait. A game panel appeared in front of him. Adrius concentrated on reading what flashed before his eyes. Seeing the list, he could tell that his choice was not at all meager. The player ran his eyes over the huge list. Lava Mage, Alchemist, Blood Wings, Immortality, Chinese Way, Dao Weapon. No, none of that was it. The player decided to first look at those features that he had not seen yet. Perhaps inspiration would strike, and he would come up with something from these combinations. The novice black magician ran his eyes over the list again and again, but for some reason he did not stop at anything. And yet, he was sure that he could find what he needed. Makoto looked at the list through Adrius's eyes, and something in those lines caught his attention. He chuckled, and then Adrius's gaze lingered on evolution. For some reason, this feature seemed the most interesting to him. He decided to look at the explanation. It turned out that evolution is a phenomenon that adapts life forms to achieve greater heights. Adrius was sure that he had not seen this trait before. He now needed an ability that would allow him to surpass the limitations of growth Evolutionary Development. The young man was convinced that he had found what he needed and decided that there was no point in even thinking about it any further. He clicked on Evolution, confirming his choice. The game screen announced that the hero had chosen an evolutionary trait. Now the hero Makoto could develop unlimitedly. From now on, the scenario did not interfere with him in this. Makoto Kaneshiro looked at the world through the eyes of Adrius Cromwell. And now he finally knew exactly what future this trait he had just chosen would bring him. Before him was a strong warrior with burning eyes, a powerful necromancer magician, a young man who was able to become an extremely powerful sorcerer. With the help of magic, he will create his own huge, invincible army of the dead, subordinate only to him. Now under his command will be giants and wizards, beasts and ghostly knights. The fire of black magic will submit to him, although with serious efforts, but he will still be able to become invincible. This means that in this game world, Makoto will definitely survive and complete this game as Adrius Cromwell. The hero Makoto lived in the Maple Leaf Dormitory, a free institution of Rodlin Academy. Adrius was a minor villain in the game, but in real life he was even weaker. The young man can barely use elemental magic alone. His only asset is necromancy, so Makoto chose the evolutionary trait. Adrius wanted to go to the underground research room before heading to the cemetery. He can't waste time. He needs to study constantly. Cromwell knew he needed to get stronger as soon as possible, and not just because of that event. Makoto knew very well that in this game, there were a huge number of characters besides Charon who could kill Adrius Cromwell and prevent him from completing this game. The young man secretly returned to the academy and, seeing that there was no one in the corridor, quickly made his way to the underground laboratory, where he secretly studied books on black magic. In front of him were secret volumes. Looking through the titles of the manuscripts, Adrius thought what terrible titles they had. If he was noticed with these books, he would die immediately. And then the young man noticed that there was someone else in the laboratory who could kill him. A woman was sitting in a cage in the shadows. Adrius took a closer look. If he was not mistaken, then in front of him was a female vampire, the most powerful creature. Vampires in this world are indifferent to sunlight, and they are also capable of using strong magic. It must have been hard for Karen to get his hands on such a powerful creature. This female vampire is probably equal in strength to a mid-game boss. And then Adrius heard that the vampire, captured by his mentor, turned to him. The young man turned his head towards the captive and looked at her with interest. It was the first time he had seen such a strong creature up close. The woman pressed herself against the bars, looked closely at the student, and quietly asked if he would help her get out of here. Adrius boarded the train and went to the cemetery to carry out his mentor's assignment. He needed to get a new, fresh body for experiments. Sitting in the carriage of the high-speed train, the young man recalled this unusual conversation. To be honest, the temptation to let this woman go was considerable. Perhaps this meeting was a gift from God. Quite possibly, he was meant to show mercy and gain a powerful ally. The captive said that if he let her out, she would kill Charon, and asked if Adrius was afraid that one day he would finish him off. The vampire smiled evilly and asked what the young man thought about this. It was to be expected from a vampire. She immediately understood Adrius's concerns about Karen. Makoto, playing as this character, hasn't acted like Adrius for a long time. Maybe that's the case. Approaching the captive vampire, the young man said that he had no guarantee that she would let him go after he returned her freedom. The woman swore that she would not take his life. But Adrius did not know whether a higher life form like her would keep the promise she made to a human. And sensing the student's doubts, the vampire swore once again that she was telling him the truth. But the guy still doubted whether he should believe her. In any case, such decisions cannot be made quickly. Filling the canister with blood, the young man replied that he would think about it. If he betrayed his teacher right away, he would be in trouble. But the woman exclaimed that they did not have time for that and demanded that she be released immediately. Adrius decided to learn more about vampires. Maybe there is a book on how to behave with them. Meanwhile, the train was approaching its destination. A monotonous voice announced that the next stop was the National Cemetery. Cromwell emerged with a huge suitcase on wheels, into which the body was to be placed. In the evening gloom, the wheels of the suitcase clattered rhythmically as Adrius dragged the suitcase to the cemetery gates. The young man thought that money was good, but now he had to put up with the fact that he had to do hard physical labor. Cromwell, sweating profusely, approached the National Cemetery, a place where dark magicians take bodies for their experiments. Approaching the gate, Adrius rang the bell in order to receive the body. He had to say some code words. When asked who he was, the young man answered that he had arrived from Jenny's house. He was her third grandson. The cemetery worker asked if the young man had brought flowers. He replied that he had 13 azure sky irises. The satisfied cemetery worker told the young man to come in. In fact, Adrius remembered the coded speech very poorly and was glad that he said everything correctly, although he was not sure that he knew everything. The black magician's apprentice went straight to the burial site, where the employee with whom he was in constant contact had already dug up the grave and opened the coffin. The tired digger straightened up and, creaking his bones, said that his hips hurt. Seeing Adrius, the gravedigger said that he had arrived on time. He had just prepared a fresh corpse for him, as ordered by Karan. The young man looked into the coffin. There lay a man with a large sword. The gravedigger explained that he had done everything as he promised. He had found the knight's corpse for them. The tired cemetery worker told Adrius to take his goods and get out of here quickly. The young man smiled and politely thanked the gravedigger. All he had to do was load the corpse into his huge suitcase and take it to the academy. As he pulled the man out of the coffin, Adrius cursed. It turned out to be very heavy, as if made of stone. Gritting his teeth, the boy dragged his dead burden to the chest on wheels. Having packed the body and closed the chest, Adrius wiped the sweat from his face. Now it was time for him to leave before it was too late. And then the young man's gaze fell on one of the graves. The inscription on it interested him very much. He read the name inscribed on it over and over again. Adrius looked thoughtfully at the gravestone inscription. He had a strange feeling, as if he had seen this name before, which was carved on a fresh gravestone. And then it dawned on the young man. The Aura Master Nickel Lifehill was buried here. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. Such luck. Could it really be him? Nickel Lifehill spent decades training alone as he learned the way of the sword. Nickel trained relentlessly day after day, year after year. Not only did he master the perfect sword technique, but he also became a master of aura, a legendary warrior who was hard to find equal in the game. Nickel was distinguished not only by his skill, but also by his willpower and desire to win. Lifehill devoted his entire life to becoming a master of aura, the one who has no equal in this world. As his life drew to a close, he had learned many secrets of craftsmanship. This man had completely unique talents. Makoto, who had studied the game well, knew that Nickel Lifehill could do amazing things with his skills. But at the moment when he achieved his goal, he died of old age. Such is one of the Easter eggs of this strange game. Adrius wondered why the game creators had added this moment here. Perhaps this was one of his steps to future survival. Nickel lies in the cemetery, but no one here knows that he eventually became a master of the aura. Otherwise, Karen would have taken his body long ago. Adrius thought that if he could create a Death Knight from Nickel Lifehill's body, it would be a great success. He could become one of the leaders of his army of the dead. However, now even Karen cannot create a high-ranking monster from a dead body. His experiments fail time after time. What can we say about the talentless Adrius? But Makoto was sure that everything would be different when his hero Adrius Cromwell became much stronger. With a new skill, he would definitely succeed. This means that the aspiring necromancer Adrius definitely needs to find a body with good hidden abilities. The young man, after thinking it over, decided that the find in the cemetery was not accidental. He turned to Sir Paimon. The gravedigger was wiping the sweat from his forehead. He had a lot of work today. Hearing Karen's apprentice address him, the gravedigger asked if he wanted another body. In any case, the answer was no. Paimon had already buried the empty coffin in which the knight was buried. Frowning, the gravedigger replied to Adrius that he would first have to get Karen's permission to take the body, since the worker was paid directly by the professor. Adrius thought about it. He was sure that if he had money now, Paimon would easily agree to dig up and give him Lifehill's body, but he didn't have any money. With a heavy heart, the boy took the family ring off his hand. He handed it to Paimon and asked, "What if he exchanged this ring for a body?" The gravedigger could not believe his eyes. This ring was certainly very expensive. It had the Earl's cross on it. It was the Cromwell family ring. The gravedigger knew that if he sold it, he would make a fortune. The young man understood Paimon's doubts. He explained that he had nothing but this old ring. For him, as a magician, the result comes first, so he was ready to offer him this ring. Charon's student told Paimon that he would definitely hide this from the teacher, so he asked the gravedigger to take the ring. He cleared his throat, but did not dare to refuse. Satisfied, Payman replied that he was giving in. He was ready to give up the body that interested the young man. Adrius felt heavy in his soul. Even though it was the ring of a ruined aristocratic house, it was still difficult to refuse. Adrius was pleased. The trip ended much better than he expected. He thanked Payman and offered to dig up the body he was interested in. The worker said that this grave would be very difficult. When he and Adrius finally removed the gravestone, the young man opened the coffin. Looking inside, he saw the recently deceased Nickel Lifehill. As he pulled the body of the master of sword and aura out of the coffin, Adrius was sure that the bright future he saw yesterday had finally begun. The young man thought that when he returned to the academy, he would begin training in necromancy as soon as possible. Turning to Nickel, he asked him to take care of him. This was his first subordinate. After looking at the knight's body that Adrius had brought from the cemetery, Karen said that apparently the body was suitable for experiments and ordered the young man to prepare reagents while he was gone. As he was leaving, Karen told his student that, of course, the responsibility for the result lies with the young man. Cromwell was angry. He had just returned from the cemetery, and the professor was already giving orders. Adrius found himself cleaning up much better when he was irritated, and as he wiped down the knight's fresh body, he noticed that he seemed to have retained his muscle memory. The young man was in a hurry. He needed to finish Karen's errands as soon as possible so that he could finally get down to his studies. While mopping the pedestal where Karen usually conducted his experiments, the young man wondered if he would be able to use the body he had just found. The Aura Master's corpse was still in his chest, but Adrius doubted that he would be able to use Nickel's body at his level. The guy chuckled. With his skills in black magic and necromancy, he can only work on skeletons probably with the evolution trait. He can develop his abilities. Although the young man was not sure about this, because he had not tried it yet and he had no money, so he could not practice on another body. And then the guy heard that the vampire woman captured by Karen was calling him again. She asked how long the guy would make her wait. The thought flashed through the young man's mind that perhaps the game was thus suggesting to him an option to try his hand. Turning to the captive, Adrius asked in surprise if the girl was really not asleep. He just didn't want to wake her up. The vampire was beside herself with anger. She frowned and hissed angrily that she had already told the guy that she would not kill him and repeated her demand to let her out. Did he really want to be Karen's assistant for the rest of his life? The guy left the mop and headed towards the cage in which the vampire, captured by the magician, was sitting. Approaching the cage, the young man looked closely at the chained woman. It seemed that she was indeed very strong. Looking at the red-haired girl, he thought that he was waiting for her to talk to him. The vampire easily read his thoughts, smiling. She said that he decided everything correctly, because he had already decided everything. Adrius continued to talk to the captive, not making a sound, using only his thoughts. He was curious how Karen was able to bind such a strong creature as this vampire. But the guy understood everything when he read the book. He specifically took a book with a description of vampires, their customs and habits. The captive didn't like all this at all. She frowned and angrily asked Karen's disciple what was going on, why he was standing there and silently staring at her. He has not decided anything, or he has doubts. Walking around the cage, the red-haired vampire asked the young man, does he still doubt her words? Is he afraid of being killed? Or is there something else stopping him? Enraged, she turned her back on Adrius and advised him to hurry and make a decision as quickly as possible. Otherwise, she would kill him even if he let her out. And then the captive heard the words she had been waiting for a long time. Adrius said that he was ready to free her, but on one condition. The girl turned and looked closely at the magician's apprentice. He said that he could no longer continue to lick Karen's ass, but he had to play it safe, because the captive was incredibly strong. The vampire smiled broadly, and holding out her shackled hands to the young man, exclaimed that this was an excellent solution, and suggested that Adrius remove the shackles and release her to freedom. But the young man was in no hurry to do this, looking straight into the face of the captive. He said that before he did this, she must swear to him on her last name that she would never harm him. The captive was confused. It seemed she had not planned to leave Adrius alive, and did not expect that he would demand such an oath from her. The young man carefully watched how the vampire would behave. Judging by her reaction, the book about vampires was true, and this information turned out to be very useful to the guy. So it is true that vampires are forbidden to break promises if they have sworn to it on their family name. The young man looked expectantly at the captive. She realized that he knew the rules and replied that she understood everything and was ready to give him such a promise. The girl stopped smiling and, frowning, reluctantly said that she swears by the name Lucifer that she will not kill him after he sets her free. Adrius was surprised. It was so simple. The game panel lit up in front of him. The system sent him a new message. Karen's apprentice saw that he had fulfilled the conditions. A specimen for evolution had been found. The probability of Angela Lucifer's evolution was 55%. The young man did not understand what this meant. Cromwell stood near the cage and read the game's message in bewilderment. Angela Lucifer looked questioningly at the novice magician, to whom she had just sworn that she would not harm. The game informed the young man that evolution could be applied to all non-hostile creatures. But a genetic mutation could occur, and the panel asked the hero if he wanted to continue evolution. Adrius realized it seemed like this could be used on more than just summoned entities, and now was his chance to try it out before using it on Nickel. Looking at the captive, Adrius honestly warned her that if something happens, it is not his fault. The girl asked in confusion. "What is it? What is he talking about?" Angela Lucifer hissed angrily at the guy. She asked. So it turns out that he deceived her, extracting an oath from her. Cromwell returned to the game panel and pressed the Continue Evolution button, curious to see what would come of it. At that very moment, the captive's eyes became bloodshot, and it was as if electric shocks ran through her. Something was happening to her body. Colored magical flashes ran across Angela Lucifer's body. She was contorted, she arched, clutching her head, the veins on her body bulged. Angela screamed. Adrius, with his eyes wide open, watched what was happening to the vampire. He did not understand what was happening to her, and she, kneeling, made some strange sounds. The captive grabbed the bars of the grate, raised her head to the magician's apprentice. Tears of pain ran from her eyes. Gathering her strength, she asked what this monster had done to her. The transformation continued. Angela Lucifer grabbed her neck and screamed. Some strange reddish rays emanated from her. The young man watched what was happening in confusion. After a few seconds, the glow that came from Angela stopped, and the prisoner, completely exhausted, fell to the floor of her cell. The young man saw that Angela had fallen to the floor of her cage and stopped moving. He tried to call out to her. The guy cursed. He doesn't even know if his skill worked. Adrius thoughtfully returned to the body that needed to be prepared for Karen's experiment. He learned one important feature of his new evolution skill. If he could strengthen entities that he hadn't summoned, then that meant he himself could definitely become stronger. After thinking for a bit, the guy decided that there was no point in wasting time. He should be able to summon Nickel. The young man drew magical signs in the circle and placed the obtained body there. The new skill gave him confidence. Having done all the necessary manipulations, the young man stood near the circle in which Nickel Lifehill lay, holding out his hand. Adrius said, "Let's go." A bluish death magic flared up around the young man. He concentrated and began to summon a skeleton. The game reported that the initial necromancy summon skeleton was activated. One corpse was found. The guy concentrated. This was his first independent magical action in necromancy. Would he be able to summon a skeleton better than his teacher Karen did? The necromancer's blue energy passed onto Lifehill's body, lying in the center of the magic circle. And then, to Adrius's surprise, Nickel began to move. The young man clenched his teeth. It turned out that it took a lot of mana to summon even one skeleton. Adrius saw the remains of Nickel Lifehill's flesh begin to separate and fall away, revealing a summoned skeleton. Soon, a skeleton, completely cleared of all remaining flesh, lay in the magic circle, ready to respond to the call of the young magician. The guy was so surprised that he couldn't stay on his feet, and with his mouth slightly open, he fell to the floor. Nickel Lifehill's skeleton rose to his feet and looked with interest at the guy who had summoned him. The game system reported that the skeleton summoning was successful. One legendary skeleton was summoned. The skeleton summoning level increased from 1 to 3. Adrius smiled contentedly. Nickel, having turned into a second-class undead, looked at his bony hands with surprise. Upon closer inspection, Adrius thought that even Nickel's features were preserved. Nickel's fencing skills were of the highest order, better than which there is nothing. Adrius looked closely at the skeleton he had summoned. Turning to Nickel, the young man said that he had indeed been a master of the sword when he was alive, but his skill remained with him after death. The skeleton of Lifehill turned to the young magician and drew several signs. The young man realized that the undead he had summoned had said that he would protect him, his young master. A delighted Nickel showed the OK sign, happy that the magician understood him perfectly. Smiling, Adrius told Nickel that he could tell him the same thing. He would try to protect him from all troubles, since he was the first undead he had summoned. After successfully conducting the experiment to summon a skeleton, Adrius returned to the academy dormitory. On the wall in the young man's room hung a calendar where he marked various events. There was about a year left before Karen's death. The young man activated the game panel with his characteristics. If he wants to survive and complete this game to the end, then he needs to do a lot of things before the death of his mentor. After looking at his player stats, the young man was surprised that even if he did nothing with his summoning skill, it still increased. Having inspected all his data and convinced himself that some of it needed to be tightened up, Adrius decided to release Nickel from the storage room where he had hidden him after the call for now. The game panel informed him that there was currently one of 5 possible creatures in Adrius's vault and asked if he wanted to summon one skeleton soldier. The young man confirmed by clicking yes. At that very moment, a bluish light flared up in the dorm room, and the skeleton of Nickel Lifehill that he had summoned appeared next to Adrius. The skeleton soldier smiled good-naturedly at his master. The young man looked at him and thought that it would be bad if the skeleton was seen in such a state. It was imperative to dress Nickel. Having run around the academy dormitory, the young man got hold of things of the right size to disguise Nickel. Now the skeleton he summoned was dressed in a long cloak, pants, boots, gloves, and tightly wrapped in a scarf. Having admired the result, the guy smiled contentedly. Great, no matter how you look at it, now Nickel looks like a human. Once clothed, Nickel, as in life, began to train. Despite the fact that now he did not have a sword in his hands, the young man looked at the skeleton he had summoned in confusion. He said it seemed like the Easter egg description was indeed true. Lifehill trained relentlessly. Nickel even died while training, but even after death, he still continues to train. Looking at Nickel Lifehill's constant training, Adrius thought it was a good thing he was able to find a use for this not-so-great trait. The guy clenched his fist, looking at the skeleton he had recently dressed, and a lucky thought flashed through his mind. Adrius addressed Nickel by name, trying to get him to stop his training for at least a second and pay attention to him. Lifehill stopped training and looked questioningly at his master. The youth asked the skeleton, who had been a master swordsman in life, if he would teach him fencing. Adrius took out a scroll of data about Cromwell. It was an overview of the world of great sin. In this game world, talents and their rank are important qualities. The shorter the name, the stronger the talent. For example, movement is the highest level of physical ability. It can be compared to brave movement, which is 1 rank lower. Adrius, armed with a stick, began to train under the tutelage of Nickel Lifehill. The skeleton he summoned constantly corrected and directed him, and the young man asked if he was doing it right. These trainings turned out to be very difficult. The young man felt with horror that his body was crunching like crazy. Nickel was a very strict teacher. The boy thought, thank God Nickel is teaching him how to achieve a perfect body. It's like his teacher is a crazy aura master, although maybe they are all a little crazy. If Adrius is trained correctly, he will be able to switch between mana and aura in the future. Thanks to the dual core, he will not have to choose one. In this case, Cromwell will be able to follow the path of a swordsman mage, as he will be using the mana in his heart and dantian. The boy knew that it would be difficult for him to grow, but if he could handle the initial stage, he could become the strongest, just like the great Emperor Edmund who founded the empire. Nickel squeezed the young man's hand with contempt, where theoretically there should have been muscles. There was nothing at all. The guy was a weakling. The young man screamed. This movement of Lifehill was unexpected and not very pleasant. Yes, indeed, the guy had no muscles. Adrius indignantly asked Nickel what the hell he was doing so suddenly, but Lifehill sternly told the young man to concentrate and continue training. The guy looked at his ghostly mentor. He didn't understand how a pile of bones could have such a strong grip, because he didn't have any muscles. He knew that for sure. But Nickel continued to sternly crunch over Adrius, forcing him to train. Makoto was a special forces soldier, so training for him was a breath of fresh air. A wave of memories washed over Kanshiro. He once again imagined himself in uniform with weapons in hotspots, and he decided to teach Adrius a few lessons about fortitude. The young man was irritated. He cursed at Nickel Lifehill, calling him a fucking skeleton, and threatened that if he hit him again, he would send him back to rot in the grave. The young man decided to drink some tea. Today, he missed classes and let Nickel out. I wonder how much his necromancy has increased. Adrius, finishing his tea, activated the game panel to check how much his indicators had increased after the lesson with Nickel. The skill had indeed increased. The young man said thoughtfully that he had gained 2 points in 5 hours. The skill was growing much faster than he thought. But the player knew that of course the growth would slow down after he reached the initial level of necromancy. The difference between basic and initial necromancy was 200 hours. And that young man realized with surprise that, oddly enough, his mentor Karen had been calling him for a long time. I wonder why. Angela Lucifer, on whom he tested his gift of evolution, has not changed in appearance in any way. She's simply sleeping in her cell, so Karen could hardly find out anything. The young man knew that evolution takes a lot of time. It does not happen all at once, so everything in the laboratory should be normal for now. Adrius's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Nickel Lifehill, who continued to train with the stick the boy was using. The guy shuddered in surprise. Nickel approached his young master and showed him more techniques, forcing him to train too. The frightened young man cursed at Nickel and wiped his face with a napkin. He understood, of course, that the undead never got tired, but Lifehill was still something else. Seeing that the swordmaster was offering the boy to continue training, the boy shouted that if he had a potion, he could train and heal forever. There were health potions and regeneration potions in the game, but unfortunately, the poor man couldn't afford these potions. Theoretically, the young man could make these potions himself, but in reality, it is not as easy as in the game. He knows the necessary ingredients, but he does not know the proportions. The young man thought that he could find the necessary information at the academy, and decided that it would be better to attend lectures to fill in his gaps in magical knowledge. Adrius once again found himself in the luxurious building of a prestigious academy, where he was a complete alien element. The young man calmly opened the door to the classroom he needed and went inside. Most of the students were already sitting in their seats and preparing for the lecture. The appearance of Adrius caused a stir. Students asked each other why Cromwell came to the potions class. Someone suggested that the boy needed it to hit on girls. Most of the students knew that Cromwell's family was ruined. He was an orphan. His once aristocratic family was greatly impoverished, and everyone was at a loss to guess what the young man was doing at the prestigious academy. Taking his place in the classroom, Adrius mentally responded to his fellow students that he could hear all these freaks, and told himself to be patient, because he didn't come here to stand out. The young man needed to make up for what he lacked so that he could brew potions himself, and not spend money on them that he did not have. Paying no attention to anyone, Adrius took his seat, holding himself in check in the hope that the professor's lecture would tell him something he didn't know. Cromwell passed by a girl who was sitting separately from everyone else and sighing heavily. Apparently, everything that was happening in this audience was making her sad. Finally, the potions professor entered the classroom and loudly told the students to remain quiet. It was time to begin the lecture. Professor Wuban taught the potion class. It was medical herbalism. The teacher talked about the ingredients of potions. Makoto noted that so far the events are no different from the game. The young man already knew everything about the ingredients of potions. Propping his head up with his hand, he mentally urged the teacher to move on to the part about proportions when mixing. As if answering the students' call, the professor said that they would now talk about methods for making a physical enhancement potion. The professor said that the physical enhancement potion was based on the petals of the mohine and 3 other ingredients. Makoto was surprised that the content of the lecture and his knowledge of the game did not match. Cromwell was puzzled. Apparently, it was an intermediate potion, but judging by the professor's story, it had many side effects, and they mocked the students. Adrius raised his hand and asked the teacher if he could ask a question about the composition of the physical enhancement potion. The professor, turning to the young man, invited Adrius to ask. The young man asked why the professor did not add Hong Pishi extract and Matarat root bark. The girl, who had been bored and yawning throughout the lecture, turned to the young man in surprise and looked closely at Adrius. All the other students also looked questioningly at the young man. No one else had such questions. The professor asked Adrius why he had to use such ingredients in this potion. The potions teacher smiled and told Adrius that if he wanted, he could use these ingredients and make soup out of them. The rest of the students laughed together, looking at Adrius. The young man was puzzled. He named the necessary ingredients for the physical enhancement potion. But why did they react like that? Maybe this recipe had not yet been discovered. The potions class ended. All the students left the classroom. Adrius was disappointed. He decided to go to the lecture, but his knowledge exceeded the lecture course. The young man thought that perhaps it would be better for him to study on his own, since he knew more than what the teachers were currently teaching. It was generally stupid to expect anything else. The upset guy, having adjusted his bag, decided to go to the laboratory and try to experiment with the ingredients. The girl whose attention Adrius had attracted during the lecture was watching the guy closely. She chuckled in bewilderment. It seemed like this young man knew more than everyone else. Adrius Cromwell headed to the research department on the academy grounds, where he had the opportunity to experiment with potions in peace. Having made himself comfortable, the young man mixed the ingredients he had in laboratory test tubes and flasks. Here was everything that was needed to prepare the potion. But Adrius's next experiment failed. The potion didn't work. The game panel informed him that the preparation of the potion had failed. The guy sighed heavily. The ingredients were wasted. The office was filled with black smoke from the failed experiment, Adrius exclaimed. What crap, just not again. Again, nothing worked for him. The young man leaned back in his chair. He knew the recipe, but he needed a reliable method of preparation. Besides, the ingredients were more expensive than he thought. At this rate, he would go broke. Suddenly, the boy thought that if someone helped him with the preparation of the potion, and immediately answered himself that no one would help a person like Adrius. And then Cromwell heard the laboratory door quietly open. Someone cautiously looked inside. The young man did not turn around. He was upset and did not want to see or hear anyone. It turned out that the same girl who had been so interested in him at the lecture came after Adrius. She looked closely at the young man. After making sure that it was Adrius, she went into the lab. As she thought he was here, the guy looked questioningly at the girl, wondering what she could want from him. Makoto pressed his face to the screen. The player cursed. Why did this game character come here? It shouldn't have happened like this. It's not according to the script. The girl who appeared in the lab is one of the characters who is good at potion making. Her name is Lucia Everlast. But according to the game's script, she shouldn't be close to Adrius Cromwell, so why did she come and end up in the lab? Lucia waved her hands to disperse the smoke. It seemed like the young man had made many unsuccessful attempts. Adrius, frowning, decided not to answer. She would probably leave if he ignored her. The girl walked around the angry Adrius and, leaning slightly, asked with a smile what he was experimenting with. The young man, closing his eyes, answered through his teeth that it was his secret. Cromwell decided not to talk to Lucia, showing with all his appearance that he didn't care about her. He went to class and didn't learn anything, but his problems are getting bigger. Adrius demonstratively took the notebook and began to write down the progress of his unsuccessful experiment in order not to repeat the mistake again. Lucia silently watched the young man. The girl was in no hurry to leave the laboratory. Looking at Adrius, she asked if he really seemed offended. The guy thought that she just needed to leave. He already had enough problems. Suddenly, the girl said, "Okay," she didn't think he would suggest anything first anyway. Adrius turned in her direction in confusion. He didn't understand what she was even talking about. Lucia Everlast had apparently already made up her mind, because she stopped standing behind Adrius and walked up to him with a firm step. Leaning slightly towards the novice black magician, the girl smiled and asked the third-year student if he wanted to study with her. Lucia stared at Cromwell, finally asking the young man if he thought it would be a good idea, since she knew quite a lot about potions and had good opportunities. This offer was quite tempting, Adrius thought, although according to the script they should not communicate, but he does not have to refuse the girl's offer. The young man raised his head from his experiments and, looking straight into Lucia's face, asked what she wanted from him, since everyone at the academy considered him a loser and a talentless person. The girl was a little confused. Was it strange that she wanted to find a partner for research? But Adrius objected, because she wouldn't get anything out of it. Lucia laughed and said that she only wanted gratitude. She wasn't going to take any money from the guy. The girl said that he seemed to have talent and could create something amazing. She really wanted to discover potions that no one had ever made before, and suggested that Adrius join forces. The young man listened thoughtfully to Lucia Everlast, and she summed it up by saying that she simply wanted to create a cure for herself. Makoto knew that this was true. In the game's storyline, Lucia's skill with potions wasn't just due to her talent, it was because if she didn't find a way to overcome her illness, she would eventually die. Even famous doctors and pharmacists could not cure her, so she was left to study medicine on her own at the academy. Lucia's illness is a grave that was given to her by the game system, and the girl cannot save herself from it on her own. She needs outside help. But Makoto knew that if a person didn't know the game as well as he did, he wouldn't be able to find the right medicine, and even he didn't know the proportions, only the right ingredients. But Lucia Everlast is extremely smart, and the last thing Makoto needs is for his hero, Adrius Cromwell, to be discovered and killed. Adrius understood why Lucia came here. She must have heard what he said in the lecture, so she decided to meet him, and the girl did not understand why Adrius looked so irritated. The boy knew that if he was careless with Lucia, his life would be greatly shortened. So while stirring the contents of the test tube, he replied that he was not interested and told her to go away. Watching Adrius' manipulations, Lucia reminded him of the peony mushroom and asked why he didn't add that ingredient. The boy pursed his lips, and Lucia, smiling, reminded Adrius of what he had said about him in class and asked if it wasn't worth adding him. The guy's face fell. This is the main ingredient of the potion, which no one but him should know about. The girl pointed at the mixture in the flask, which was already beginning to bubble slowly, and said that it shouldn't work if he didn't add this ingredient. Lucia said that she knew it instinctively, and if Adrius wanted, she could help him with his experiments, and perhaps she could help him earn money because he needed money. Adrius was irritated by this. He told Lucia that she was saying this because she was rich, and asked her to leave as soon as she did what she wanted to do in this lab. The guy repeated to himself that he would not give up his life just because of her tempting offer. Lucia, approaching the door, turned to Adrius and said that she would give him time to think. The girl assumed that he would soon change his mind, but Adrius was sure that he did not need time to think about it. He would not worry about Lucia. The risk was too high. Back in his dorm room, Adrius Cromwell returned to training with Nickel Lifehill, bringing another stick with him. Now his teacher had one, and he had the other. Nickel trained without stopping. The young man obediently repeated his movements, practicing techniques and strikes. At the same time, Adrius thought that he himself could find the necessary proportions. The only problem was the money needed to buy the ingredients. The guy was practicing, wielding a stick like a sword. He needed to practice the movements until they became automatic, but his brain continued to work. He knew that first he needed to find a way to earn money. But Adrius had no ideas on how to get the necessary amount of money for the experiments. The lesson had been going on for quite a long time. The young man began to get tired. His thoughts involuntarily ran far from the training. And then Lifehill suddenly lunged, frightening the young man. He perked up and told Nickel that he had frightened him. The guy was amazed. Lifehill clearly knows when he is distracted. The young man decided not to be distracted from training anymore, but to concentrate on practicing his techniques. After training, he would have time to think everything over. Was there really no way for him to earn money? The guy remembered a letter from his sister that had been lying on his desk for a long time. It was not the first time the girl had written to her older brother. Adrius tried to find some way, but the only thing that came to his mind was to ask his sister for money, since she wrote that she missed her brother very much. Makoto was in despair. He, like a real man, understood that this was a disgusting way, especially since the past Adrius did exactly the same thing, and it was a bad way out. The young man suffered for a long time and then told himself that no matter what a bastard he was, he would not get money in this way, and he swore to himself that this would be the last time. Walking through the academy park, Adrius caught the eye of a beautiful girl. She recognized him from afar and was very surprised. The student couldn't believe her eyes. Could it really be her old friend Adrius Cromwell? She hadn't seen him at the academy or in class for a long time. She didn't even know if he had been expelled or not. The amazed girl noted to herself that this time the young man was walking around with a book in his hands. Had he finally decided to get down to business? The girl sighed heavily, looking at the guy, even if he became better. With his character, there was definitely nothing you could do about it, she was absolutely sure. Makoto, who saw the entire location from the computer screen, noticed this heroine. He had completely forgotten about her. She was Adrius's childhood friend, who, like him, also studied at this prestigious academy. We are talking about Dina Alvin. She is a genius magician and the young lady of the Alvin family. This is another character of the academy who can easily kill Adrius Cromwell. They got along well as children, but became estranged due to the Cromwell family's large debts. Looking back on their childhood, Adrius thought that they were once so sweet. But he had done a lot of bad things since then. Dina would probably kill him if he even just talked to her. The young man imagined her as a huge, aggressive cat, stretching out its clawed paw towards him. He chuckled, thinking that his death would not be something strange, before Adrius's mind's eye appeared a huge paw, which was squeezing his miserable little body, and his soul was leaving him. After considering various options, The guy came to the conclusion that, as he thought, the best option now would be to ask his younger sister for money. Adrius went to the capital of Rodland to meet the young lady Cromwell. He turned his head from side to side. The establishment where she works must be somewhere here. The young lady worked in a restaurant as an ordinary waitress, despite her high birth. She was sincerely happy to see her older brother, exclaiming to Adrius that he had finally come. The girl fussed around her brother and said that she wrote him so many letters, but he never answered any of them. What happened? Why did he stop writing to her? Looking at the exhausted girl, Adrius apologized for forcing his sister to work, despite the fact that she was a lady of the house of Earl Cromwell. Emmy Cromwell smiled broadly and told her older brother that he shouldn't say that. It wasn't his fault. It was just the way things were. Unfortunately, their family was ruined. Adrius drank the drink offered by his sister and did not know how to start this unpleasant conversation about money. His sister worked a lot, and he was extorting money from her. Emmy looked at her brother and understood everything. She asked why he had such a serious face. He probably needed more money. The girl knew Adrius too well, so she prepared the money in advance. Emmy pushed the envelope with money towards her brother. The lady waitress smiled guiltily and asked her older brother not to spend money thoughtlessly. Adrius could clearly see how hard it was for his sister to get this money. The young man thanked Emmy and promised that he would definitely return everything. The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise. She definitely did not recognize her older brother today. He had changed a lot. And then Emmy noticed that Adrius didn't have their family ring with the coat of arms on his hand. She asked her brother in surprise where his ring was. The young man answered hesitantly that he had taken it off so as not to lose it, and the girl asked her brother suspiciously if he was taking good care of it, since it was their only family item. The guy understood that he couldn't tell Emmy the truth about where and why he put the ring on, but the girl understood everything. With her eyes wide with horror, she asked her brother, "Because he didn't do it, right?" Emmy shook and exclaimed that Adrius should never have sold that ring under any circumstances. Adrius hung his head low and whispered softly to Emmy to forgive him. But he had no other choice. The girl, who had been very meek and calm until then, suddenly jumped up and screamed at her older brother to get out of here. She didn't want to see him anymore. Adrius tried to stop his sister and explain, but she didn't want to hear anything. Tears gushed from her eyes and she screamed for him not to come here. Now he didn't have to return the money. The young man shouted after his tearful sister a promise that he would definitely return their family ring, no matter what it cost him. With a heavy sigh, Adrius sat back down on the chair and bowed his head, which meant that this family ring was very dear to Emmy. Adrius saw Emmy so angry for the first time. Despite the fact that tears were running from her eyes, there was undisguised anger in her gaze. The young man sighed heavily again. The guy decided that he needed to return the family ring as soon as possible. Perhaps it plays some important role in this strange game. Makoto remembered standing at the graves of his fallen comrades and wondering what was the point of living if you were just existing, and there was no meaning to your life, no purpose. The former Special Forces soldier remembered that strange feeling when he was the only one to survive from the entire group. It may seem strange, but he was not happy about it at all. The player realized that he had to succeed with what he had now, and so the most likely thing was to accept Lucia Everlast's offer. Having agreed to work with Lucia, Adrius wrote a report after each experiment. He suggested that Lucia get up and run a little. She spent a week in the room like a recluse. Only idiots do that. The next day, Lucia was lazy again, while Adrius was putting in a lot of effort. When he wasn't doing potions, he was running or training. And the girl laughed at her partner, saying that the third-year student would definitely cope. They worked together on the potion, experimenting with the proportions, but something was always wrong. When Lucia went to rest, Adrius took up the exercise machines or the improvised sword. It was very exhausting to conduct experiments, and in his free time to train. But sometimes Lucia became completely different, and the process of experimenting with potions accelerated significantly. But most of the time, Lady Everlast lay on the sofa and periodically said something to Adrius. An indignant young man once told Lucia that he had a feeling that he was the only one working. The girl lazily responded from the sofa that it only seemed that way to him and asked him to give her some candy. She constantly irritated Adrius. He mixed the ingredients over and over again. And the girl, raising her head, somehow said that instead of lazing around, he needed to reduce the amount of madarat and add more Todor's tree extract. The guy looked at his partner and said that he understood and would try to do exactly that. Lucia has incredible intuition. Sometimes she hits the mark. Adrius did everything as she told him, and although he does it only for the money, it is still better to work together. The young man mixed all the ingredients again, combining them in a flask. He noticed that this time the substance turned out to be completely different. It looks like this experiment will be successful. Adrius's heart was pounding wildly as he filled a laboratory pipette with the resulting mixture. He was so afraid of jinxing it. Could it really have worked this time? Holding his breath, the young man added a few drops of the solution collected in a pipette into the flask. And then a miracle happened. Having shaken the flask, the guy saw that the potion had turned out to be exactly the color and consistency he needed. Golden reflections ran through the liquid. The potion was ready. At that very moment, a game panel appeared in front of the young man, which informed him that he had created a mid-rank physical enhancement potion. Rising from his chair, Adrius laughed loudly. Lucia, rising from the sofa, asked the guy in confusion what had happened. Had he really failed again? Adrius smiled widely and, turning to Lucia, said that everything worked. The potion was ready. The game informed the young man that he had received a talent for making potions. The conditions were met. The guy was amazed. He got a new talent. The game said that the received talent can evolve. The chance is 32%, whether the player wants to develop this talent. And then Makoto remembered. He saw the same thing when he experimented with the vampire. Then it was also written that he fulfilled the conditions. As a result, a specimen for evolution was found. It turns out that Adrius can level up anything if he fulfills the necessary conditions. But the chance with potion making is only 32%, which is even less than with a vampire. Lucia was delighted with the resulting potion. She said that it was simply incredible. It had almost no side effects. Adrius decided to leave the question of the evolution of potion making for now. The girl jumped up from the sofa, smiling broadly, looking at her partner. This potion can be used every day, and suggested immediately requesting an appointment with the Potion Commission. But Adrius didn't want to show off that he had been involved in developing the potion, so he told Lucia that she could do it herself since he had done all the work. The girl was delighted. She reminded that she had given Adrius some hints. She was simply happy. Starting tomorrow, she would be busy with midterm exams. Thanks to Adrius, it was easy. The young man was shocked at how easy it was. He had been working on this potion for several weeks, and then he realized that Lucia had been deliberately shirking her work. The game reminded the young man that Angela Lucifer's evolution was ongoing, and that there were 14 days, 21 hours, 33 minutes left until the process was completed. All this time, the vampire lay on the floor of her cell. She could not understand what was happening to her. She asked what she had done. Her body was burning with pain, but she felt that this was an unusual pain. The students were traveling by train, and the teacher told them to gather together when they reached the midterm assessment site so that they could be explained how the exam would be conducted. Adrius, sitting on a bench on the train, leafed through a textbook. He was sure that Lucia would easily pass the first test. Makoto had already played this game, and he knew the entire sequence very well. The next stage would be the Magic Tower, where the final part of the exam for the Academy students is held. Since Adrius trained a lot with Nickel Lifehill, his swordsmanship and necromancy have improved significantly, which should make it easier for him to pass the exam. The young man knew that if he passed this exam, then at this stage everything would be fine. So far, nothing foreshadowed that he would not be able to pass it. Besides, Angela Lucifer's vampire evolution is almost complete, so he might visit her soon. As he leafed through the textbook, Adrius thought that he needed to come up with some reason. Then he could go to Angela and see what condition she was in, whether he had managed to strengthen her with the help of evolution. One of the students sitting across from Adrius turned to Dina Alvin, asking what she thought would happen on the midterms. Dina looked at her neighbor in confusion, who winked and said that the tests and partners would be determined randomly, and if she was lucky, the exam would be easy. But young Lady Alwyn said that it didn't matter who she got as a partner. She was sure that she would pass the exam in any case. The neighbor, smiling, said that even in such moments, Dina was a model student. But Dina's neighbor was sure that everything was not so simple. You never know who could end up as her partner. She glanced sideways at Cromwell, who was sitting with a textbook. Dina's neighbor pointed her finger at Adrius, who was sitting opposite her, and slyly asked the girl what would happen if she ended up in the same class with him. The young man heard his classmates discussing him, but he pretended not to notice it. He simply silently put the book he had been reading on the road into his bag. Dina Alvin looked at her childhood friend in confusion. She didn't know what to answer her neighbor on the train. The teacher told the students that they would arrive at Auckland Station in a minute and asked everyone to get ready to leave. Finally, the train stopped. The teacher stood up and loudly commanded everyone that it was time for them to get off. Another group of students was already waiting for the arrivals on the platform. They all studied at the same academy. They were all third-year students. As stated earlier, midterm exams for third-year students will be conducted with randomly selected partners. The teacher explained that each group would have 3 people from the warrior faculty, 1 student from the magic faculty, and a leader. All students will have until Monday to complete the exam task, and the professor wished good luck to all exam participants. Having explained all the conditions in detail, the teacher began to announce the composition of the groups. Adrius cursed. He knew perfectly well what should happen next according to the game's script. Besides him and Karen, the academy is full of villains, and in this exam, 2 of them should be in his group. The first player fought on the side of the fanatical cult of Khazar Harpy, and the second was the academy's disorderly killer, the mad Vivian Balkan. And indeed, the teacher read out the list of members of the 9th group, led by Ivy Clare, consisting of Christopher Grani, Khazar Harpy, Vivian Balkan, and Adrius Cromwell. The player didn't understand why he ended up with them. Makoto thought with a grin that even his luck was on the level of that shitty character Adrius Cromwell. Then the young man heard someone call out to him from behind. He turned around and saw that one of the members of his examination group was trying to talk to him. The guy asked Adrius if he had seen the list and introduced himself as Christopher. They were in the same group. Cromwell stuttered and replied that it was nice to meet him. Christopher, looking at Adrius, said that it seemed that he was training as a warrior. Although the magician, Grani, advised not to get under his feet, the young man did not understand why Christopher was so angry. At this time, another member of their examination group cheerfully waved his hands to the guys, said hello, and said that his name was Khazar Harpy. Christopher glanced angrily at another classmate. Khazar laughed and said that he thought unfriendly warriors were a big problem. Adrius thought to himself that here was a fanatic. A girl with a thick head of hair followed Khazar and introduced herself, saying that her name was Vivian Belkin. Adrius, looking around at them, thought to himself that these were the crazy guys. Christopher, hands on hips, attacked Khazar, asking who he thought he was to talk to him like that. Makoto chuckled to himself. Their squad even had a knight who looked like a resident of the game. Khazar asked Christopher why he was bothering a mage who was training as a warrior. There was nothing wrong with that. Everyone needed to do sports. In his mind, Adrius cursed his fellow students, telling them to stop swearing, because not only were they problematic, but their leader was also rather strange. Adrius glanced sideways at the blonde warrior lady who stood to the side, and looking at her squad, spat contemptuously. Cromwell wondered why they had such a leader. This was definitely the worst group of all the students. Cromwell had the feeling that they had all been gathered here for a reason. The professor who brought the group to the exam loudly announced that all the squad members were assembled, and that they could now go and receive their assignments. The academy teacher, having examined all the teams, kindly told them to try to return from this exam alive. Makoto laughed bitterly. To return alive with such a team, he, more than anyone else, knew the importance of who was next to you at a critical moment. The 9th examination group boarded the train, received the assignment, and headed off to complete it. The group leader casually said that she would introduce herself. Her name was Ivy Clare. She was the leader of the 9th group. Ivy handed over a piece of paper with an assignment, asking everyone to read what was required of them. She said that this was their group's task and asked them to read it carefully. They need to conduct an investigation on the territory of Baron Bolaric. There are rumors that the landowner of the village of Trim was killed. They sent a detective, but he also disappeared. Ivy asked everyone what questions. Makoto thought that Ivy Clare was much more aggressive here than she was in the game, and he found it very strange. Nothing is known about Ivy except that she will be the youngest Aura Master. The player looked at the computer screen where Ivy Clare was. Her skills are extremely strong, but her character complicates everything. Ivy looked closely at Adrius Cromwell and said that she heard that this grass-headed guy tried to play knight. Chewing on some nonsense, Claire asked smilingly why a magician like him took up fencing. What kind of nonsense was this? At least he could lift weights. Adrius, lowering his head, snapped back, saying that he didn't want to hear anything like that from someone who needed to chew something to seem cool. Ivy flared up. She shouted that smoking was not allowed on the train, that he wanted her to chew on him. Christopher urged Ivy to calm down. Adrius was thinking about how they could get there sooner. Soon, the location where they were to take the preliminary exam appeared. There was a huge castle on the mountain, and a village was located below. A group of 4 students walked up the wide stone bridge to the huge castle. Ivy scratched her ear in confusion. It seemed to her that the castle was too big for the Baron. Baron Bolerick personally met the arrivals, saying welcome. The students had come a long way, and judging by his face, the Baron was not happy to see them. Claire sat at the same table with the owner of the castle. Everyone else stood behind. The Baron said that he would explain everything briefly. He was very sorry that something like this happened. The Baron said that the landowner of the village of Trim was his nephew. He was a baronet, but he had no family. The cup of coffee that had been kindly offered to Ivy Claire remained untouched. The group leader, not intending to put anything in her mouth in someone else's house. Having finished his short story, the Baron excitedly said that this was all he knew about the disappearance of his relative and the investigators who were looking for him. Ivy, carefully examining the portrait of the missing landowner, thanked the Baron for the information provided. Adrius watched the owner of the house with suspicion. Suddenly, the butler approached the Baron and addressed his lord in a low voice. He clearly said something important because the owner of the house immediately changed his expression. Cromwell listened, but the butler spoke very quietly, so the young man only made out that they were talking about some young gentleman. The guy found all this very strange, and he kept watching the rich Baron, the owner of all these places, and his faithful servant. The young man realized that the message conveyed by the butler to the Baron was very important, and the appearance of their group in the domain was very inopportune. The Baron cleared his throat, and everyone understood that he intended to leave his uninvited guests as quickly as possible. The owner of the house was very worried about something and was in a hurry to leave. Rising from the table, the Baron politely addressed the students and asked them to forgive him, saying that he urgently needed to go. The owner of the house wished them good luck. The butler, bowing low to the guests, asked forgiveness for their rudeness and explained the Baron's concern by the fact that the young gentleman was feeling very ill and the Baron was forced to go to him. Ivy Claire replied that everything was fine. They had received all the necessary data and would soon go directly to the place where the landowner had disappeared. The butler watched the group of students with a heavy gaze, although the request to find the landowner came from here. But something was bothering the residents of this house. As he left, Adrius watched the Baron's faithful servant closely. He noticed the heavy gaze with which he literally drilled into the students' backs. Walking out into the hall, Ivy Claire thanked Christopher for looking after their things. The young man smiled and replied that it was not a question. It was not difficult for him. Taking her sword out of its sheath, Ivy Claire looked at her reflection. It seemed strange to her that the Baron was calm, despite the disappearance of his nephew. The girl was sure that the owner of the house reeked of lies. Ivy asked the grass-headed one. This is the reason he insisted that they leave immediately, Adrius confirmed, and said that there were a lot of things there that looked very suspicious. The young man told the group leader that he particularly didn't like the fact that the detectives who had supposedly lost their contract had disappeared. It sounded like a fabrication. It also seemed very strange that the Baron sent detectives only once, although a whole month had already passed since the disappearance of his own nephew. But what seemed most suspicious to Adrius was the butler's attitude. He turned to Claire and said that if they went now, they would reach the village before sunset. The butler said that it would be much better if the students spent the night with them and set off on their journey tomorrow morning, so that they could rest, gain strength, and set out on their search at the beginning of a new day. Ivy Claire, on Cromwell's advice, declined the butler's kind offer, thanking him for his concern. The girl immediately noticed that her refusal irritated the Baron's servant. When Ivy said that work came first, the butler couldn't even keep his face. He hissed and frowned. The young man noticed that after they decided not to stay in the Baron's house, the butler looked as if his plan had failed. In addition, Makoto's keen eye immediately noticed that the castle's inhabitants were nervous, their hands shaking, their breathing and behavior, even their gestures. They were all acting as if they were hiding something. Ivy Claire commanded the group that since they were not staying at the Baron's house, they were to immediately go to the village of Trim. The whole group got into the Baron's carriage, driven by a coachman. Adrius Cromwell knew that this task was not as simple as it might seem at first glance. The coachman whipped up the pair of bay horses harnessed to the carriage, and the party sped forward into the village of Trim, the horses running quite fast, spurred on by the dashing driver. The route ran along a forest road. For some reason, the coachman was in a great hurry to deliver his passengers as quickly as possible and return before sunset. The horses ran very fast, and dust flew from under the wheels. Christopher asked if they could find a place to stay once they got to the village, but Ivy Claire objected, saying that the investigation was more important than anything else. She ordered that first of all, they should inspect the castle of the landowner who had disappeared. Perhaps there would be answers to many questions there. Adrius thought that everything that was happening was too suspicious. They could only see everything with their own eyes. And then the young man was surprised to feel the magic of death flowing around him. Cromwell couldn't understand anything. His mana suddenly trembled, and the closer they got to the target, the stronger the death magic flowed around Adrius. The rest of the group didn't feel anything yet, but Adrius understood that the closer to the village, the stronger this feeling inside him was, what was happening and what awaited them in the village. After a few minutes, all members of the group felt something was wrong. Suddenly, the carriage in which they were riding began to shake and rush at great speed. Ivy Claire turned questioningly to the coachman. Khazar Harpy turned to the driver, asking why he was driving so fast. Christopher, sensing something was wrong, shouted to Khazar to move away. The student knight, pushing the door aside, looked out. He tried to talk to the coachman, but what he saw shocked him. The young man quickly realized that something was wrong. The coachman's eyes widened. Saliva ran from his mouth. He madly urged on a pair of horses. The horses also seemed to have gone mad. They neighed wildly, and their eyes became glassy. The carriage with the students, harnessed by a pair of horses, was racing like crazy. Sparks and stones were flying out from under the wheels. It seemed that it was already impossible to stop this transport. Christopher stammered to Khazar that something was wrong with the coachman. No one understood exactly what was happening, but everyone felt that it was not good. Ivy Claire quickly assessed the situation, looking around. She realized that they needed to jump out of the carriage. After asking Christopher to hold her hands, Ivy kicked down the door with a strong kick, which turned out to be locked for some reason. Ivy's powerful blow sent the carriage door flying out onto the road, at least giving the students a chance to get out. Claire peered through the doorway to take in the surroundings and assess the situation. The girl cursed, saying that it was too late. Looking inside, she warned all the students to prepare for impact. Judging by the direction of the carriage's movement, they will soon crash into the main gate leading to the village. All members of the examination group gritted their teeth, grouped themselves, and prepared for the impact. And indeed, soon everyone felt the impact. The wheels of the cart flew in different directions. Having turned over several times, the carriage stopped. The horses harnessed to the carriage were lying on the ground. The same fate befell their coachman. The carriage flew into the village at great speed and, hitting the gate, fell on its side. The driver flew to the side and fell to the ground. A huge number of villagers gathered around. The coachman, still clutching the whip in his hands, with his eyes wide with horror and drooling from his mouth, lay on the pavement, while barefoot people danced around him. The villagers danced barefoot around the fountain in the main square as if enchanted, oblivious to everything, their eyes strange, as if they were sleeping. People jumped up, their eyes glowing, foam coming out of their mouths. They paid no attention to the lying coachman stepping on him, and he only whimpered when someone's feet trampled on him. The students carefully climbed out of the carriage through the doorway, knocked out by Ivy Claire. They looked around with apprehension. The sight of the dancing, crazy villagers was eerie. The horses harnessed to the carriage and fallen with it, neighed furiously. Their eyes became the same as those of the villagers. The whole group had already climbed to the surface and were looking around with apprehension. Fortunately, none of the villagers paid any attention to them. The boys were watching attentively what was happening around them. These demonic dances could frighten anyone. The villagers were unnaturally bending in some strange dances. Everyone, men, women, and children, were caught up in this wild whirlwind of dancing. It seemed they were here against their will. Christopher grabbed Adrius by the shoulder, asking the smart guy what was going on here. What had happened to the villagers? The young man was sure that the magician should have known what it was. Cromwell didn't know how to explain to his fellow students that the villagers, he cursed under his breath, were in a shitty state, and what was happening in the village explained his feelings. It wasn't an anomaly in his mana. He, as a practitioner of black magic, simply sensed it from afar, and the village was permeated with dark magic. Adrius felt his mother responding to what was happening here. A bluish glow began to emanate from him. But his fellow students must not know that he was a black magician's apprentice. The reaction of his mana means only one thing, that the village they arrived at is engulfed in black magic. In order to get at least some information about what was happening to the residents, the guys caught one of the dancing boys. Tears were running from his eyes, saliva was coming out of his mouth, His eyes were completely crazy. Vivian Balkan quickly grabbed the boy so that she could examine him. The child resisted and tried to break free from the strong student's tenacious hands. Vivian twisted him, twisting his arms behind his back. The boy growled madly like a zombie would do. Everyone looked at the child thoughtfully. The girl said that this power surpassed that of ordinary children. The enchanted boy was strong, and it took Vivian a lot of effort to twist him, which meant that magic gave the villagers strength. Khazar Harpy looked at the child's bare foot. It was all covered in blood. Apparently the child had been dancing all day, so his feet were not in the best shape. Khazar assumed that it was a curse. Looking at the child's feet, Khazar Harpy turned to everyone else and asked, mainly addressing Ivy Claire, if there was a connection between the quest and the curse of this village. Christopher said thoughtfully that the landowner had disappeared about a month ago. If they had danced since then, they would have already died of exhaustion. Adrius added that it seemed that someone was taking care of them so that they did not die. Christopher frowned, which meant there was someone else here who knew about the curse but wasn't removing it, which meant the students might run into some unexpected character. Ivy Claire, ruffling her blonde hair, summed up all the thoughts, saying that it seemed they were in big trouble. Now they needed to think about how to get out of it. Makoto knew that in the game, Adrius didn't die during the exam. But then the situation was different. The students didn't make it to the village. Now everything was different. If the boys had listened to the butler and stayed overnight in the castle, they would have been fed and watered to their fill and entertained with conversation. And then the Baron would close the matter, sending the boys back with the task completed. But now the situation has changed, since the whole group came to the village at once and saw what they should not see, which means that now the situation may develop completely differently from the game scenario. Cromwell was sure that they were all in danger. He felt mana comparable to Karen, which meant that they were facing a powerful black mage. But the young man found it very strange that mana was being used on such a large scale. The guy didn't know how this was possible. Maybe it was some kind of experiment. And then it dawned on Adrius. He whispered that this couldn't be. Could it be that whoever was doing this here had a magical artifact? If so, then that explained a lot. Christopher noticed that Adrius seemed to have figured something out. Turning to his classmate, he asked the smart guy what was going on. If he understood something, then he needed to share it with the others. Adrius replied that they had too little data and suggested that they first inspect the landowner's house. Makoto knew for sure that the first step was always gathering information. Approaching the landowner's house, the student saw a terrible picture. 3 human bodies were burning to the right and left of the entrance. But despite this horror, it was necessary to enter the house. Ivy Claire knocked down the door with a strong blow, which was locked. The first to enter the house were the leader of the group and Khazar Harpy. All except Adrius Cromwell were armed with swords. Entering the hall of the manor house, the boys looked around. Ivy, as always, was chewing something. It was as if a bomb had exploded in the landowner's house. Everything around was broken. The furniture was overturned, and there were corpses lying around to the right and left. The faces of the dead in the manor house were distorted with horror. It seemed that whatever had killed them had first scared them half to death. Several dead people attracted Christopher's special attention. He examined everyone who was lying on the floor and suddenly stopped. Sitting down next to one of the dead, he turned to the guys and said that these clothes, they weren't from the Imperial Search Team by any chance. Christopher looked closely at those in the Imperial Search Party uniform and said that it had been quite some time since they had died. Cromwell looked around and told Ivy that they might not be able to solve the case on their own. The girl turned to Adrius. She had a suspicion that he knew more than he was saying. Seeing the doubt in Ivy's eyes, Adrius explained that based on the available data, he could assume that everything that was happening around was the work of a dark magician. Claire asked the young man why he assumed this. Cromwell said that someone is amplifying the emotions of the inhabitants and turning them into mana. Usually dark magicians act in this way. From these emotions, the magician draws strength. Claire was inclined to agree with Adrius. She also understood that all this around looked like magic, and yet human emotions were the source of enormous power, including dark magic. The girl suggested that this was probably why the Lord was also killed. Adrius added that it was possible that this happened because he tried to interfere with the black magicians. Christopher, hearing the guy's conversation, asked if it turns out that those burning bodies outside were part of a ritual of dark magicians. Adrius replied that perhaps that was the case. Or perhaps they were simply trying to scare them away from the house with the help of these burning bodies, so that they would not go inside. Ivy Claire said firmly that they would definitely find out the truth themselves when they caught the criminals who had committed this outrage here. The girl commanded the group that they needed to search every corner of this mansion. If they were scared away from here, then there must be something here. Adrius, taking the candlestick and the portrait of the missing landowner in his hands, also went around the house, but neither the living nor the dead landowner was anywhere to be found. Walking around the landowner's house, Adrius looked with interest at the paintings hanging on the walls. He himself did not know why he was looking at them and what he was looking for there, but they seemed to attract him. All the students in the group gathered on the second floor in the main room of the master's house. Khazar Harpy said that so far they had not found anything, not even the body of the landowner. Vivian Balkan, who was walking thoughtfully around the room, went to the window. What she saw made her very wary, and she suggested that Khazar look outside. Adrius Cromwell also went to the window and looked out at Vivian's suggestion. The young man's mouth dropped open in surprise. They clearly had more problems. All the villagers, having stopped dancing, walked towards the landowner's house as if driven by someone's evil will. This could mean only one thing. Their arrival in the village had not gone unnoticed. Adrius realized that the criminal had begun to act. He had set the villagers, turned into zombies, on the academy students who, contrary to the script, had come to the enchanted village. Looking at the crowd of hissing zombies, Khazar asked Claire what they would do. There were too many villagers. They could tear them to shreds. Adrius, standing near the window, said that the zombies had noticed them. Apparently the one who was leading this terrifying masquerade was waiting for them to enter the manor house. Khazar turned to Ivy Claire and asked the leader what they would do in this situation. Ivy thought for a second. Then, turning to the students, she said that they needed to stop searching the manor house and go outside, and told Khazar to find an escape route. The young man quickly rushed to complete the task, jumping out of the second-floor hall into the lobby. The guy was sure that he would quickly find a back door through which all the guys could jump out far away from the raging crowd. But Khazar was in too much of a hurry and did not notice the danger lurking around him. When he came to his senses, he was already surrounded by enemies. The delighted zombies rushed at the young man with a purr, saliva running from their wide-open mouths, and some even licked their lips as if they had seen a delicacy. Khazar shouted very loudly that everything was very bad. The villagers had already gone up to the second floor. Dozens of hands reached out to the young man, ready to tear him to pieces on the spot, obeying the order of an unknown sorcerer. The boys saw that Khazar was in trouble. Christopher, drawing his sword, rushed to grab his classmate's arm. Christopher covered Khazar Harpy at the very last moment, pushing away the crowd of enraged zombies. As the boy wielded his sword to protect a member of the student group, cutting apart the enchanted villagers, Christopher shouted at the boys to protect Adrius. Khazar came to his senses and also took out his weapon, Christopher, fighting off the zombies attacking him, shouted that he would take the front of the building. Here, a surprised Christopher heard a strange hissing sound, as if a bomb was about to explode next to him. And indeed, the next moment there was an explosion. A huge number of villagers were blown to pieces, and human blood splattered in all directions. Adrius felt blood splash on his face as he stood close to Christopher and looked sullenly at the picture that opened up before him. Makoto was familiar with such scenes. Directly in front of Cromwell, among the bloody pieces of the villagers, lay Christopher, unconscious. And then Makoto seemed to return to the past. He was in the game, but at the same time he was on his last mission. Adrius looked at the bloody Christopher. He was unconscious, and Makoto saw one of his comrades who died in that operation. He was also covered in blood. Cromwell was numb. His head was pounding. Christopher, he might die. And the boy heard Christopher coughing. He was alive. Cromwell felt himself being shaken by Ivy Claire, who was shouting that the villagers were still advancing and shaking Adrius by the shoulders, asking what the grasshead was doing. Just when Adrius realized that he too had been concussed by the blast, Ivy Claire lifted him onto her shoulders and said that it was time to get out, commanding Vivian to knock out the window. At Claire's command, Vivian Balkan smashed one of the windows of the hall with a strong kick, which was not yet occupied by the village zombies. Ivy and Khazar shouldered the wounded boys. Ivy, with Adrius on her shoulders, jumped out of the second-floor window, trying not to make any noise. All the while, the villagers continued to enter the manor house. Vivian Balkan jumped out first, followed by Ivy with Adrius on her shoulders and Khazar, who carried the wounded Christopher. Ivy Claire shouted, "Run! We needed to get away from this house." Adrius came to his senses and swore quietly. Looking back, the young man saw that the village zombies were running after them. Makoto couldn't understand why he was now having a flashback from his last mission, when their entire squad died. Cromwell didn't want to just ride on Evie's shoulders, so he quietly generated an orb in his hand that could at least delay their pursuers for a little while. Throwing it behind him, he shouted oil, and the zombies pursuing them fell to the ground, slipping on the liquid substance sent their way. Once the bewitched villagers had dealt with the oil, Adrius summoned an earthen shield. Ivy asked Cromwell what was wrong with him. Did he really think he was alone here? Claire advised Adrius not to waste his mana and asked if he could track down the location of the dark mage who was causing all this fun here. Adrius answered in the affirmative, since his mana responded to the concentration of dark mana, so it wasn't difficult for him. The dark mage who ruled this village used a huge amount of mana, so the young man could easily find him. Cromwell closed his eyes and went into himself, focusing on finding the mana. He looked around the entire village with his inner gaze. Everything around him became extraordinary. Adrius saw every person and distinguished the color of their mana. He also felt the concentration of dark or light mana. In one of the houses, he felt a real clot of death magic. It seemed that the sorcerer he was trying to find was there. Just in case, Adrius tried to scan almost all the streets in this village. It was important not to make a mistake. Cromwell scanned street after street, house after house, checking every nook and cranny where the dark mage could hide. But the first impression turned out to be correct. Having calmed down and looked through all the streets, the young man realized where the sorcerer was. Cromwell opened his eyes wide and told Ivy Claire that he had found where the dark mage was. Adrius explained that the mage was 100 meters away from them at 9 o'clock. Ivy praised the grass-headed one, saying that he was a good boy. Ivy Claire immediately rushed to the house that Cromwell indicated as the location of the dark magician, Khazar, who was dragging Christopher, shouted to Ivy's leader to wait for him a little. But the girl was in a hurry to deal with the black magician who had bewitched an entire village, because that was the essence of the investigation that the group was assigned to. The mage who was in the house, indicated by Adrius, noticed the approach of Ivy Claire and Adrius Cromwell through the window. The dark magician, hiding behind a mask, was waiting for visitors. Mischievous lights were dancing in his eyes. It seemed that the approach of the students did not frighten him at all. Ivy Claire, as always, kicked the front door of the house down with a strong kick. There was a loud crack, and the door, unable to withstand the impact, shattered into pieces. Putting her sword forward, Ivy said, "It looks like they have reached their destination. It could be the dark mage's hideout." Adrius asked if it was necessary to knock down the door every time. It could just be opened. And then Cromwell was surprised to see that there was a magical barrier in front of him. It seemed that the black magician had set a trap for them, and Ivy Claire had fallen into it, going behind the barrier. Ivy cursed. She realized that she was trapped. Adrius opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't know what to do and how to help Claire. Ivy cursed. Realizing that the mage had tricked them, the magical curtain was quite strong, and then a bloody girl appeared behind Claire. Surprised, Ivy turned her head and looked at her younger sister, who was standing next to her and shaking all over. Sister Ivy, clasping her thin shoulders with her hands, said pitifully that she was in great pain. She was covered in blood, and despite the fact that she was talking to Ivy, her eyes were dead. Ivy Claire's face stretched out. Everything swam before her eyes. She looked with horror at her long-dead younger sister. She finally realized that this was the dark magician trying to influence her in this way. Adrius tried to break through the magical barrier and save Ivy, but he realized that he was not able to do this. After making several unsuccessful attempts, the young man frowned and retreated. And then Cromwell heard a mocking voice that said, "What a pity that he couldn't do anything." The young man's eyes widened. Someone was trying to influence his mind. And then he heard the voice again, whispering, "What a pity you are like a moth near a fire." The young man raised his head and saw that he himself was under a magical dome. It seemed that the dark magician who had been having fun in the village was now playing with him. Purple magical waves covered the street where the students were, which meant the black magician had no intention of hiding from them. Adrius Cromwell looked around with wide eyes. He felt that the dark magician was very close. And then the young man heard the whisper again. The voice told him that there was no need to rush. Everything was predetermined by God. Kneel down in the name of laziness. The young man was very surprised. Why laziness, And why this message appeared right now? Why right here, Makoto, looking at his hero and at the screen, tried to think as quickly as possible. This game that Makoto Kaneshiro is immersed in is called the Great Sin or Pikata. Starting from laziness, the 7 deadly sins separated from the main body, from the code of the apocalypse, collecting them all together, you can summon the final boss. Makoto knew very well that these were the most important things for the game's plot. While Adrius was thinking, a whole crowd of village zombies gathered around him. Coming to his senses, Cromwell pushed off from the pavement and jumped out of the crowd. It happened at the very last moment, another second, and he found himself in the clutches of the enraged inhabitants of the village of Trim. While running from the zombies, Adrius wondered why the name was mentioned here. In a rural area that wasn't even in the main plotline, the young man knew that he couldn't handle such a huge crowd of zombies and a dark magician alone, so he needed to team up with the rest of their student group. One of the girls from the village of Trim grabbed Adrius by the cloak and dragged him towards the angry crowd. The young man resisted fiercely. Breaking free from the zombies' clutches, Cromwell ran towards Khazar Harpy and Vivian Balkan. As soon as Adrius approached his fellow students, his pursuers were immediately cut to pieces by Vivian Balkan, who wielded the sword. Vivian, her legs spread wide, slashed mercilessly with her blade, her burning eyes bloodshot and glittering as the severed parts of the villagers rained down around her. The girl was already covered in blood, but strangely enough, she was smiling, and like the villagers, saliva was running from her mouth. Khazar Harpy stood to the side next to the wounded Christopher, while Vivian, in a fit of violent rage, screamed at the villagers to all die. Running up to the boys, Adrius asked Khazar what happened to Vivian. The young man himself was confused. He looked at the girl and did not recognize her. She was covered in blood and was reveling in the carnage. Khazar said that it was the first time he had seen her like this. Adrius looked at Khazar suspiciously. He knew that he couldn't trust the fanatic, and yet something was wrong here. When they went on this mission, all the guys looked absolutely normal. Cromwell looked at the lifeless Christopher, leaving a wounded ally to save themselves. He can't say that he likes it, but still decided to play along. Adrius informed Khazar that they were in trouble. Ivy Claire was locked in a magical barrier, a trap set by a dark magician. Khazar, turning to Cromwell, asked what they should do now. And then both young men heard the voice of the dark magician. He mockingly said what a pity. Adrius understood that the magician was provoking them, and the magician continued. He said that they understand that they are killing innocent people. Khazar turned his head and asked what kind of voice it was. Adrius explained that it was a dark magician who had bewitched the entire village and trapped Ivy. Cromwell said that the mage should be near Ivy Claire's leader. Most likely he is either in the house he lured them to or somewhere nearby. Khazar, having learned where the trap with Ivy was, told Adrius that if Ivy was in danger, he would go to her and leave Christopher and Balkan to him. Watching Khazar Harpy walk away, Adrius thought that this guy was too predictable, but it was better than being betrayed by him. Adrius turned back to Vivian Balkan. Around her there were already mountains of corpses and rivers of blood running. It seemed that she was not tired at all. The girl was literally reveling in the battle. The young man realized that things were bad. Dark magic was driving Vivian crazy, and if Cromwell made a mistake, he too would be drawn into this mad whirlpool. And then the young man saw that Vivian was in serious danger. Several armed villagers had come very close to her. Cromwell looked at Lady Balkan with wide eyes. He was sure that the girl would not be able to dodge and could die or be injured. But Vivian reacted instantly, dodging the attack and furiously attacking her attackers. In the blink of an eye, those who had just almost killed Vivian were killed themselves. Adrius couldn't believe his eyes. This couldn't be. The girl not only avoided the blow, but also immediately counterattacked. Moreover, a crazy, evil smile shone on her bloody face, and she laughed as she struck. And then Adrius heard the voice of the dark magician again. He said with a grin, "What a pity. This is not the kind of material that can be thrown away." Adrius saw the magician. He was sitting on the roof of one of the houses and asked what now. The only one who was not wounded ran away. But Cromwell replied that he didn't care. He didn't expect anything from him anyway. The dark mage looked at the third-year student with interest. This young man was surprisingly calm. I wonder why. Because the situation was far from the best. Adrius, turning to the mage, said with a grin that he had just thought that now was the time for the boss of this location to appear, so nothing surprising had actually happened. The magician rose to his feet. He was starting to get tired of all this. Turning to Cromwell, he said that he didn't know where this confidence came from in the guy, but he was very interested in checking it out. The black mage's eyes blazed. He extended his hand forward and told Adrius that in recognition of his bravery, he had decided to give him one small test. Suddenly, the young man felt that he was falling into a fiery abyss. The village, the enchanted inhabitants, his fellow students, everything was gone. He was flying into the unknown. Adrius Cromwell frowned. He did not understand what had happened and where the dark magician had sent him. The young man cursed to himself. Had he really done something wrong? Turning his head from side to side, Adrius was surprised to see a starry abyss spreading out around him. Perhaps the guy had been careless and had unwittingly launched some branch of the game. The young man felt strange, incomprehensible changes in his body, as if it was being reborn, changing. He was becoming someone else. Looking at his hand, Adrius saw with horror that his game body was starting to disintegrate. He did not understand why. After all, it seemed like he was not killed. Was he really leaving the game? Looking closely at his entire body, Cromwell saw that it was not only his hand that was being destroyed, but his entire body. The surprised academy student asked what was happening. The process of disintegration had already reached his face. Another second and Adrius Cromwell would be out of the game. Makoto was almost sure of this, although he couldn't understand why. And then Makoto Kaneshiro looked at his hero's hands again and was surprised to see his own hands on the computer screen. He, the Special Forces soldier Makoto, was in the game. The man cursed. The former military man again felt streams of blood on his face after the concussion. Looking at his hands, he could not understand whether he was sleeping, and this was all a dream. The game and reality mixed up. Makoto found himself again on the last mission, where he lost all his friends. Explosions were heard around and fire blazed. Grabbing his rifle, Makoto moved forward, his head spinning and unsure where the rest of their group was. Kaneshiro grabbed his head. After the concussion, blood was running from the wound. Apparently, he was unconscious for some time and did not know what happened to his friends during this time. Running out of cover, Kaneshiro saw his friends. All of them were killed. He slowed down and looked around in confusion. His old friend and commander was not among the dead. Makoto looked up and was surprised to see him. The last of the group, the one they had been friends with for a long time. Standing there in the distance was Shahei. Kaneshiro saw that his friend's arm was torn off. It looked like he was badly injured. There was a glow behind him. Makoto froze for a second and then rushed towards his friend. The mortally wounded comrade extended his hand to him and with his last strength told Makoto to run away from here. Covered in blood, Kaneshiro rushed towards Shahei, a glimmer of hope in his mind that maybe his friend was just wounded and he could pull him out and get to his own people. Makoto ran as fast as he could towards the commander, who could no longer stand on his feet and was falling down, leaving behind a huge trail of blood. Makoto picked up the bloody commander. He shook Shahei, trying to bring him to his senses. Kaneshiro did not want to believe that his old friend was dying. When Makoto realized that he was the only one left alive out of the group, he loudly shouted a curse. Kaneshiro realized that Shahei was already practically dead. And then, surprised, Makoto saw that Shahei's face was changing, as if it was half Shahei and half Adrius's father, old Lord Cromwell. Kaneshiro couldn't understand anything. He was literally glued to the screen. So who was dying in his arms, old Lord Cromwell or his old friend and Commander Shahei? Makoto was stunned when he looked at his hero. He had also changed. Half of the face belonged to Makoto, and half to Adrius. It seemed like the game was doing something unimaginable with the personality of the player and the hero. Old Lord Cromwell handed the family ring with the family crest to his son Adrius. He told him to take the ring. As long as the ring was with him, he would be the true lord of the House of Cromwell. Now old Lord Cromwell was looking at Makoto. He was saying that now his father would not burden him and asked him to keep this ring, but Makoto was sure that he still held his commander in his hands. Part of his face still belonged to Shahei. But still, the face of Adrius crying over his father began to dominate Makoto's face. He heard the words of his father, who wished him and Emi happiness. Adrius felt like he was in some strange cocoon, in a sphere created by the dark magician. Angry, He reached out his hand and tried to break this sphere. The black magician watched in surprise what was happening inside his magical sphere. He never thought that this student boy would be able to get out of there. The stunned mage noticed with surprise that the sphere he had covered Adrius Cromwell with began to crack. The young man made a hole in it. After some time, a hand came out of it, and cracks began to spread from the hole. Soon, the entire sphere began to glow from the inside. It seemed that Adrius had created some kind of powerful explosion inside, which blew the sphere into small fragments. A bright explosion blinded the dark magician for a while. He realized that his trick had failed. The boy was able to get out. A disheveled Adrius Cromwell appeared among the fragments of the destroyed magic sphere. The test set for him by the dark magician turned out to be very difficult. The sorcerer was surprised. Looking at the young man, he asked how he was able to overcome his curse of laziness. In response, the young man remained silent. What Makoto and Adrius had just experienced again did not encourage conversation. The young man clenched his hand into a fist. Cromwell called up the game panel to see how much his stats had grown. He was already fed up with this dark mage and knew he needed to be dealt with immediately. The game panel showed that Makoto and Adrius had achieved full synchronization. Adrius received Makoto Kanashiro's outstanding talent battle. Turning to the magician, the young man said that his curse was just a game that provoked past traumas. Grinning, the young man told the magician that he lacked the skills of a spellcaster. The enraged mage asked the impudent student what he said and pointed a magic spear at him, and black magic once again thickened around Adrius. Adrius dodged the blow. This was already becoming a little interesting. There were no zombies nearby. Apparently Vivian had killed them all. Now only the magician himself could enter the battle. Raising his head, Adrius calmly asked the sorcerer what he would do now. He, Makoto, had undergone special forces training, and his intimidation tricks wouldn't work on him. Even through the mask, it was clear that the dark mage's eyes were blazing with anger. He was irritated that he couldn't handle some student boy. The magician once again directed a magical blow towards Adrius, shouting for this impudent boy to finally shut up. The sorcerer knew that no one should leave this village alive. Cromwell dodged the blow again. He saw that Christopher was still sitting near the wall. The young man was unconscious. Adrius didn't even know whether he was alive or not. Dodging the magician's blows, Cromwell saw that the magician had created another dome. Apparently Vivian Balkan was there. The magician apparently did not consider it necessary to waste his energy on Christopher. Dodging the attacks, Adrius realized that his opponent was not that strong, but he would not be able to deal with him without necromancy. Cromwell looked around. He understood that if he used dark magic here and someone saw it, then he would be in trouble later. The young man looked around. Everything seemed fine. None of his classmates were visible except for Christopher, who was definitely unconscious. Around the young man, there were only corpses of villagers killed by Vivian Balkan. The girl herself was apparently under the magical cover of the sorcerer, which means no one is looking at Adrius. The magician, intrigued by the boy's actions, jumped from the roof of the house on which he had been for some time. The sorcerer headed towards the mysterious student. Looking at the young man through the slits of his mask, the magician asked Adrius who the hell he was and why he wasn't acting like a normal student. The young man, who had already called the game panel, calmly answered the magician that he would now see everything himself. The guy had already activated the initial necromancy and began summoning skeletons. A magical bluish ball began to spin in the young man's hand, and bewilderment could be seen in the magician's eyes. Was he really facing a black magician's apprentice? The game announced that 9 bodies would be involved. Bluish flashes of death magic danced around Adrius. The bodies closest to him began to clear themselves of the remains of flesh and rise to their feet. Soon, a small detachment of skeletons appeared behind Cromwell, and the sorcerer stuttered and asked if he was really a necromancer. The puzzled sorcerer pursed his lips and let out an exclamation, which meant the Brotherhood already knew about his prank. The young man realized that the Brotherhood of Dark Magicians did exist after all. The sorcerer he had just encountered had misunderstood everything, but Adrius could use this. The game informed Adrius that 7 regular skeletons and 2 skeleton soldiers had been summoned, and the young man turned to the mage and said that he had been tasked with returning the Page of Sloth in the name of the Brotherhood. The magician asked with a grin if the young man was really going to take the artifact from him using ordinary skeletons. The sorcerer waved his hand and sent magical spears towards the reanimated corpses. The skeletons, at Adrius' command, rushed at the dark mage, waving their bare, bony arms. The magician asked the young man if he, a student, really expected to match the power of laziness. With these words, the magician sent magic spears towards the skeletons attacking him. The weapons summoned by the Black Sorcerer dealt with the ordinary skeletons that Adrius summoned using necromancy quite quickly. The magic spears directed by the sorcerer hit Cromwell's ghostly warriors one after another, and explosions were heard. Soon, all the summoned skeletons were destroyed. The young man watched in confusion as his dead soldiers quickly lost the battle. To protect himself from the dark mage's attacks, Adrius Cromwell summoned an earthen shield that protected him from the attacks. The magician shouted that it was time to end these games. He wanted to finish off this obstinate boy as quickly as possible and called upon his most powerful weapon. The young man realized that after the defeat of the skeletons, the magician would take on him and release Nickel Lifehill from his vault. The mage shouted that everyone who attacked him was just small fry, and he launched a huge black spear towards Cromwell. Nickel, released from the vault by Adrius, armed himself with a sword that lay right there on the battlefield. The young man showed his faithful servant the magician who was attacking them. Nickel Lifehill instantly cut through the huge black spear that the mage had aimed towards Adrius. The mage couldn't believe his eyes. This simply couldn't be happening. A normal undead couldn't handle a weapon of such power. But the fact was there, the skeleton summoned by Cromwell was able to cut into pieces the spear aimed in their direction by the sorcerer. The magician was confused. He understood that he didn't know something and was afraid. He looked closely at Nickel and asked himself why an ordinary skeleton had cut his spear of darkness. The golden artifact spun in the magician's hand, and he thought irritably that this guy was forcing him to use this unimaginably powerful weapon. Adrius, seeing the artifact in the hands of the magician, watched him with all his eyes. It was the first time he had seen this valuable thing in the game. With the help of the Page of Laziness, the mage activated huge hands that were aimed at Nickel Lifehill, but the Master of Sword and Aura cut them with surprising ease. The magician increased the pressure, and now several pages of the line were glowing in his hand. The young man realized that Nickel might not be able to cope with this. Now the Page of Laziness was directed against his faithful Nickel. The mage exclaimed in irritation, "Just think, this student forced him to use the carefully collected power of the line. Now several clawed paws, which the mage had summoned, were already reaching out to Nickel." The sorcerer became seriously angry and shouted at Adrius that he would pay for interfering with his plans. A large number of giant hands tried to kill Nickel Lifehill and Adrius Cromwell, both of whom successfully dodged them so far. The young man, constantly moving, understood that he needed to change tactics. Being only on the defensive, they would not be able to defeat the magician. Adrius understood that he now had enough reaction time to cope with the speed with which the mage was attacking. The Nickel Lifehill he summoned and trained was also strong enough to withstand the mage's blows. Nickel chopped at the hands attacking him. The sorcerer watched with irritation that the giant hands he had summoned had still not destroyed his enemies, and the skeleton, which he had considered ordinary, was successfully fighting them off. Finally, the magician angrily shouted for the boy to die and increase the speed and intensity of his attacks. Adrius cursed. He realized that the magician had sped up in order to deal with him and Nickel faster. And then Cromwell realized that the magician was unable to fully control his power, which meant that he had not yet fully mastered the power of laziness. The young man finally understood what tactics they needed to choose. Nickel Lifehill had to hit the mage from a blind spot, and to do this, Adrius would have to call the attack on himself. Having made his decision, the young man ran up to his faithful Nickel and called out to him. Lifehill made it clear that he had heard him, and the boy explained his plan to him. The magician struck again. An explosion was heard, and for a while everything around was covered in smoke and dust. Nickel took advantage of this moment and disappeared from the battlefield. When the smoke cleared, the mage looked carefully at the battlefield. Giant clawed paws hung in the air, ready to re-enter the fight at his command. The delighted magician did not see the skeleton that had caused him so much trouble. Opposite the black sorcerer stood only Adrius Cromwell, clutching his wounded shoulder. The magician thought that this student was very persistent. Cromwell shouted at the magician, calling him a freak. He angrily said that he had only recently received this valuable body and now he had lost it. The black magician's mask smiled widely. Finally, this little bastard was in his hands. Laughing, the sorcerer theatrically apologized to Adrius, saying that, of course, he was to blame for the death of his valuable skeleton, but advised the young man not to worry too much about it. The magician's eyes flashed, and he said that he would now send this persistent young man to his skeleton, so that they would meet soon. Shouting goodbye, the magician activated the power of laziness again, and a huge number of clawed paws reached out to Adrius. The sorcerer was sure that the end would come for the young man now. But, to the sorcerer's surprise, Cromwell did not even think of running away or hiding from the paws reaching out to him. Moreover, the young man was smiling, and a doubt crept into the magician's heart that something was wrong here. At that very second, Nickel Lifehill appeared behind the magician, but the magician realized this too late. Instead of Adrius, the magician himself went to the skeletons. Nickel dealt a crushing blow with his sword and cut the dark magician in half from head to toe. With the death of the spellcaster, the clawed paws that threatened Adrius also disappeared, and the young man saw that the dark magician, cut in half by his faithful Nickel, was falling apart. After the death of the black magician, the sky above the village began to clear. The magical curtain that forced people to turn into zombies gradually crumbled. Ever since they arrived in the village, Adrius had been wondering who could be behind all of this. And now, looking at the chopped-up mage floating in a puddle, the young man looked at him in surprise. Nickel cut the magician down along with his mask, and now it fell from his face. The young man was surprised to see the Baron's butler under the mask. This discovery was unexpected for Cromwell. The guy remembered the polite and helpful butler they met in the Baron's castle, which meant the Baron was also involved in what happened in this village. Adrius reached out and took the artifact of the Page of Sloth that fell from the dead hand of the Dark Mage. In any case, Cromwell intended to take this thing. As soon as the young man had the artifact in his hands, the game reported that the player had industrious laziness in his hands. The guy did not know what to do with it, because he cannot carry pages of laziness with him. And then Adrius's gaze fell on his faithful Nickel. He had completely forgotten about him, for sure, because he had his faithful Lifehill. The boy handed the swordsman the artifact and said that he was giving it to Nickel for safekeeping. Other students might appear soon, so it was time to send the loyal swordsman back to the storage. The young man decided that he would first place the artifact in the summoner's vault and then decide what to do with it. Adrius thoughtfully approached the dome with which the dark magician covered Vivian Belkin. Strange. The spellcaster died. But why hasn't this barrier disappeared yet? Cromwell remembered Vivian, almost crazy, whom he had seen recently in a battle with the enchanted villagers. I wonder what the dark magician had prepared for her. Adrius would be fine if all the guys in his group couldn't get out, but if he returned to the academy alone, he would have to explain how he managed to survive. Cromwell carefully reached out his hand towards the barrier that covered Vivian Balkan. He noticed that this barrier was different from the one he had been caught in. And then the guy felt to his horror that the magical barrier began to affect him as soon as he touched it, and he could no longer tear himself away. The next second, Adrius felt himself being sucked in. A second later, and he found himself inside Vivian's barrier. A magical vortex of color instantly transported Adrius Cromwell to the most difficult time that Vivian Balkan had ever experienced. Cromwell was surprised to see little Vivian shaking right in front of him, her eyes wide with horror, looking at the empty chair. The frightened girl hiccuped because the chair suddenly moved. Adrius saw the girl, but she didn't see him. She only heard him. Cromwell coughed and asked this girl Vivian Belkin. She grabbed her head with her hands and screamed. An empty chair was talking to her. Little Belkin asked who was in front of her, a ghost or a demon. Adrius tried to calm the frightened child, telling Vivian that he was not a spirit or a demon, and asked her not to scream. Cromwell told the surprised girl that he was a fairy who had come to save her. Vivian immediately calmed down and stared in surprise at the empty chair. Little Belkin had tears running from her eyes. She looked incredulously at the chair talking to her. It was immediately obvious that the child in this house was unhappy. Adrius thought, "It's good that he's here, but what the hell is he doing?" The young man reassured himself, telling him not to rush. It's just a game. He's a fairy at the moment. When Adrius Cromwell first entered the magical dome, he first saw little Vivian being slapped in the face by some noble woman. No one had seen the young man, so it was not difficult to gather information about what was happening in the Belkin house. The guy found out that the woman who hit Vivian was the second wife of Count Belkin, and he also learned about the situation in this noble house. The Belkin family is famous for its swordsmanship, so the Lord wanted the boy to become his heir and a renowned warrior. But since Vivian's mother was unable to give birth to a son and a daughter was born, a tragedy began, and the hardest part of this situation was for the little girl, who felt like an unwanted child. Her birth mother constantly told little Vivian why she was born, that she shouldn't have given birth to her, and that it would have been better if she had died. Little Lady Belkin's eyes were constantly full of tears. She did not feel love and care, but only reproaches and pokes. Even her own mother abandoned her, so there was no one to protect young Vivian. From her earliest childhood, this girl, clenching her little fists, held a circular defense against attacks. According to the game's scenario, the more time passed and Vivian grew older, the more she suffered from the mental illness that had been instilled in her infancy. And one day the madness began to break out, pouring out into unmotivated aggression. In the finale, it all escalated to her single-handedly killing all the teachers and their assistants at the 5th-year meeting. Frightened, Vivian carefully asked Mr. Fairy if it was really him. The young man replied that he could not rid her of the memories of the past, but he could help her overcome them and not fall into madness. Adrius looked at the little girl, tormented by her own parents, and now that he had become acquainted with the order of things in this rich house, much became clear to him. Vivian burst into tears, tears running from her eyes, snot running from her nose. Sobbing, she asked the empty chair if Mr. Fairy had really come to help her. A surprised Cromwell asked little Lady Balkan in confusion why she was crying, since he had done nothing bad to her. The girl rubbed her tear-stained eyes with her fists and said that no one had ever tried to help her before. The poor child burst into tears, and Adrius thought that he didn't know how to handle children at all. Cromwell calmed the crying girl and told Vivian that she had a special talent. It was just that here in this house no one had realized it yet, but he would help her make sure everyone noticed it. The surprised girl asked Mr. Fairy if she was special. Adrius said that she was very unusual. She had an incredible talent for fencing. Vivian burst into tears again. She said that she had never even picked up a sword. Adrius replied that the fairy knew a lot of things and asked her to just trust him. Little by little, the girl calmed down. The conversation with the mysterious fairy helped her. She said that she was constantly being scolded. Cromwell supported the girl, saying that everything would be fine, he would be with her. But in return, Adrius asked Vivian to promise him that she would not tell anyone about Mr. Fairy. The girl was very surprised. It was the most unusual conversation in her entire short life. She quickly confirmed that she promised not to tell anyone anything about the mysterious assistant, Mr. Fairy. Now, when the stepmother yelled at her stepdaughter, Adrius was there, and the girl endured these scenes easier. Vivian went to the training hall, learned to handle a sword and shield, trained with the simulator. Vivian faithfully followed all the instructions of her new invisible friend. Even when the girl went to bed with her new weapon, Adrius sat next to her bed and lulled the child to sleep. Vivian became much calmer and more cheerful. A month later, Vivian, dressed like an inveterate fencer, cautiously came to the appointed place in order to meet with her secret friend and teacher. The girl, turning her head from side to side, loudly called out to Mr. Fairy, asking where he was, and saying that she had come to the appointed place as they had agreed. Vivian held a training sword in her hands. Adrius watched Lady Belkin with curiosity, and the girl asked Mr. Fairy if he would teach her fencing again today. Coming out from behind the tree, Cromwell hissed at the screaming Vivian and reminded her that she couldn't scream about it because they had agreed. Adrius reproachfully said that he had warned her. No one should know who he was and that he even existed. The girl scratched her hair in confusion, so he stood there the whole time and kept quiet. The young man asked the girl if she was ready to start training. Vivian joyfully exclaimed, "To fight," and took up the sword she had already come to love. So Adrius spent a whole month with Vivian. The girl mastered fencing with amazing speed. With Makoto's talent for fighting, the young man tried to teach the girl as best he could. During this time, they worked together very well. After a month, the whiny and insecure child was already difficult to recognize. Even the expression in the eyes of little Vivian Balkan changed. Adrius Cromwell was convinced that Vivian Balkan was a truly gifted girl. Fencing was in her blood. An ordinary child who had only been learning fencing for a month simply could not move the way little Vivian did. Adrius constantly praised the girl for her successes. She worked wonderfully, and Cromwell, encouraging her, said that this was why the fencing instructor of the Belkin house praised her. But despite the praise and success in fencing, Vivian for some reason still silently felt sad. Cromwell noticed that from time to time tears welled up in Vivian's eyes. Something was tormenting her greatly, and the young man could not understand what was going on. He thought that now, after fencing lessons, she had become a fairly confident child, but a shadow fell across the girl's face again. Adrius asked Vivian what happened, Because she did everything perfectly, she is a great girl and she has made huge progress in a month. The girl answered sadly. No matter how much the teacher praised her, Mr. Fairy would not appear before her anyway. Adrius was confused. So that's what the attacks of sadness that Vivian had were connected with. The young man knew that the girl needed to explain this somehow. He frowned, but then calmly said that she could not see him because he was a fairy after all. He had told her about this many times. The girl lowered her head and sadly asked her invisible friend and coach that he did not appear in front of her because she was a very bad child. The girl, clutching the sword, sadly said that she thought that if she gave it her all and achieved recognition in fencing, then Mr. Fairy would finally show himself to her. And although she tried her best and achieved significant success, her secret friend still does not show up. He still remains invisible. Miss Belkin, her head down, asked sadly if her efforts could not help in any way. Adria stood behind the sad child and did not know what to answer her. And then Vivian heard the voice of her strict father behind her, who usually did not pay any attention to her. Count Belkin told his daughter that she surprised him very much. Surprised, Cromwell looked at the Earl who had approached them. Vivian stuttered and asked her father what he was talking about. The Earl said that she was so good at fencing that it was simply amazing. Count Belkin asked his little daughter to show him again how she practices fencing. Vivian was taken aback by such attention from her father. Before he had not even spoken to her. But now he looked at her with a smile. Realizing it, she said, "Of course, sir." The park of the Belcan Count's house has recently become Vivian's favorite place for fencing. The delighted girl happily showed her father all the techniques she had managed to master over the month. Her movements were surprisingly easy, but at the same time precise. Little Vivian's heart sank. She waited with trepidation to hear what her father would say about what she had shown him. He had always been incredibly strict with her. But, to the girl's surprise, this time her father smiled tenderly. Looking at her, he said that nothing else could be expected from the blood of the famous fencers of Belcan. The Count told his quiet daughter that she was moving simply wonderfully and very pleased. He turned around and walked back into the house. Vivian froze in surprise. Both the girl and her invisible mentor, with their eyes wide open, watched the departing Agraf Belcan. His arrival was a great surprise for everyone. An excited Vivian, after some silence, told Mr. Fairy that her father had praised her for the first time. Adrius realized that at that moment something in Vivian Balkan had changed. It seemed that he had managed to break the negativity that she had accumulated in childhood. The girl had tears running from her eyes, but at the same time she was smiling. Raising her head to her invisible friend, she said with a smile, she could not even dream of such a thing before. And then the young man noticed that some kind of golden glow was swirling around little Vivian. It seemed that the dark magician's magic began to crumble from that moment. The magical curtain that had sucked Adrius into began to disappear, and Vivian said with a smile that she would like to spend time with her dear fairy, but it was time for her to wake up. There were tears in the eyes of the young lady Belcan, but these were no longer tears of grief or resentment. These were tears of joy and satisfaction. They cleansed her heart of the sadness accumulated over many years. Adrius, still invisible under the magical canopy that covered Vivian Balkan, realized that the girl had finally woken up. Vivian looked at her hands and herself as if she had become a different person. She told Adrius that thanks to him she could now move on. The Count's house, the garden, everything began to fall apart. A few more seconds and they would be back in the village. Vivian now realized that it would be better to choose the path of fencing than to live in the past. But before the magical curtain fell apart, Cromwell had a few more words to say to his ward, little Vivian Balkan. The guy, still invisible, approached the girl and, taking her little finger with his little finger, reminded her of her promise not to tell anyone anything. Vivian was silent. She thought about what she had managed to experience during this short time while she was under the magical canopy. Adrius asked the girl to keep all this a secret. He didn't want anyone from the academy to find out about his new additional talents. The magical curtain under which Vivian Balkan and Adrius Cromwell were scattered into small pieces. Vivian, looking at the young man, said that she would never break this promise. With tears in her eyes, she thanked Mr. Fairy, saying that he had shown her a very good dream that had cured her of her hatred for the whole world. The last fragments of the canopy covering Vivian shattered into small pieces with a ringing sound. Now the girl was free. Adrius was sure that after everything she had been through, Vivian would definitely cope. Now, Vivian Belkin and Adrius Cromwell were in the middle of a village covered in blood and strewn with pieces of corpses, with the magic circle of the dark mage recently killed by Nickel burning around them. The girl was still asleep, but her eyelids began to tremble. She was returning from her long and difficult journey into the past. Adrius sat next to the girl and still held her little finger with his. He was waiting for her to wake up. He was sure that everything would be fine with Vivian, especially if she was the same as she was in the magical dream. Cromwell showed Ivy Clare and Vivian Balkan the murdered butler and said that Baron Boleric was most likely behind the incident in the village of Trim. Ivy was able to break the magical barrier she was trapped in and joined Vivian and Adrius. Looking at the dead butler, she asked the clever Adrius to cut off the dead magician's head and try not to leave scars on his face. After examining the village, Ivy said that they would immediately return to the Baron's castle with this head. The guys immediately set off on their way. Ivy was raging with anger. It was clearly visible on her. Adrius carried out the order of the group commander and cut off the head of the killed black magician. The young man thought that Ivy Clare's thirst for blood sometimes frightened him. But on the other hand, Ivy could be understood because Christopher was dead and Khazar Harpy had disappeared, having gone to rescue Ivy. As the students approached the Baron's castle, they were met with armed guards with swords in hand, and an enraged Ivy knocked one of the knights off her feet. The frightened guard hiccuped as Ivy Clare's sharp sword stabbed right next to his head. He didn't expect such skill from the girl. The guards, seeing that their commander had fallen to the ground and was in danger of being killed, shouted at the students to lower their weapons and ask who they were. Ivy raised her head and said that she was the assistant professor of the Rodlin Academy of the Knights faculty. From now on, anyone who tried to defend Baron Boleric would be accused of treason and executed. Adrius, who was carrying the lifeless Christopher, watched Ivy, hoping that she would not kill all the guards. Ivy Clare showed the stunned knights the severed head of Baron Boleric's butler, and everyone immediately recognized the dead head. Claire asked the terrified guards of the Baron's castle if they recognized the man. At the sight of the severed head, the knights were ready to throw down their weapons. Ivy said that it was he who was the culprit of the incident in the village of Trim, and demanded that they be taken to the Baron immediately. The frightened guards, with their mouths open, looked first at the severed head of the magician, then at Ivy Clare. After conferring, they decided not to interfere with the students and let them into the Baron's castle. The owner of all the surrounding lands was not in the hall where he had received them the first time. He was in a separate house with his sick son. Drawing her sword, Ivy Clare kicked open the large doors behind which the Baron, the leader of the squad, Vivian Balkan, and Adrius Cromwell entered the hall. What they saw when they entered the house shocked the students. For a while they froze, and with their mouths slightly open and their eyes wide, looked at the Baron and what was next to him. The owner of the house lowered his head and sadly said that they had come, which meant Evan was dead. The Baron sighed heavily. He understood perfectly well what the threat of being exposed as a black magic user would be. Pointing to the giant monster chained to a specially made bed, the Baron said with a sigh that it was his son, Edel. The Baron gently stroked the body of the terrible monster, whose eyes were streaming with tears. Without turning to the students, he said that his son should have died of illness several months ago. Adrius understood. So that was why the Baron took up dark magic. He wanted to save his sick son at all costs. Boleric continued to tell, while he was looking for medicine, a man in a robe came to him. He said that he could help his son survive. This man in a robe was Evan. The Baron, looking at his exhausted and crying son, said that upon hearing that the magician could prolong the life of his child, he agreed to everything and asked to do everything to save his son. The Baron even agreed that this method would bring his boy to such an unhappy state. The Baron's son, hearing about this, screamed, tears flowing from his eyes in two streams. Ivy looked at the sad Baron with hatred. Her golden eyelashes trembled slightly and her mouth twisted. She was ready to pounce on the owner of the house. The old Baron turned to his disfigured and crying son, whose life he had prolonged, but which had been extremely painful for him. Boleric fell to his knees in front of his son's bed and asked Edel to forgive his foolish father for everything he had done. Ivy was fed up with this stream of complaints, and she walked decisively towards the kneeling Baron. Grabbing the repentant aristocrat by the collar, Ivy Clare shouted for him to tell it to the people his butler had killed, and she forcefully threw the Baron away from his son's bed. The man flew back helplessly, his arms and legs shaking, The confused guards stuttered as they addressed their lord, who was stretched out at their feet. They did not know how to behave. Ivy shouted at the knights, asking why they were standing there like statues, and ordered them to immediately call the investigators and get rid of this monster. She pointed her sword at the Baron's son. Adrius decided to take advantage of the moment and kill the unfortunate child of the butler, disfigured by magic, saving him from further suffering. A sharp stone began to spin in the young man's hand. No one had time to understand anything when Cromwell threw a stone at the Baron's son and whispered a stone spear. Everyone turned to the baronet in confusion. Someone looked with sympathy, the unfortunate father with horror. The blow landed on the mutant's eye. Ivy glanced sideways at the unfortunate patient in surprise. The boy screamed and immediately fell silent. The Baron's face darkened. He whispered his son's name. In one moment, the man became haggard and old. The meaning left his life along with the death of his son. The baronet's dying cry brought tears to the eyes of the knights who had served in this house all their lives and had known him since he was a boy. Blood gushed from the wound inflicted by the stone spear. The baronet went limp. His torment was over. The unfortunate baron pressed his forehead to the body of his dead son and began to cry. For a few seconds, everyone froze and silently watched this terrible scene. Ivy Clare was the first to come to her senses. She turned to Adrius and asked the smart guy why he did this without her orders. Cromwell explained that it was necessary to immediately deal with the creature that was born of dark magic before it did terrible things. Besides, Adrius was sure that the Baron must have important information about everything that had happened over the past month. Turning to the crying owner of the house, the young man asked if he was right. After the knights reported everything that had happened, an imperial squad of investigators immediately arrived at the castle and arrested the Baron. The dead body of the baronet, disfigured by dark magic, was loaded into a large cart, tied with strong ropes just in case, and also transported along with his father. When the students finally returned to the academy after completing their assignment, Adrius Cromwell and Vivian Balkan were called to testify about the Baron. The investigators managed to visit the village of Trim, see everything with their own eyes, find their dead colleagues. It was already obvious to everyone that the Baron had contacted a dark magician to save his son's life. After listening to the student's testimony, the investigator ordered that the Baron be brought in again. He wanted to hold another hearing and verify some details. No one doubted the Baron's guilt. The Imperial investigator thanked Adrius and Vivian for taking the time to come to him and said that they could now return home. After giving testimony about Baron Beloric, Adrius and Vivian left the building where the Imperial investigators were located. As Cromwell walked down the wide staircase, he thought that the consequences for Baron Beloric's use of dark magic would be very severe. In his mind, the young man turned to the Baron and said that he should thank Adrius for killing his son. If the guy hadn't killed the poor baronet, he would have gone through hell while a bunch of crazy scientists experimented on him. Vivian Balkan seemed to understand the direction of Adrius's thoughts and said with a smile that Mr. Ferry must have understood everything about the baronet. The girl turned and said that Mr. Ferry had assumed that he would be the Baron's son after his father was arrested. For a moment, Cromwell thought he saw before him the same little Vivian he had taught to fence, and with wide eyes she asked, Mr. Ferry didn't want the baronet to suffer. Adrius asked Vivian, confused, what fairy she was talking about, and immediately realized that he had almost started talking like a fairy. Vivian tilted her head slightly and smiled. She told Cromwell that he had exactly the same voice as the fairy in her magical dream. And then the young man saw a delighted Lucia Everlast running towards them. Lucia asked, her eyes glittering. If they were finished with the investigator yet, Adrius answered in the affirmative. They said that the hearing on Baron Beloric had come to an end. A smiling Lucia showed Adrius the tablet and suggested that he check out how popular they were. There were photos on the news with headlines that the students of Rodlin Academy had defeated the Dark Mage and received special praise from the Imperial investigation team, and that Khazar Harpy had gone missing. Young Everlast reminded Adrius that they had just recently discovered a new potion, but Cromwell said that right now he just wanted peace and quiet. Lucia did not calm down. She exclaimed that she heard that they would be given a reward for defeating the Dark Magician and asked Adrius to take her to dinner. Cromwell said that the monetary reward would be divided between all participants of the task. The young man thought that it seemed like the girl was trying to suck all the juices out of him. And then Lucia turned to Vivian and exclaimed, "This girl was with them on the news." Adrius was surprised. Did she really just notice? This is Vivian Belkin, a third year of the Knights faculty. The girls bowed. Vivian introduced herself, saying that she was Vivian Balkan, and Lucia, that she was Lucia Everlast, and that it was nice to meet her. Lucia turned back to Adrius and said that they needed to get back to business, because he would be given money and therefore they should definitely go to dinner and celebrate the successful preparation of the potion. Cromwell was slightly irritated by Lucia's persistence. He objected that the jury had not yet announced its decision, so they could go another time. The girl reluctantly agreed. Seeing that nothing could be gotten out of Adrius, Lucia went about her business, shouting that they would see each other tomorrow at the Magic Tower. Cromwell promised that he would not forgive her if she was late. The next day, a meeting of the Potions Committee was scheduled at the Rodlin Magic Tower. But as Adrius expected, he had to carry Lucia Everlast on his back. After yesterday's hyperactivity, the girl was completely powerless. Adrius grumbled, sighed, dragged her on buckling legs, and said that it was very stupid to believe her. Sleepy Lucia asked Adrius to walk more slowly and not shake her so hard. Adrius Cromwell was extremely angry with Lucia Everlast. He had to drag her to the committee meeting on his own. On the wide staircase of the Magic Tower, the young man and the girl were met by a commission employee who asked if they were Adrius Cromwell and Lucia Everlast. Adrius took the still sleepy Lucia off the back of his neck and sighed and said yes. The young man looked at this strange couple and told them to follow him. The magician warned that the space in the tower was constantly changing, so you need to watch your step. Adrius shook Lucia, asking if she heard, so let her wake up and walk cheerfully. The girl grumbled that she was not sleeping and asked Adrius if the Vivian she saw was Adrius's friend. Cromwell remained silent, but Lucia did not let up, asking what kind of relationship he had with her. Realizing that he could not remain silent, Adrius replied that nothing special. Lucia was disappointed. She grimaced and looked at her partner in inventing the potion with disbelief. It seemed she didn't believe him. Sighing once again, Lucia said that she and Adrius should definitely go to dinner. Cromwell couldn't resist, because Lucia was rich, so why was she asking to treat her? And then a voice was heard exclaiming that these inventors of the potion were not at all worried. How impudent Lucia and Adrius were very surprised. The magician, in the form of a huge eagle, picked up the young man and girl and carried them on his giant wings. Cromwell had known this man since childhood. They lived in the neighborhood and once spent a lot of time together. Adrius Cromwell and Lucia Everlast's faces lengthened in surprise. This powerful mage was feared and respected by everyone. In front of them was the owner of the Magic Tower, Rodlin Bart Alvin. He did not appear here in person very often, so what made him appear now? The Magic Tower was created by a group of wizard researchers. They developed many things. The more famous the tower is, the more money they get from the government and aristocracy. The magician accompanying Adrius and Lucia exclaimed in surprise when he saw the head of the tower not far from him. Bart Alvin's glowing eyes were covered with a bandage, and a giant storm eagle perched on his shoulder. The head of the Magic Tower looked at Adrius Cromwell with interest. The young lady Everlast did not dare to utter a word in the presence of Count Alvin. After looking the young Cromwell over from head to toe, Bart Alvin smirked, saying that Cain Cromwell's son still had the same stupid face, but Adrius remained silent in response. Bart Alvin was a well-known mage in the Empire. He was the head of the Alvin House and headed the Rodlin Magic Tower. The prestigious Rodlin Academy, where Adrius studied, was also under Sir Alvin's control. Adrius was surprised that the elder Alvin had appeared here in person. The words thrown towards young Cromwell were a banal insult, but it still infuriated the young man. Finally, the head of the Magic Tower turned his attention to Lucia. He asked if she was apparently the daughter of Viscount Hollington. Lucia bowed slightly and said that her name was Lucia Everlast. Count Alvin, folding his arms across his chest, morally told Lucia that if she wanted people to remember her name, she had to build a reputation to match, and Adrius found all this infuriating. The owner of the Magic Tower imperiously told the magician accompanying the students that he would now take care of them himself, and he could be free, and he bowed obediently to Alvin. The space around the students spun, and Adrius wondered in surprise if Bart Alvin was going to use a spatial spell to transport them to the committee. Lucia whispered to Adrius that Bart was a monster for being able to use such complex spatial spells, but Cromwell thought he was just showing off. The head of the Magic Tower, Rodlin, was nearby and loudly told the little ones that he could hear them. Everything around began to spin. The movement began. Obeying the spell of Bart Alvin, all four were instantly transported to the top of the tower, to where the Potions Committee was waiting for them. To the surprise of the commission, a golden whirlwind swirled in front of them, and soon the head of the tower, an accompanying magician and 2 authors of the new potion appeared. The members of the potions committee opened their mouths in surprise. They did not expect to see the head of the tower here in person. Everyone's faces lengthened in surprise. Bart Alvin asked the committee members if the inspection of the potion was finished or if it was still in progress. The chairman stuttered and replied that they had just finished checking the effect. The magicians told Count Alvin that all that was left was to ask the authors of the potion a couple of questions about the method of its preparation. The famous magician Rodlin took a bottle of the potion and took a few sips to personally test the effect. This potion clearly surprised Alvin. He chuckled, looked at it and said, "It seems to contain moiheim leaves, toter tree extract, jahaz fruit and peony mushrooms." Turning to Lucia Everlast, the head of the magic tower, Rodlin asked the girl if there was anything else there or not. Liutzia lowered her head timidly and replied that the ingredients also included Hong Pishi extract and Matarat root peel. Bart Alvin looked at the girl with interest. This young student clearly interested the famous magician. The chairman of the committee said that he had heard rumors about Lucia Everlast's talents, but he had never imagined that she could create such potions at such a young age. Turning to the worried members of the potions committee, Bart Alvin said that since the potion had been tested successfully, the invention should be approved. But the head of the magic tower did not quite understand what Adrius Cromwell was doing here. Count Alvin soared into the air with his eagle and looked down on the young man. Turning to the members of the potions committee, he asked in bewilderment why Cromwell's son was here among the authors of this potion. The young man remained silent. He did not want to answer Bart Alvin because he knew that he had hated him since childhood for reasons unknown to him. The head of the magic tower, Rodlin, thoughtfully stroked his chin. The statement said the participants had made a joint effort, but he was sure that Adrius was just there for the company. Lucia Everlast turned to Adrius and looked at the young man in surprise. Cromwell remained silent. It seemed he was not going to justify himself to this magician famous throughout the empire. But the girl was sure that this was unfair, so she turned to Bart Alvin and respectfully replied that she could not have made this potion without the help of her partner. Count Alvin was amazed. He asked the girl if she couldn't do it, Lucia confirmed, saying that Adrius did most of the work and she just helped him. Bart Alvin didn't like the girl's answer. He said, "Okay," and promised to check everything. The magician was absolutely sure that the girl was just covering for her student friend. With a snap of his fingers, Bart Alvin magically transported the creators of the new potion to the laboratory of the magic tower. Watching the count, Lucia said that it seemed he couldn't use such spells outside the magic tower. Adrius was shocked. The girl is even now analyzing Alvin. A few seconds later, the head of the tower and 2 students moved to the laboratory. Alvin, turning to Adrius, told the young man to make that potion. All the necessary ingredients are in the storage. The boy began to prepare the potion. Sir Alvin did not leave his side for a step and watched what and how he did. The members of the commission and the magicians who were in the laboratory also watched the young man. The tower's laboratory was well equipped, but Cromwell was very careful. He knew that if he used something new, there could be problems, so he took everything the same. 5 minutes later, a puzzled Bart Alvin picked up the bottle with the newly prepared potion. He grimaced slightly. The magician was sure that the young man would not be able to make it. Finally, the head of the magic tower, Rodlin, reluctantly admitted that Adrius Cromwell had created the potion correctly, but Count Alvin was still irritated and moved on to questions. He asked the young man why he added Hon Pishi to the potion. All the other magicians who were in the laboratory turned to the students with interest. Adrius confidently explained the necessity of each ingredient of the potion. Everyone was surprised and listened attentively to the student. Whatever question Alvin asked him, Cromwell confidently answered why he did it this way and not otherwise. He explained in detail the step-by-step preparation of this potion. The magicians were shocked. The young man said that he added Hon Pishi in order to get rid of the side effects and to improve the potion's action. Lucia was also very surprised, which means that the third grass head can even explain how this potion works. Finally, the head of the magic tower extended his index finger and said that he understood everything and the young man did not need to continue. Adrius said in confusion that he had not finished his explanation yet. Bart Alvin removed the blindfold that usually hid his burning gaze. Turning to Adrius, he said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Lucia, holding her breath, watched what was happening. Leaning towards Cromwell, Alvin said confidently that the boy he had known for many years could not have prepared something like this because he was a talentless man, incapable of learning. Frowning, Bart Alvin approached Adrias and menacingly asked the young man who he was, his burning eyes ready to pierce the student through and through. Lucia looked questioningly at these strange interlocutors. Everyone in the laboratory also listened with curiosity to the conversation between Alvin and Cromwell. Bart Alvin, leaning towards the young man, continued to look at him intently. Outwardly, he had not changed at all, but the magician was sure that this was not at all the young man he had known for many years. To the surprise of everyone present, the young man remained calm despite the fact that he, a student, was being so sternly questioned by the head of the magic tower, Rodlin. In response to the close questioning, Adrias Cromwell smiled tiredly. Despite the fact that the situation was becoming quite dangerous for Makoto, his hero behaved completely calmly. Turning to the head of the magical tower of Rodlin, the young man told Sir Alvin that he was probably joking. He was still the same Adrias Cromwell, whom he had known since childhood. Looking up at Bart Alvin, the younger Cromwell said that he was the same Adrias whom Count Alvin treated like an insect and constantly ridiculed. This answer puzzled Sir Alvin. He looked at the calm young student standing in front of him in confusion and silence. Finally, realizing that he would get nothing out of the boy, the head of the magic tower told Adrias that he had become an interesting young man. Smiling evilly, the head of the Alvin house turned to Adrias and offered him a bet. If the boy opens another potion and brings it to the tower this year, Bart Alvin will pay off the Cromwell family's debt. It was an unexpected proposal, and Adrias's mouth dropped open in surprise. The young man could not understand what Bart Alvin was trying to achieve. The famous magician in the Empire once again put a bandage over his eyes, which were glowing with blue fire, and added that if Adrias fulfilled this condition, then Bart Alvin was ready to fulfill one of his wishes. But if Cromwell fails, then he will have to leave the academy. Lucia's mouth dropped open in surprise. Would Count Alvin really insist on expelling Adrias from the educational institution? With his legs spread wide, Bart Alvin defiantly asked Adrias Cromwell what he thought of his proposal. Adrias thought for a while. The young man understood that Sir Alvin was provoking him for some purpose, most likely to expel him from the academy. After weighing the pros and cons, Adrias replied that the conditions were, of course, tough, but he was ready to take a risk and agreed to Bart Alvin's offer. The young man explained that as the heir of the Cromwell family, he could not refuse such an offer, even if it meant risking his studies at the prestigious Rodlin Academy. Bart Alvin smiled. He was a little surprised by this answer. Turning to the young man, he said that he was very confident in himself and would hope that everything would work out for him. The head of the magic tower, Rodlin, once again looked carefully at the student standing in front of him. This face was well known to him. He had seen it for many years. Looking at Adrias, Bart Alvin saw before him also his father, the elder Earl of Cromwell, a recently deceased neighbor. They were once friends, and Adrias' father trusted Bart Alvin. They had a lot in common at one time. In front of the head of the magic tower, his deceased neighbor was still standing, gently stroking his children, Adrias and Emmy, when they were happy little children. Surprisingly, these happy pictures made Bart Alvin angry, and he grinned and told the young man that he would wait for his potion with impatience. There were only a few minutes left until the end of Angela Lucifer's evolution. The girl felt that everything would soon end. Her body was surrounded by a scarlet glow, but she was getting better. Now the vampire was able to rise in her cell and, standing on her feet, felt that her body was filled with a strength never seen before. Angela looked in surprise at her own hand, from which a glow emanated. Now she felt great and realized that the time had come when she could free herself. The girl waved her hand, and a deafening explosion was heard in Karen's laboratory. For some time, nothing was visible. Everything was covered in fire and smoke. When the smoke cleared, Angela was surprised to see that her prison was in ruins. Her shackles were also broken, and she could now go free. In addition, she received incredible strength. Looking at the destruction she had just caused, Angela Lucifer wondered where her strength came from. The vampire remembered what happened here and realized that Karen's student, Adrias Cromwell, had done this to her. Angela remembered how the young man made her swear on her last name that she would not harm him in the future. The vampire realized that this novice magician was apparently conducting some kind of magical experiment on her. Angela was incredibly angry about this. But she remembered that she had promised the guy that she would not kill him when he helped her gain freedom and escape from Karen. Angela Lucifer's eyes sparkled and became bloodshot, and her vampire fangs grew noticeably. She whispered Adria's name to herself. She was definitely going to meet him. In the game world of Great Sin, the Storm Petrel is a spirit monster with high intelligence. Even in the game, it could use lightning and wind. Getting it as a pet is an incredibly difficult task. Having completed all the formalities for recognizing the authorship of the potion, Adrius purchased the necessary ingredients and decided to return to the academy again. Thanks to his collaboration with Lucia Everlast, the young man got back some of the cost of the ingredients, so his financial situation became a little better. As Adrius rode in the high-speed train, he thought that he would now be able to fully concentrate on training while he was busy making potions exclusively for himself. But the young man was worried about what to do with the Page of Laziness. The artifact he had received in the village was still in his possession. During this time, Cromwell studied a lot of literature, but he could not find a use for it, no matter how much he thought. Maybe he should exchange the Page of Laziness for what he needed now. And although the guy didn't want to turn to his mentor Karen again, apparently he had no other choice now. There's nothing to be done. We'll have to use Karen to exchange the artifact for something more useful. Meanwhile, the train pulled up to the right station, and it was time for the young man to get off. Adrias walked out with the other students and headed towards the Rodlin Academy building, which was located near the station. The young man quickly walked forward, hoping to find his mentor there and talk to him about the artifact he had received. As the boy walked through the park that led to the academy, he had a strange feeling that someone was watching him. Adrius became wary. He slowed down a little and tried to look around slowly without making any sudden movements. This feeling was something Makoto Kaneshiro knew very well, like someone was watching your back. And yet, despite the feeling of anxiety, Adrius Cromwell safely passed the park and approached the gates of the Rodlin Academy. The young man walked slowly along the path and slowly looked around. He could not shake the feeling that someone was following him closely in the shadows. The guy was not mistaken. Angela Lucifer, freed from Karen's shackles, was watching the young man not far from the academy. Seeing the dark magician's apprentice walking along the path, Angela Lucifer broke into a smile. Now he definitely won't get away from her. Adrias went to his mentor and put a box of potions in front of him. Karen grumbled that the one the whole academy was talking about had finally arrived. The dark mage took the bottle with the potion and asked if this was the same thing that he and Lucia had come up with. Adrias confirmed, saying that he had come to report to his mentor immediately after the final examination. But Karen was very unhappy. The young man had been conducting research in secret from him, and now he was behaving like a real student. The guy said that he had not planned to invent a new potion. The dark mage pressed the secret mechanism that opened the entrance to his laboratory. He told Adrius to shut up, come with him and not complain. Karen, turning to the young man, said that he would drill into him what it meant to be his henchman. The boy was surprised that the magician was offended over such a trifle as a potion. Following Karen down to the laboratory, the young man realized that it seemed like it was not worth raising the topic of the laziness page today. It wasn't the best idea to talk to Karen when he was in a bad mood. The guy decided that checking the vampire's condition should be enough for today. When the dark magician and his student descended the stairs into the laboratory, they were surprised to see that the room was engulfed in flames. It felt like a huge bomb had exploded here. Karen froze in bewilderment. His entire laboratory, where he had conducted so many magical experiments, had effectively turned into ruins. The platform where the magician conducted his experiments, the tables and the bodies, all of this was mixed up and turned into a pile of stones. Looking at the cage where the vampire was sitting, Karen saw that the explosion came from there. Adrius, who was following behind Karen, looked around and realized that apparently Angela's evolution was successful. A shadow fell on Karen's face. He was horrified. Approaching the vampire's cell, the magician looked around carefully. He was sure that the girl could not get out of here without outside help, and she did not have the strength to destroy the entire laboratory. Adrius, who followed Karen step by step, thought that it was a pity that he and Angela would not meet. She was an excellent specimen for evolution. Karen clutched the destroyed shackles of Angela Lucifer in his hands and cursed. He could not understand how the vampire could escape and destroy his entire laboratory. The dark mage's face was distorted with anger. The veins on his face bulged, and a magical aura flared around him. Without turning around, Karen asked Adrius if he had helped the vampire. The young man feigned genuine bewilderment. Charon's eyes turned bloodshot, turning slightly towards his apprentice. He asked Cromwell if he had done anything to her shackles. The young man, coming closer to the mentor, said that he did nothing because he was afraid for his life. The vampire could easily kill him. Watching his mentor's anger, Adrius Cromwell thought what a moron he was. And yet, he was also his teacher, and thanks to him, he got into the academy. Charon couldn't understand anything because Angela Lucifer was an ordinary hybrid. She couldn't have such power, and she couldn't free herself from his shackles either. But nevertheless, in the hands of the dark magician were destroyed chains and broken shackles, and the vampire was gone. Charon understood perfectly well that if his captive escaped, she could try to take revenge on him. And then the dark magician's anger burst out. He screamed throughout the destroyed laboratory, and in a rage threw the broken chains and shackles of the vampire onto the floor of the cell. Adrius realized that nothing good would happen today and left the secret laboratory where he and Charon practiced dark magic. After leaving his teacher, Adrius walked slowly through the park and thought about everything he had recently seen in the laboratory. Today, the young man was unable to talk to his mentor about the necessary topic, but one day he will tell him about the laziness page, but it will definitely not be today. As he passed the tree where Angela Lucifer was hiding, the young man felt something hanging over him. And then the guy heard Angela's voice. She called him by name, her fiery red hair mixed with his uncut hair. Adrius's eyes widened in horror. Angela slowly descended from above, and he realized that she had been waiting for him in ambush all this time. Coming down, the vampire took the young man by the neck and said that from the moment she woke up, she had a question for him and asked if he wanted to tell her anything. The girl flew around Cromwell and, turning to him, told Adrius to look at her, at what she had become thanks to him. The young man turned and looked closely at the vampire, who had sworn on her family name not to harm him. Angela, her eyes sparkling, said that he was a good boy and asked him to tell her about the power she had received thanks to his experiment. Seeing Angela's eyes shining and her long vampire teeth, the young man asked why she was doing this, since he had kept his word to her. The guy reminded the vampire that she should know what would happen if she broke the family oath. Angela looked down and sighed. The girl said that she knew this all too well, but she still couldn't help but ask the young man about it. Angela told a confused Adrius that she couldn't free herself from Charon's shackles no matter how hard she tried, so she used another method. She put her arm around the young man and came as close to him as possible and asked him if he knew what method she had used, what amazing method she had resorted to. But when Angela got close enough to him, she pulled back in surprise. She was amazed why this guy smelled exactly like the Great Sin. Looking closely, Angela Lucifer realized what was going on, chuckling. She looked at the guy with her bloodshot eyes. Now she sees what was going on. Adrius Cromwell stared wide-eyed at the vampire who had evolved with his talent. He wasn't entirely sure that this powerful creature wouldn't kill him right now. But Angela, for some reason, literally clung to him and, stroking the guy on the cheek, said how interesting it all was. Finally, Adrius could not stand it and asked Angela what kind of nonsense she was talking. Instead of answering, Angela Lucifer grabbed Adrius Cromwell by the neck and with great force pressed him against the nearest tree. The young man only had time to gasp before he was pressed against a wide tree trunk in the middle of the park. No one saw them here. It flashed through the guy's head that, having received such strength, Angela could kill him with one finger. Cromwell grabbed Charon's former captive by the hand, and she became incredibly strong. The vampire quietly said that she had many questions for Adrius, but they were not in the right place. So for now, she would stop there. Smiling, Angela told the Dark Mage's apprentice that they would meet again soon. Scarlet flames bursting from the red-haired vampire's eyes. She said that for now, she would put her power to good use. Adrius had helped her, so she should thank him. The young man, trying to get rid of Angela Lucifer's deadly grip, could not understand what kind of power this was. But the vampire, smiling, told the guy not to worry. He would not suffer. Licking her sharp teeth, Angela Lucifer said that Adrius Cromwell could be a partner sent by fate itself. When the Great Sin was just a game, only useful items would drop. But now the game has become life, and Adrius has to deal with the raw materials himself, which makes potion brewing much more difficult. The Illusion Dormitory, where the richest students of the academy lived, looked like a luxurious palace. On one of the balconies of the Illusion Dormitory, Two wealthy students, Dina Alvin and her friend Julish, were having breakfast. Dina told her classmate about the famous knights who distinguished themselves in what feats they accomplished. The girl's eyes literally lit up when she told about their exploits. The young lady Alvin knew literally everything about the best knights of the empire. She told in great detail with the help of what techniques and what weapons they performed their feats. But her friend was not interested at all. She told Dina to stop preaching. Dina was sure that if Julish searched hard, she would find her knight. Dina's friend moved on to the Academy News and asked her friend if she had heard that Lucia Everlast had passed the potion test at the Magic Tower. Dina was amazed. Wow, at her age. Lady Alwyn found this a little strange. She had heard that Lucia was lazy, but it seemed that she was good at potion making, a real dragon in hibernation. This recognition of her achievements made Dina feel a little jealous. She thought it was so cool. Why didn't she do something like this in her first year? Julie, smiling mysteriously, told Dina that another fact surprised her even more. The girl turned the tablet towards her friend and invited her to look at the photo. She blinked and asked if Dina could believe it. The photo was of her old friend Adrius Cromwell, and the message said that he and Lucia had created the potion together. Dina's mouth dropped open in surprise. Adrius Cromwell? But how is that possible? And yet, it was Adrius Cromwell who was looking at her from the photograph, holding the potion he had invented himself. Julie spoke excitedly. To think that such a mediocrity helped in the creation of the potion. When she first heard about it, she also couldn't believe it. Dina remembered that after the family's decline, Adrius Cromwell could only blame circumstances and lack of talent. The girl involuntarily looked at the page of her favorite book about the exploits of knights. Her gaze fell on a quote from one of them. He asked, "What have you achieved yourself?" Dina remembered Adrius before their recent exams. He was the only one of all the students who read a book on the way. She wondered if this non-entity could have changed. Lady Alwyn got up from the table and went to her room. She needed to think it over, and Julish continued to rage. Just think, Adrius, such a disgusting man, and succeeded. The girl decided that she needed to see for herself and figure it out, and for this purpose she called upon the Petrel, their family spirit. Adrius came to the potion-making lecture again, and although he couldn't hear anything new here, he, as a student, needed to attend classes. Lucia asked Adrius in surprise why he was wearing so many things, and indeed, he was wearing a cloak and also wrapped in a scarf. The young man replied that he was not feeling well today. Young Lady Everlast didn't understand why Adrius came to class instead of relaxing. The guy explained that he needed attendance to graduate. The door to the classroom opened and the potions teacher walked in. He glanced at the students carefully and headed towards the department. In fact, Adrius wrapped himself up like that after meeting Angela Lucifer. The vampire left too many marks on his body. The young man couldn't let the other students see the wounds on his neck. It would raise too many questions, so today, Adrius pretended to be sick. The guy remembered their strange meeting in the park, and the fact that the vampire said something about a partner sent by fate and about some smell. The young man still didn't understand what kind of nonsense she was talking. Then the vampire suddenly bit his neck and disappeared. Cromwell felt that because he had too many things on, he was getting very hot in the audience. The professor glanced around at those gathered and asked if everyone was present, and the students unanimously responded that everyone was there. Having made sure that all his listeners were in their seats, the professor said that they could begin the lecture on medical herbalism. And then the teacher's gaze stopped on Adrius Cromwell. The professor was surprised that this time the student was tightly dressed, and he was sighing heavily. The professor's head immediately flashed with messages about how he and Lucia had invented a potion and patented it. The professor's face lengthened. He himself had always dreamed of something like this. Turning to the young man, the professor asked Cromwell why he was so bundled up and whether he was ill. The guy cleared his throat and answered with difficulty that he had caught a cold. The young man was indeed slightly shaken, but it was more from the heat than from a cold. The professor said that Adrius must have been tired after examining the potion. He had already noted his presence and allowed the young man to go. Cromwell thanked the teacher and stood up from his seat. He was already heading towards the exit when he heard the teacher say that it was somehow lonely here. Adrius turned around, not understanding what the professor was talking about. The potions teacher reminded the boy that he had even asked him for advice on the topic of medical botany. Was it really too difficult to mention his name? Adrius was confused. He looked at the professor and did not understand what he was talking about because the teacher did not make any contribution but wants to be credited with the discovery. But this is just impudence. Cromwell, turning to the professor, said that he was very grateful for the advice the teacher had given him. The young man said that he remembered very well what the teacher had said then. Adrius noted sarcastically that the advice about the extract of Honpishi and the skin of the root of Madarat was especially good. Lucia Everlast's face lengthened. She also remembered that conversation. The girl looked from Adrius Cromwell to Professor Wuban. She did not understand whether the young man really wanted to quarrel with his teacher. Adrius, smiling, reminded the professor that he had said that if he added these ingredients, he would get soup, and said that, as the professor could see, the soup was too good. The potions teacher pursed his lips, and the students, with their mouths slightly open, watched with interest to see what would come of this squabble. Previously, no one had dared to contradict Professor Wuban, and to publicly disgrace him was unthinkable. The teacher flared up and told Cromwell that he was crossing the line. After all, he was his teacher, and he would not tolerate such disrespect towards himself. But Adrius was fed up with all this. He turned around and said that he felt unwell, so he was leaving the class. The young man considered further squabble with the teacher inappropriate. The furious professor shouted at Cromwell to return to the classroom immediately. The face of the teacher, whom the student had disgraced in front of the entire classroom, was covered in sweat, and his veins bulged. The professor was overcome with anger. But Adrius did not listen to him. He had already approached the door and grabbed the handle. Another second, and he would leave the classroom, despite the professor's shout. As he approached the door, Adrius thought that the teacher had laughed at him when he was a nobody. But now he wanted to be his friend. That couldn't happen. Cromwell stood with his back to the teacher and thought that now the teacher needed to shut up and lick his boots. Adrius could attend other lectures if he needed credit. The teacher was seething with anger. He was shouting at Cromwell's back. How long would he ignore him? And then the professor was surprised to hear that Lucia Everlast was addressing him. The teacher left Adrius for a moment and turned to the girl in surprise. Lucia, rising from her seat, said that she also took part in the creation of the potion and asked the professor's permission to explain everything. The potion's teacher generously agreed to let Lucia Everlast explain everything to him. Adrius lingered a little, wondering what Lucia would say. The girl turned to the professor and said that they had learned the basics of creating potions in his classes. Lucia, like a true diplomat, said a lot of flattering remarks about the knowledge that the professor gave them. Then she concluded that, based on this knowledge, they decided to experiment. Turning to the professor, she said that it was his knowledge that they had put into practice. The professor was flattered. He smiled good-naturedly, looking at Lucia. And the girl summed it up by saying that from everything that was said, the conclusion that can be drawn is that it is very important to conduct your own research without outside help. Turning to the professor, Lady Everlast asked him if this was not their duty as magicians. The smiling teacher nodded his head affirmatively and said that it was correct. Surprised, Adrius turned around and looked at the teacher's reaction. It seemed that Wuban was delighted with Lucia, with her diplomacy and tact. And the girl, in order to consolidate the positive result, said that they would ask his advice next time, if the teacher was not busy with his own research. The professor, smiling broadly, said that they could always consult him. After Lucia Everlast's speech, the professor softened and, turning to Adrius Cromwell, told him to go to the dormitory and take care of his health. Adrius turned to Lucia and thought how she had, however, deftly avoided conflict and smoothed over all the rough edges, even though the situation was close to exploding. The girl smiled slyly and waved her hand at Adrius. Everyone understood that she had literally saved the young man from the wrath of the potion's professor. Cromwell did not understand why Lucia was doing this. But nevertheless, he was grateful to the girl for intervening in the situation. As he left the classroom, all bundled up and wrapped in a scarf, Adrius Cromwell mentally thanked his young partner in the invention of the potion. In the Imperial Palace, everything was going on as usual. An important official was being informed about potential candidates for recruitment. In the official's hands was a rather impressive list of names of talented magicians and warriors. The secretary said that first she would tell about the students who were already studying at the Rodlin Academy and had already distinguished themselves among their peers. After looking through the news, the man read the names: Officer Wu Ango, Aura Master, Duke, Sinclair Cloche. This is all good, of course. So, the daughter of the head of the Everlast Company has created a new effective potion, and now the family company is putting it up for sale. This is an interesting event. The secretary confirmed that this was true. They called it Everlast Potion and now have a monopoly on the turnover. And considering that the potion has no side effects, sales are constantly growing. The official asked if the secretary had a sample of this potion that everyone was talking about. The girl confirmed, holding out a small bottle of the potion. This girl, Lucia, achieved such a thing in her first year of study. When she graduates, many will want to hire her. Looking at the bottle, the boss asked if she was too small. The secretary thoughtfully said that they needed to establish contact with Lucia Everlast right away. The chief, swallowing the potion, chuckled and asked to find out if anyone else was interested in the girl. Having tried the potion, the official clenched his fist in satisfaction and took a deep breath. What he drank had significantly increased his strength. The secretary, looking closely at the manager, asked him how he liked the effect of the potion invented by the students. The chief replied that he was very surprised. This potion was several times more effective than others on the market, and it had no side effects. If they could turn this into a source of profit, it would completely change the world of potions. The secretary drew His Excellency's attention to one more point that should be paid attention to. The report says the potion was a collaborative project, meaning it had another creator. The secretary handed her boss a tablet with a picture of Adrius Cromwell on it. The man took the tablet and looked at the photo of the young man in surprise. He asked if this was Cain Cromwell's son. He had a talent for creating potions from the very beginning. The secretary couldn't answer for sure. She said that apparently this was not the case, and there were also rumors that the young man simply took advantage of his partner. The official asked if the girl had any reason to include Cromwell's name. The secretary replied that there was no such reason and their families had no connection with each other. Stretching, the chief said that they would then need to gather more information about the young man, and if they found out that his talent had awakened, they would need to add him to the recruitment list. The secretary wrote down all of His Excellency's orders, and he, having drunk the potion, took a nap right in his chair. In the evening, a pouring rain began to fall outside. There were few passers-by in Rodlin, and behind the high walls of the palace, leisurely conversations were taking place. The emperor, lounging in his chair and sipping wine, asked the man who had come to him with a report how the award ceremony was going. The speaker standing behind the sovereign told His Majesty that, as planned, the rank of the Cromwell family would be reduced. The bearded emperor laughed evilly. In the strong hand of the ruler was a glass of red wine, swirling it. He thoughtfully said that he was looking forward to the opportunity to learn all about Adrius Cromwell. The emperor's face broke into a wicked smile, revealing a row of beautiful white teeth. The royal husband's eyes sparkled as if he already saw before him the young man whom many were watching closely. In the peals of thunder and flashes of lightning, the emperor seemed to see the boy standing before him. He wanted to quickly find out if he was different from his father. At this time, Adrius Cromwell, naked to the waist, continued his training with a training sword. In order for the movements to be practiced to the point of automatism, he repeated them over and over again. And so he said with a sigh that he had done this movement 9,999 times. Another lunge, a blow, and it will be 10,000 times. Finally, the training sword hit exactly the point where it was supposed to. Yes, to do this, it was necessary to repeat this movement 10,000 times, as his strict mentor, Swordmaster Nickel Lifehill, said. The young man sat down on the floor with a sigh. During these training sessions, his body had noticeably changed. Outwardly, he remained just as thin, but it was clear that he had now become strong and muscular. Rising from the floor, the young man reached out to the flask with the potion. Now he had the opportunity to brew himself as much potion as he needed for his constant training. Taking a sip of the life-giving liquid, Adrius Cromwell thought that without the potions, he would definitely not have been able to cope with such a load. The recovery potion increases the speed of muscle recovery, and the health potion removes fatigue. Adding the physical enhancement potion, Adrius created a system of endless training. Looking at the flasks in his hands, Cromwell thought that it was certainly risky, but he had not created these potions in vain. At first, the guy was very worried about them, but the risk was low, so he decided to create potions anyway. Now, Adrius Cromwell had the talent to create potion enhancements at the extraordinary rank. The results from the potions the boy created were so amazing that he felt like a fool for having doubted them before. Cromwell could now create many more potions. The success rate and cooking speed increased significantly, so he also created a strengthening potion. So the potions helped the boy train, and the growth of his strength helped him create new potions. His growth of strength will be good as long as he continues training at the same pace. Sitting on the floor, Adrius thought that if he could find good corpses and items, then he wouldn't have to worry about his fighting skills. But Karen was always away and he couldn't sell the page of laziness. Approaching his mentor's office, the young man saw a note that Karen Diprin had left on urgent business. Adrius realized that the magician was in such a bad mood that he had not even informed him of his departure. Unfortunately, Adrius had no connections other than Karen. But he pulled himself together, saying that it was enough to worry. It was time to sleep. He had a lecture on medical botany tomorrow morning. Entering the potions classroom, Cromwell saw a notice on the board that stated that today's class would be held outside, just as their devices said. The young man cursed. The potions professor knew that Adrius didn't have a tablet, and that's why he informed everyone in this way. The boy silently called the teacher a freak. Cromwell imagined the satisfied face of Wuban, who looks with a grin at the poor student, confident that he was unable to receive the news in time. So the teacher decided to take revenge on the arrogant student. Adrius ran into the garden, wondering what the professor was going to do with the students there. Running into the garden of the Rodlin Academy, Cromwell saw that all the other pupils were busy with something and were very excited. Seeing the concentrated and frowning faces of his peers, Adrius wondered why everyone was in such a hurry. It seemed like there was an exam going on. And then the young man heard the mocking voice of the potions professor, who made a remark to him, telling Adrius Cromwell that he was late for the exam. Adjusting his round glasses, the teacher sarcastically remarked that the boy seemed to be busy researching and did not see the notification. Cromwell lowered his head and thought that Vubin was acting like a child. And then Adrius felt someone pull at his cloak. He turned around and was surprised to see his potion-making partner. Knowing Adrius' character, Lucia pulled him towards her so that he wouldn't quarrel with the teacher. The girl dragged her partner and told him to go with her. She would explain everything to him now. Lucia showed Adrius the message that the teacher had sent to the students the day before and told him to buy himself a tablet because now he needed to have money. After reading the message, Cromwell realized that, judging by the news, Vauban had discovered the awakening potion and decided to hold an exam in which it would be necessary to analyze it. The professor must have wanted to show off to everyone else, so as not to look pale in comparison to the inventors Adrias and Lucia. With a wry smile, the professor turned to Adrius and said that it should be easy for such a smart student to identify the ingredients that go into the new potion. Adrius silently listened to the teacher's mockery and thought how stubborn this son of a bitch was. Cromwell infuriated him, and he tried to take it out on him to the fullest. The professor was sure that today he would expose the young man because he could not invent the potion. But out loud, Vauban said that Adrius should not be ashamed of his talent. A bright future awaits him. The potions professor was absolutely certain that Cromwell had taken advantage of Miss Everlast, a rising star in the potions world, and that the boy himself was simply trash. The medical botany teacher kept a close eye on Adrius and Lucia to make sure Miss Everlast wasn't helping her partner, while Adrius frowned and prepared the potion. 4 hours later, Professor Vauban looked at the exam results in surprise. The results showed Lucia Everlast in first place, Adrius Cromwell in second place, and Talon Bugman in third place. Seeing the professor's confusion, the assistant said that no one cheated during the exam. The exam showed that Adrius did indeed have a talent for potions. Bugman said with disappointment that he never thought he would lose to someone like Adrius Cromwell. Lucia smiled and told the grasshead that he had done a great job. Cromwell snapped back, saying that he was not a grasshead. His name was Adrius. And then all the students in the group were surprised to see one of the students running towards Professor Vauban and shouting indignantly. The young man, with tears in his eyes, asked his mentor why the professor had treated him like that and how he wasn't ashamed. The confused professor of medical botany turned to the young man and whispered that it was he who came running, how he knew that the professor was here. And the indignant student asked the teacher why he had appropriated his potion, Adrius and Lucia, having opened their art. Watch this scene. The young man asked the professor why he was doing this to him, how he could do this, because the teacher knew better than anyone how much effort the young man had put into this potion. The students, with their mouths open in surprise, turned to the teacher and the student. Everyone was perplexed. Whether Gerolf had made a mistake, no one expected that a teacher could act like that, vilely appropriating someone else's work. Adrius quietly asked Lucia what she thought about what was happening. The girl thoughtfully answered that, in fact, Professor Vauban could have done that. Cromwell said that he thought so too, and walked towards the professor with a determined step, and an enraged Lucia shouted at the young man to stop and asked where he was going. Lucia frowned. She had saved Adrius from the teacher's wrath yesterday, but now she didn't care about him. He was a stupid, stubborn, grass-headed boy. Cromwell quickly approached the professor and said that he had a question about the ingredients of the potion he had invented. Vauban irritably answered Adrius. Didn't he see that now was not the time for this? The young man said that this was exactly what was happening, and if the professor had created this potion, then he would be able to prove it here and now, wouldn't he? Wubin's face lengthened. Mentally, he cursed Adrius Cromwell with all the unthinkable words. He sincerely hated this stubborn and harmful guy. But the student who actually invented the awakening potion liked the idea. He turned to Cromwell and asked with a smile, "This is like an inspection in a magic tower. Very cool." Adrius explained that if the professor had invented this potion, he would be able to easily explain his choice of ingredients. Or perhaps the teacher was not confident in his abilities. Wubin chuckled, adjusting his glasses. How could he not be sure? What a cheeky statement from Cromwell. After all, he was a professor at the prestigious Rodlin Academy. In that case, Adrius asked to answer why he replaced the river resin with the petals of the ketamine. To everyone's surprise, this question stumped the teacher. Vauban was silent, covered in sweat. He cursed to himself. He was so busy with the presentation that he forgot to look at this part of the potion's composition. The student stared at the professor. Gerolf, who claimed to be the author of the controversial potion, asked the teacher why he didn't answer right away, since it was a very simple question. The professor irritably replied that the petals could be used to reduce the cost. If Adrius had been the creator, he would have known this very well. A very strange bird was closely watching the dispute. Cromwell replied that that was clear, now about the proportions. But Vauban flared up, asking what Cromwell was doing. Only a magic tower could inspect a potion, not an ordinary student. But Adrius didn't pay attention to the teacher's anger. He said that he had one last question. Why Vauban used the more expensive Julie Beetle instead of Papa's powder? The students looked at each other and discussed this delicate situation very animatedly, exchanging opinions about who invented the potion, Gerolf or Vauban. Adrius persistently asked the professor why he was not answering. But the professor of medical botany did not know the answer to this question. And then the professor heard in horror what the students were saying to each other, so it turns out he really did steal the potion, took credit for the students' research. What a horror. Vauban needed to answer something urgently, otherwise his reputation would be ruined once and for all. The teacher clenched his fists. His hands were shaking. The potions professor was overcome with anger and shouted at Adrius Cromwell that he had used a different ingredient because Dad's powder caused hallucinations. Having pulled himself together a little, Professor Vauban explained that this was precisely the reason he had added the beetles, despite their high price. Gerolf was very surprised by the answer of the professor of medical botany. He reminded the professor that this was not why he had given up the powder. Gerolf said that the thing is that the powder heats up for a long time during preparation. This can cause stomach pain. Adrius watched carefully. It was clear to him that Vauban stole the potion from his student. The professor angrily attacked Gerolf, shouting that he was wrong, that it was all a matter of hallucinations, and that was why the ingredients had been replaced. And then the student thoughtfully said that he remembered something when he was working on the potion and asked the professor for advice. He said that the powder had a side effect. Gerolf looked at the pale professor, reminding him that he had not spoken about hallucinations. Vauban pursed his lips. He did not know where to go, and his student asked him to explain how he had come to such an answer. And then, from all sides, accusations rained down on the professor. Students shouted that he had no conscience as a scientist. Just think, he stole the merit of his own student. Everyone demanded his immediate resignation. The professor clenched his teeth and looked at everyone around him with a hateful gaze. And the students shouted that he was a thief, a charlatan, a fraud, unworthy of teaching at the prestigious Rodlin Academy. In a fit of rage, Professor Vauban shouted, pointing at Adrius and Gerolf, that they were the liars. Those boys had set it all up. The potions teacher, raging and clenching his fists, shouted that he would report these disgraceful students to the disciplinary committee, and they would fly out of the academy like corks. The students were shouting that the professors would be punished and were calling on everyone to boycott Vauban. Adrius thought that the professor had hit rock bottom. When a child screams, "This matter should be left to the adults." The cornered professor of medical botany shouted at the students that if they were unhappy with anything, they could explain it to Sir Alvin. In response to Wubin's words, Adrius Cromwell calmly took Lord Alvin's business card from his bosom. Showing it to the astonished professor, The young man said that it should work, since Sir Alvin was his sponsor. The surprised Geralf turned to Adrius and looked at him with wide eyes. Lucia Everlast's jaw dropped in surprise, she thought. Wow, Adrius used this card to threaten the teacher? Maybe Vauban will fall for it. Poor Vauban's hands shook. He was completely crushed. It was clear that he did not want to explain this very ugly story with the potion to Sir Alvinu. Cromwell asked his teacher in surprise what the matter was. Did he really not want to explain himself to the head of the magical tower of Rodlin? The professor of potions at the prestigious academy was shaking like an aspen leaf. He understood that the scandal had gone too far and he was in trouble. Sir Alvin himself, through his petrol spirit, watched this whole scene with burning eyes. The unfortunate professor fell to his knees before his students and begged them to spare him and not to reveal his attempt to appropriate someone else's potion. The spirit of the petrel was still sitting on the branch and watching. Sir Alvin was unhappy. This Vauban caused too many problems. The head of the magic tower decided that the professor would have to pay for it. And Adrius Cromwell's antics brought a smile to Sir Alvin's face. This boy knows what he's talking about. The impudent fellow used Bart's name. The head of the magic tower, who was watching Cromwell closely, realized that the boy knew the theory and ingredients for the awakening potion. Perhaps Cromwell would be able to discover a new potion before the end of the year. Alvin laughed. His petrel flapped its wings and flew away, leaving Professor Wubin in the academy garden with tears in his eyes. The spirit of the storm petrel returned to the magical tower of Rodlin. Sir Alvin mentally addressed the son of Cain Cromwell, saying that he would wait for him with impatience. The petrel soared high into the clouds, dropping several magical feathers from its wings. It seemed that Adrius Cromwell had managed to interest his father's old acquaintances. Lucia Everlast continued to pester Adrius to invite her to lunch, and the young man finally gave in and invited her to the academy cafeteria. Vivian Balkan was also dining at the table with Adrius Cromwell and Lucia Everlast. The young man bought various treats and seated the girls next to him. Lucia was unhappy. Yes, Adrius had invited her to lunch, but she hadn't thought they would go to the cafeteria. Cromwell, chewing on fried ribs, asked Lucia if she really wouldn't eat them. They were good. Lucia quickly shouted that she would of course have the ribs and grabbed the hot meat. The girl's eyes filled with tears from the burn. She dropped the fried meat and, grabbing her hand, screamed as if it were hot. Vivian looked questioningly at her eccentric neighbor. Adrius, smiling, explained to the rich lady that the correct way to take it is like this, by the bone. He carefully picked up a piece of fried meat and lifted it up, explaining that by taking it by the tip, one should dip the tasty meat into this sauce. Then he served the meat in sauce to Lucia, who responded with an offended expression that it didn't matter whether she was rich or not. She had simply never eaten such meat. Looking at the piece of fried meat with sauce handed to her, Lucia Everlast thought that Adrius Cromwell could also become rich thanks to the potion he had invented. Vivian Balkan kept a close eye on Adrius and Lucia. She was also a rich lady but could still enjoy the food in the student cafeteria. Looking at Adrius, Lady Belkin said that she also wanted him to do the same to her. Adrius was confused and looked questioningly at Vivian, because she could very well have done the same thing herself. But Vivian Balkan, pointing to the piece of meat with sauce that Lucia Everlast was devouring with gusto, said that she also needed this. Adrius was confused. It seemed the girls were starting to divide him between themselves. Cromwell sighed in surprise, but Vivian's request was so simple and easy to fulfill that he decided not to refuse the girl. Dipping the fried meat in the sauce, he handed it to her and told her to take it. After a hearty lunch, all three slowly left the academy cafeteria. Walking along the corridors, Lucia turned to Adrius and asked when he would finally buy himself a tablet. With the help of the tablet, he will be able to learn about events immediately and not miss them, and in general, the tablet is very useful. Adrius didn't like this conversation. He answered Lucia that he was currently saving money for a completely different purchase. The girl was surprised, saying that the tablet wasn't that expensive. Vivian walked silently and thought that Mr. Fairy gave her meat. Adrius answered Lucia that for a rich girl like her, nothing is expensive. Seeing that Adrius was in a difficult situation, Vivian asked Mr. Fairy if he wanted to receive her reward. Young Cromwell sheepishly replied that he did not want to receive Vivian's reward and asked why she called him Mr. Fairy, an address that greatly surprised Lucia. To finally end the unpleasant conversation, having reached the fork, Adrius Cromwell told the girls that he would go. It was time for him to study. Confused, Lucia asked why, since they had just finished eating. But seeing that the young man had already gone in the other direction, she whispered, "See you soon." Vivian silently waved her hand to Adrius. Leaving the wealthy girls, Cromwell headed towards his mentor's office, hoping to find him there. The boy walked quickly along the brightly sunlit corridor of the Rodlin Academy. He still hoped to sell the pages of laziness. What to do with this artifact? Adrius Cromwell still did not know. The page of laziness was still in his storage. And then the young man rejoiced. A very familiar figure was walking towards him. It was his mentor in dark magic. After taking a few more steps, the young man became convinced that he had not made a mistake. It really was Karen in front of him. Cromwell thought with relief. Finally, his teacher returned. Karen also looked very carefully at his student and henchman moving towards him, slowing down a little but not stopping. Adrius asked the teacher if he had finally arrived. Karen replied that the young man should come to the lab tomorrow at lunchtime. Bowing to the passing mentor, Adrius Cromwell went on about his business. The young man quietly answered Karen that he understood everything and decided that tomorrow he would definitely need to talk to the magician about the page of laziness. The guy thought that his mentor had appeared at the right time, but Karen was not an easy person and he needed to carefully prepare for the meeting with him. Adrius had been training under Nickel Lifehill for quite some time and was quite skilled with the sword, so he went to Alvin Street in Rodlin Academy to the World Forge. The young man decided to buy himself a sword because Karen thinks that all of Adrius's things belong to him. The boy had no doubt that Karen could try to take the page of laziness by force. After looking at the weapons, Cromwell chose a sword he liked and asked to sell him this one. The seller praised his choice and asked if the guy would like to take a whetstone right away. Suddenly, Adrius heard someone call his name. Dina Alvin was standing behind him. She was very surprised that she met her former neighbor on the estate here. The girl also bought some weapons and asked Adrius in surprise what he was doing in the blacksmith's shop. It was the last place she expected to meet him. Bowing politely to the young lady Alwyn, Adrius replied that he needed a sword. The girl asked in surprise why he needed a sword. Wasn't Adrius a mage? The young man explained that he needed the sword for self-defense. He was going to a rather dangerous meeting. Not knowing what to answer, Dina pointed to the box she was holding in her hands and said that it was a gift for her blockhead brother. Adrius Cromwell thought, Dina must be talking about Carlos Alvin, her brother. They all grew up together. Carlos Alvin, the eldest son of the Alvin family, he left to train to become a renowned warrior. He used to get along well with Adrius, and both of them really annoyed the nerdy Dina. Makoto Kaneshiro had already played the game, and he knew very well that by the time the game started, Carlos had already died and was barely mentioned, even though he was a good person. Kaneshiro tensed up and remembered that Carlos had died at the Academy's end-of-year event, the very one that Dina had bought her brother a present for. After Khazar Harpy escaped from Baron Bularic's lands, he joined the religious cult of Zephyr. These fanatics are responsible for the terrorist attack at Rodlin Academy. Turning to Dina, Adrius asked her if Carlos would probably come for the end of the year. The confused girl answered, stuttering, "Yes, that's right." To somehow explain his unexpected question, Adrius, smiling, said that it would be good if the three of them could meet again, like before. Dina was very surprised by such a wish from her former neighbor. After what she had been told, she was absolutely sure that Adrius had changed. Everyone around him said that he had good grades lately and that he had been training since early morning. But Dina didn't know how to ask the young man why he had changed so much. Cromwell saw that Dina had a question on the tip of her tongue, but she did not dare to ask him. The girl tried to convince herself that there was no need to worry. She needed to ask normally, as she always did. The guy decided to come to her rescue and, turning around, asked Dina if she wanted to say something, but the frightened Lady Alwyn blurted out no in surprise. Adrius was not in the mood to ask Dina what she wanted to say, so, taking the sword he had bought, he told the girl that they would see each other later. Dina Alvin sighed heavily in response. The childhood friends silently went their separate ways. Dina was seriously puzzled by what she had seen lately and didn't know what to do with it all, and Adrius was rushing to meet Karen. Finally, plucking up her courage, Dina turned around and said that she wanted to know why, but Adrius was no longer there and there was no one to ask. The confused girl looked around, but there were only Academy students from the night faculty nearby. Dina Alvin sighed heavily again. The seller of cold weapons watched the daughter of the famous magician with interest, and the girl silently looked after her former neighbor. Cromwell quickly left the blacksmith's shop and headed towards Karen, thinking about Carlos. The young man decided that there was still time before the terrorist attack. Perhaps this situation could be changed somehow. At the appointed time, Adrius Cromwell came to meet his mentor in the teacher's department of the academy. Sitting on a small, cozy sofa, Karen leafed through some book and said that he had searched the entire continent for material similar to Angela, but had not been able to find anything. Karen looked reproachfully at his student and said that he would continue his search. Next to Adrius stood the sword he had just bought. The dark magic mentor looked at his much-changed student with bewilderment and said that he did not have high hopes, but he needed a copy for the meeting this week. It was precisely from this meeting of dark magicians that the game should begin. Makoto Kaneshiro knew this for sure. If Karen was greedy and asked Adrius, then the young man had won. The dark mage slammed the book he was leafing through shut and told Cromwell to get ready. They would be practicing dark magic again soon. The young man decided that now was the time to ask Karen about the line page. He looked up and told the teacher that he wanted to discuss something with him. The magician looked at his student in surprise. Cromwell, after a short pause, told Karen that he had managed to obtain the Codex of the Apocalypse. The guy explained that it was a high-level artifact and he could not handle it yet. Sharon was so surprised that he couldn't even think of what to say right away. He looked closely at his henchman and couldn't understand whether he was speaking seriously or simply making fun of him. Adrius also looked at his mentor without stopping, trying to understand how he would behave in this case. But the dark magician coughed good-naturedly and told the young man that he must have mixed something up. It was simply unrealistic for a student to get a page of laziness. Putting the book on the table, the magician told the student not to talk nonsense, because such a weak magician could not reach such objects. Understanding Karen's doubts, Adrius opened his vault. Putting his hand in there, he said that he could not handle this artifact now. Karen's eyes widened as he watched his student closely. He couldn't believe that this boy was able to get his hands on such a valuable thing. Adrius took his hand out of the vault, and Karen was surprised to see that the boy really had a page of laziness shining in his hand. But how was that possible? In an instant, the dark mage's face changed. He frowned and looked at the artifact in confusion, not understanding how Adrius was able to get it. And the young man, handing the Codex of the Apocalypse to Karen, said that he would like this artifact to be with his mentor for now, because he is much stronger than Cromwell and will certainly be able to cope with him. Karen froze in amazement. He swallowed his saliva from excitement and, without looking away, looked at the artifact, not knowing what to answer. But soon the magician pulled himself together and, waving away Adrius's offer, told the young man to keep the thing for himself. Karen explained that many mages wanted to get their hands on this item. It would only bring problems, and advised the guy to take it to the meeting so that they could exchange it for something else. The mentor's answer did not surprise Adrius. He thought that Karen would say this, especially considering that he puts his life above everything else. Karen couldn't sit still. He walked nervously around the office, turning to the young man. He told him to be free on the weekend. They would go to a meeting of magicians. The guy replied that he understood everything. And so the weekend came. Late in the evening, Karen and Adrius went to the meeting. The carriage, harnessed by a pair of bay horses, rolled merrily along the road. The skeleton was driving these horses. The dark mage and his apprentice were on the eastern outskirts of the city in the prisoner zone. Ahead was the prisoner forest and the adjacent region. Adrius, sitting in the carriage, thought that Karen had not touched him. But now the meeting has become a problem. There are many dangerous people there and words cannot convince them, so he needs to negotiate very carefully. Cromwell looked up and looked at Karen carefully, trying to understand what he was thinking about. The magician was sure that since his student had received a valuable item, he could exchange the page of laziness for items that would help him become stronger. Karen wanted to take everything he could exchange for the artifact. Adrius, looking at his teacher, realized that he was already sure that the page of laziness belonged to him. But when it became dangerous, he would use the young man as a shield. Suddenly the carriage stopped. Cromwell and Karen knew that they had not yet reached the destination of their journey, which meant that someone had stopped the carriage. The magician and the student looked questioningly at the door. Someone came out onto the road and fearlessly stopped the horses on the move. The driver could do nothing to him because the man took the horses by the bridle. The skeleton driver and the dark mage looked at the uninvited guest with sparkling eyes. The man in the hooded cloak greeted the travelers cheerfully. It seemed that meeting dark magicians did not frighten him at all. The man walked up to the door and greeted Karen and Adrius cheerfully, intending to go with them. Smiling, The man asked if they were apparently going to a meeting and if they would mind if he joined them. Idrius Cromwell stared at the man in surprise. Makoto Kaneshiro knew very well what kind of character had appeared near the carriage, and it was quite an unexpected turn of events. Having sat down opposite the magician and his student, the unexpected fellow traveler sighed with relief, saying, "Thank God he did not miss them." Adrius looked at the character with curiosity. Many people knew him, and he fidgeted in his chair with displeasure, showing with his whole appearance that this carriage was not as good as it seemed from the outside. Makoto knew that the one in front of them was Salem Edita, one of the top 10 warriors on the continent. He was even willing to contact the Forbidden to collect data, so he was nicknamed the Devil in Search of the Truth. The young man realized that Salem's appearance was not accidental. Apparently, someone had leaked information about the laziness page, and this journey could end badly. It seemed that Salem's appearance came as a complete surprise to Karen. He thought about it, and his face noticeably lengthened. Edita, looking at Karen with surprise, asked what was wrong with his face. He asked the dark magician if he didn't like that he was also going with them to the meeting. A frightened Karen, stuttering, hastened to calm Salem down, saying that he had misunderstood him, that he was not at all against it, but on the contrary, was very happy with such company. Salem laughed loudly and, looking at Adrius, told the boy not to worry. Edita had already been here several times. The young man looked at the famous warrior in surprise. He knew that Salem Edita was crazy, but he didn't think that he would go so far, and in the end, why was he here? Was it really because of a page of laziness? Edita, seeing the reaction his appearance caused in the young man, leaned closer to him and asked the boy what his name was. Adrius was a little confused and silently looked at Salem. Charon, turning to his student, ordered him to introduce himself and said that before him was the famous knight Salem Edita. The young man introduced himself, saying that his name was Adrius Cromwell. Salem grabbed his head and exclaimed, "Oh God, did he really get to another Cromwell?" Adrius couldn't understand what Edita was talking about, judging by the way the young man was treated by very different famous people in the Empire. There was some secret about the Cromwell family that Adrius didn't know. Looking at the young man, Edita realized that the boy seemed to know nothing about the fate of his father and family. Edita knew that in Karen's company it was not worth telling anything, but still he wanted to say at least something to Kane's son. Putting his hand on Adrius's shoulder, he said that he wanted to give the young man advice. Leaning towards young Cromwell, Salem Edita said cryptically that the boy needed to fight as hard, as long, and as hard as possible. Charon folded his arms across his chest, lowered his head, and remained silent. His face became impenetrable and incredibly angry. It seemed that he also knew the history of the Cromwell family. The young man watched his fellow travelers carefully. He looked first at Karen, then at Salem, and realized that, judging by the expression on their faces, it was better not to ask anyone anything now. Adrius was interested in what Karen was hiding from him and why he took him to the academy, although he knew that he had nothing to pay him with. Meanwhile, another magician appeared on the carriage's route. The skeleton driver was surprised to see a black clot appear right on the road, which began to move and grow. Charon Deepren and the skeleton driver looked at the road. The dark mage understood perfectly well who appeared on their way. Seeing another obstacle, the pair of bay horses harnessed to the carriage slowed down and after a while stopped. Seeing the glowing eye of one of the mages who was also supposed to appear at the meeting, Karen asked him what he wanted. If he had something to talk about, it was better to say it in person. A mage named Dragon of the Deep Sea was waiting for Karen and his student on the road. Dragon laughed and also greeted Karen. The black mass began to increase, rise, and take shape into a human figure. Soon the travelers saw that someone in a hat and a dark long coat was standing in front of them. It was not yet a person, but it was already clear that the magician would soon become what everyone was used to seeing. Adjusting his wide-brimmed hat and monocle, Dragon apologized for the unexpected meeting. Bowing slightly, he told Adrius' mentor that he and Karen Depren had not seen each other for a long time. The magician who appeared on the road calmly walked towards the carriage and joined the campaign. Then they all rode on together. It seemed that Dragon didn't like riding next to Salem Edita at all. The muscles on his face were playing, and for some reason he was covered in sweat. When they finally left the carriage, Dragon told Karen he didn't think they would be with Sir Salem. Edita barked at the mage to shut up and say his breath stunk. Adrius walked behind the mages. He knew very well about Dragon of the Deep Sea. He probably tried to steal the page of laziness, but he did not expect that they would be with Salem. Charon drew the attention of his companions to a strange tree glowing ahead. He pointed at it with his finger and suggested that everyone look in that direction. Dupren assumed that Sir Morsh saw them arrive and showed them where to go to the meeting. Salem Edita could not understand why Morsh chose such a high place. And then Edita looked around carefully. His experienced eye immediately noticed an ambush. It seemed that Karen and Adrius were expected here. Smiling, the renowned warrior said that he thought so. Apparently this ambush was not a surprise to him. Sir Salem stood with his legs wide apart, took up his sword and prepared to fight. Cromwell, looking out from behind the backs of his senior companions, looked questioningly at what was about to happen. Karen and Dragon, gritting their teeth, also looked at the clearing. Salem Edita said loudly that it seemed like there were greedy dark magicians gathered here who were planning to attack an ordinary student boy. Dragon shuddered. It seemed he knew about this ambush, he thought irritably. Were these magicians who were sitting in ambush really that stupid? Deep Sea Dragon cursed the mercenaries under his breath and wondered why they were trying to steal the codex while Salem Edita was with them. But then the young man felt with horror that some dark tentacles were wrapping around him. The same thing was happening with Karen and Dragon. The attack of the dark magicians began. Salem, raising his weapon, loudly suggested to look at how many dark magicians had gathered here. His legs also began to be wrapped in black tentacles. Edita slammed his spear hard into the ground, the aura that formed around him immediately sending out black tentacles that reached towards his feet. A blue magical vortex swirled around Salem, destroying everything in its path and at the same time showing the magician what he wanted to see. Salem's magic made the hidden obvious, the invisible visible, and through the flashes of magical energy, he saw the magical fighters hiding in ambush. Blue clots of magical energy from Salem Edid flew towards his companions, Karen Deepren, Dragon Deepsea, and Adrius Cromwell. But they also reached those who were sitting in ambush, making them glow and visible. The magicians looked in surprise at the energy clots that glowed near each of them, highlighting their location. As soon as Salem's magical energy appeared near his companions, the black tentacles that emerged from the ground released their victims and immediately hid back into the ground. Looking around, Edita said that everything was clear to him. He saw everyone. There were about 7 hired magicians sitting in ambush. The fighter licked his lips greedily and said that he would not play hide-and-seek with them, but would simply kill those who had planned to attack the student in a crowd. Without wasting any time, Salem pushed off from the ground and flew in search of the mages, leaving behind a blinding flash of blue light. The mages hiding in the shadows cursed. Being discovered so quickly was not in their plans, nor in the plans of those who hired them for the attack. The group leader shouted loudly to the others that they had been found and that fighting Salem Edita was tantamount to suicide. The leader of the magical ambush group ordered everyone to retreat quickly while they were still alive. But it was already too late. The magicians felt that Sir Salem was already here. The commander of the magicians who were in ambush hiccuped in confusion. Salem Edid's green, laughing eyes were looking straight at her. He found them after all, and very quickly. Green, deadly magic spread over those who planned to attack Adrius Cromwell. They looked at the famous warrior mage in confusion. A green magical fire arose in the middle of the forest, killing all those who met the companions on the way to the meeting. Meanwhile, the magicians, while waiting for Karen, his student, and Dragon, calmly drank tea and discussed the latest news. None of them reacted to the noise that was heard below in the forest on the way to the meeting. No one seemed to care. Soon, footsteps were heard, and everyone realized that the magicians who were planning to come to the meeting were about to enter the tree hut. And indeed, the door opened, and those who had arrived at the meeting in the carriage with Karen and Adrius walked straight to the round table. Salem Edita walked first. Opening the door, he loudly addressed Morsh, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Charon Diprin bowed politely, greeting Morsh and Jester. Morsh turned to Salem with displeasure and grumbled that even he had come. Edita laughed and told Morsh not to be so callous, because it was thanks to him that the page of laziness was not touched. And turning to Adrius, he told the boy to open the bag. Cromwell, at Sir Salem's command, emptied the sack of severed heads of the magicians who had ambushed them in the forest. The members of the meeting looked at such a peculiar gift in surprise. It seemed that Salem's appearance was a surprise for everyone. It was obvious that this meeting of dark magicians did not go according to plan. Morsh said it was an emergency meeting that not many people attended, and Salem still committed these unnecessary murders. Adrius, looking at the severed heads, thought that there were only average dark magicians here. It was unpleasant to deal with them in the game. and Salem Edita was able to deal with them by simply releasing his magic. The young man was sure that Salem Edita's power would have to be taken into account without a doubt. Frowning, the renowned warrior mage said that without him, they would not even be able to look at the page. Morsh irritably interrupted the guest and said that it was enough to talk about trifles, and asked to show the page of laziness as soon as possible. Cromwell glanced sideways at his mentor, but Karen Dupren simply nodded his head in silent affirmation, signaling his student to comply with Morsh's demands. At the teacher's sign, the young man opened his summoner's vault. Salem Edita watched the boy with curiosity from behind. He thought that Adrius Cromwell was a very interesting guy. When Salem killed all those mages who were waiting in ambush for them, the young man didn't even blink an eye at the carnage he saw. Edita was very surprised that, at his command, the guy immediately cut off the heads of the killed magicians without even objecting or changing his expression. Moreover, Salem noticed that the young man, like himself, had a double core. Salem watched this boy, Cain Cromwell's son, very carefully, wondering if the young man was like his stubborn and willful father. Everyone stared at Adrius Cromwell as he opened his summoner's vault. Salem Edita could not resist and came a little closer to the young man. Unexpectedly for everyone, this warrior mage, coming very close to the young man, blew on his neck. Adrius jumped up in surprise. Turning to Salem, he indignantly asked what he was doing. Edita smiled and said that he just liked the boy. Makoto was confused. Was Salem really gay in the game? The magicians, who were watching everything that was happening with great intensity, were outraged by Salem Edita's behavior. The dark fairy sternly asked Salem what he was doing. Morsh suggested that they end all the jokes here and finally get down to the business for which they had all gathered here. Winking at Adrius, Salem said that one day he would definitely help the young man, but only once, because Salem was close to the Cromwell family. The guy wondered with surprise if he really promised help. Makoto Kaneshiro knew very well that Salem never broke his promises. There were even several instances in the game where he kept his word no matter what. Young Cromwell thought that since Salem Edita had promised to help him, it might be worth adjusting his plans a little in connection with the laziness page. At this time, Nickel Lifehill emerged from the vault of the summoner Adrius Cromwell, holding an artifact in his hands. Everyone gasped. Golden rays radiated from the cube that contained the code of the apocalypse. Nickel Lifehill held the most powerful magical artifact tightly in his hands. The assembled dark mages leaned forward a little, their eyes widened. Morsh quietly said that this was indeed diligent laziness. There was no doubt about it. Surprised, Salem asked the young man if he had really entrusted the codex to a skeleton. And surprised Karen Dupren, looking at the undead in bewilderment, asked himself when Adrius had managed to summon him. Looking at Nickel Lifehill, Salem Edita thoughtfully tugged at his blonde beard and thought that this undead must be durable. Looking at the eyes of the dark magicians burning with greed, Adrius Cromwell very quickly made a decision on what to do next. The young man told himself that now he needed a strong will and a clear head. The most powerful dark magicians literally drilled their eyes into him. The guy understood that he should not take risks in dealing with these monsters. Now any of them could kill him. The guy looked inside himself and said that he could never doubt himself or the correctness of the decisions he made. The magicians were distracted for a few seconds. They discussed the artifact among themselves and pointed at it. Nickel stood next to Adrius and held the Codex of the Apocalypse in his hands. Unexpectedly, Adrius commanded that Nickel immediately return to the storage facility with the artifact. Having commanded Nickel to disappear into the vault, Adrius Cromwell unexpectedly, for everyone present, drew his sword from its sheath. The dark magicians, absorbed in contemplating the artifact of the Page of Laziness, frowned and looked at the boy in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Nickel Lifehill took a couple more steps back, and together with the Page of the Line, began to disappear into the magical storage of the student of the Rodlin Academy. Salem Edita stared wide-eyed at this strange youth, whom until that moment everyone had regarded as nothing more than an appendage to Karen Dupren. Seeing that the artifact had disappeared along with the skeleton, the magicians looked at the young man in surprise. No one understood what he had planned or why he had pulled out the sword. But the young man's next action surprised everyone even more. Adrius thrust his sharp sword into his chest. Fresh blood dripped onto the floor. Karen and Dragon, looking at the young man, gasped in surprise. Finally, a confused Morsh asked Adrius Cromwell what Karen's apprentice was doing, why he had plunged his own sword into his chest. The guy replied that he was the one who found the Page of Laziness and did not want the all-powerful dark magicians to take it by force. A trickle of blood was already running from the young man's mouth, but he stubbornly looked at the assembled magicians and said that he wanted his efforts to be appreciated as they deserved. The eyes of the magicians flared with anger, and Adrius caught a barely audible movement. It seemed that in the tree where the meeting was taking place, besides those he saw, there was someone else. Morsh told young Cromwell that greed had driven him mad. But the boy only responded with a sigh. He was seriously wounded. Blood was running from his wound. Only a few minutes, and he would die. The mages turned to Morsh in confusion, calling on the chairman of the meeting to do something. Everyone wanted to get their hands on the artifact, but it was literally slipping away from under their noses. The weakening youth replied that the Page of Laziness was now in his magical storage along with the skeleton. So if he died, the magicians would never receive the Codex of the Apocalypse. Still holding the sword in his chest, Adrius Cromwell turned to Salemedida, who was standing not far from the boy and, like everyone else, was looking at his strange behavior in confusion. The young man reminded the warrior mage that he had said that he would help one day, and now that hour had come. Adrius Cromwell told Sir Salem to hurry. The boy did not have much time. Blood was already running from his mouth in a stream, and his eyes were beginning to fade. Salem was surprised. He asked the guy if he was really acting like this because of his words. And what if Edida had deceived him? What would have happened then? Adrius smiled and replied that he would do everything he could, even if he had to die for it. The dark magicians were shocked by what they heard. The young man, dying, laughed and told them that in order to survive in this crazy world, he was even ready to go crazy. Adrius's strength began to leave him, and he fell to his knees in the hall where the meeting was taking place. Salem Edida, standing very close to the young man, said that he was really a funny guy. A surprised Salem said that he had encouraged the boy to fight, but he had not meant to go this far. Seeing that the guy was already in a really bad way, Salem took out his magic spear and, spinning it, released the magic. All the magicians, in horror, closed themselves off from the green magical streams of Sir Salem. A swarm of giant green snakes swirled in front of Adrius Cromwell, and in Salem's hands was the spear of the sinner of evil snakes, one of the most deadly weapons on this continent. The warrior mage chuckled and said that if Adrius Cromwell insisted on it, then Salem would have to kill everyone who was currently at the meeting. All the mages recoiled in horror, and Salem, stretching into a terrible smile, laughed madly. Now it seemed to Adrius that this famous warrior was truly crazy. Raising the sinner's spear with hissing snakes above his head, Salem Edida loudly declared that from now on he would kill anyone who touched Cromwell. The magicians, trying to move away from the formidable warrior, immediately rushed to assure him that they would not touch the young man. They only needed a Page of Laziness. Sir Salem, looking around with a menacing glance, warned that if anyone doubted this in the future, he would find and kill them. Morsh asked Salem in surprise if he was seriously going to fight them because of this child. Edida laughed and replied that Morsh knew him very well. He would not lie. The queen of the dark fairies grabbed her head in irritation and sighed. She asked if they were really making fun of her, what kind of a mess they were making here. Salem's face darkened. He frowned and cursed. Seeing that the magicians were not moving forward, he asked menacingly if he really needed to repeat himself. Seeing that Salem Edida was not joking, the magicians silently looked first at the young man, then at his formidable protector. Charon Dipren and Dragon of the Deep Sea, with their mouths slightly open, looked at the guy in surprise. None of them even guessed that this fragile young man was capable of such a thing. The magicians were worried. They looked at the guy and did not understand what to do. Another couple of minutes and this strange youth would die, which meant the code of the apocalypse would be lost to them forever. Morsh sighed and said that apparently nothing could be done in this situation, and turning to Adrius, asked what Charon's disciple wanted in exchange for the code of the apocalypse. This was what young Cromwell had been waiting for several minutes. Being on the verge of life and death, the sword he had thrust into his chest causing him great pain. Adrius quickly pulled out his sword and swallowed the contents of the bottle that contained the potion. The bottle fell from the guy's weakened hands, and he sighed with relief. In a few seconds, his wound healed, and the blood that was pouring from his mouth disappeared. His health improved. The young man thanked those gathered for waiting for him. Morsh, who had been closely observing all of Adrius Cromwell's actions, turned to the young man again and asked him to voice his demands, what he wanted in exchange for the code of the apocalypse. Wiping away the blood that still remained on his lips, Young Cromwell asked Morsh if he could tell him what the boy could get for a page of laziness. The chairman of the Dark Magicians' Assembly smiled bitterly, saying how stupid all this was. The guy didn't even know what exactly he wanted. A ghostly hand of Morsh appeared in front of the young man, and the Dark Magician said that Adrius could choose 5 things from this list and advised him to think carefully. A magic scroll glowed with golden light in front of young Cromwell. Morsh noticed that there were also corpses here that might interest the boy. Adrius carefully read the scroll of Morsh glowing before him. Yes, corpses interested him, and he was sure that magicians should definitely have good bodies. The young man was very interested in the corpses of the former Fairy Queen Milena and the Tiger King Timur. These were first-class specimens, and Adrius was sure that he had to get them. Upon hearing what the young man had chosen, one of the mages present reminded Jester Morsh that these corpses had already been sold to Morn, and if he gave them up, Morn would be furious. Hearing this name, Adrius Cromwell thought, the name Morn was known to everyone, even the most novice dark magician. They want to say that these corpses were bought by a leading figure of necromancy, but if the guy gets in Morn's way, there will be no end to the trouble. And then everyone gathered heard with surprise the voice of Morn himself. He replied that he was not at all against it, and the young man could take these corpses. Salem grinned, saying how generous it was. The magicians looked around, trying to understand where Morn was. It turned out that he had flown in the form of a large green fly. Karen asked in confusion if the master had really been here all the time. Sharon Dupren, who had been mostly silent until now, exclaimed that Adrius was only his student and could not yet handle such strong specimens, and that it would be better to give these bodies to him. But Morn said imperiously that he had no objection, and turning to Adrius, he said that the boy could take them, the bodies in his bag of measurements. Adrius could take them along with the bag. Young Cromwell looked at the outstanding dark magician with confusion, and Salem, who was watching the guy, approvingly patted him on the shoulder and said that the kid deserved it. Adrius didn't understand why Morn was so generous and gave him such valuable bodies, but the boy was sure that he couldn't miss such an opportunity. Bowing respectfully to Morn, the young man thanked the magician for his generosity and said that in that case he would choose the rest of the items besides these corpses. Charon, watching his student, cursed himself. He already regretted that he had not taken the page of laziness himself. The magician was sure that he should have come here himself with the Code of the Apocalypse. In addition to the corpses of Timur and the Fairy Queen Milena, the guy chose the Blessing of the Moon, the Tears of the Fairies, the Blue Flower of the Canangula, the Root of the Yobina, and the Ball of Kedanon, all of which he moved to Morn's bag. Salem said that there were better items on that list and asked if the boy was sure of his choice. Adrius replied that those items were very valuable to him. The young man knew that with these items he could make 4 potions, but they cost several 100 million vils, and he was also able to select the ingredients for Lucia's medicine. After all the chosen magic items were packed into Morn's dimension bag, Morsh demanded that the boy hand over the sloth page to him. Adrius answered of course, and opened his magical vault again, commanding his faithful Nickel Lifehill to hand over the artifact to him. As soon as the Codex of the Apocalypse was in the hands of Adrius, he immediately redirected it into the outstretched hand of Jester Morsh. All the other magicians, without looking away, looked at this valuable artifact. Salem Edita, leaning towards the young man, quietly told Adrius to prepare to leave quickly. While the dark mages were busy contemplating the priceless artifact they had just received, Salem grabbed Adrius by the scruff of the neck and instantly flew out, making a huge hole in the tree hut. Seeing that Salem and the boy had slipped away from them, the mages looked after them in confusion for a while. Then Morsh commanded them to follow them. Edita, apparently, imagined the confused faces of the dark magicians and burst out laughing. Adrius Cromwell looked at the wooden hut left behind and was silent. Finally, he asked his savior if the dark magicians really wanted to get rid of him right after he gave them the Page of Sloth. Edita confirmed that this was indeed the case. Salem said that, as promised, he would take the young man to a safe place and asked where he needed to be taken. Adrius replied that he wanted to return to the academy, and therefore he needed to go to the nearest station. Edita asked if the boy was studying at the Rodlin Academy, Adrius confirmed. Then Salem asked, and Bart Alvin knew that the boy was a dark magician. Young Cromwell turned to Sir Salem in surprise and replied that if Alwyn had known about this, the young man would be dead. Wouldn't that be so? In response, Salem chuckled mysteriously and said that fate was an interesting thing. Adrius realized that this man knew much more than he was saying, but for some reason was hiding it from him. Understanding Cromwell's thoughts, Sir Salem Edita said that the young man would understand this when the time came. Adrius asked his savior what he was talking about. Still holding the boy by the collar, Salem cryptically replied that, as he had said on the way to the meeting, Adrius simply needed to keep fighting as long as he lived. After a pause, Edita said that only in this case would he find out who it really was, but he must find out for himself, and not from someone else. Finally, Adrius returned to his dorm and unpacked the measurement bag. He looked with pleasure at the items he had exchanged for the page of laziness. Pulling out the corpses turned out to be difficult. Despite the fact that the young man had become much stronger, it was not easy for him. With the help of Nickel Lifehill, the young man pulled out Timur's corpse. Looking at the giant Tiger King, he said, "I didn't think such a big thing would fit in there. The measuring bag is very convenient." Adrius had to summon Nickel as a skeleton. But for these two corpses, the young man decided to first increase his level of necromancy and then turn them into high-level creatures. Having moved the valuable bodies he had obtained to the summoner's storage, the young man decided that they needed to stay there for now. Having dealt with the corpses, the guy saw that a book was sticking out of the bag of measurement. The guy definitely did not choose this item. Taking the mysterious volume into his hands, Adrius Cromwell turned it over in his hands in surprise, not understanding where it came from. The game system reported that the young man was holding a tome on Morn's dark magic, a high-level book written by Morn himself. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. He opened the volume that was in his hands and began to read greedily. Was this really a gift from Morn himself? But why was the dark magician so strongly disposed towards him? After flipping through a few pages, Adrius realized that there was a lot of data here that he couldn't get from Karen's library, and if he read it, he could turn those corpses into powerful monsters. Makoto Kaneshiro realized that events were starting to develop very quickly. Apparently his actions were pushing the game. But what now? As if in response, a game panel appeared, informing him that the chance of evolution of a skeleton soldier was 100%. Adrius kept thinking about when he could improve his faithful life heal, and now the moment had come. This window appeared right after he gave the page to laziness. It looks like the codex influenced evolution. The young man knew that whether he could worry or not, he would never receive any answers. And besides, the chance was 100%. So he first decided to carry out Nickel's evolution. The game announced that evolution had begun. The skeleton looked at itself questioningly and did not understand what was happening to it. Adrius noticed that it did not suffer like a vampire. Maybe it was because it was undead. And then Adrius heard someone knocking on the door of his room, which was very inopportune, because the magical performance was in full swing. Adrius quickly sent Nickel Lifehill into the vault, closed the bag and rushed to the door, loudly asking who was there. It turned out that Lucia Everlast was standing at the threshold of his dorm room, smiling and asking if the third year had a free minute. After Salem Edita safely delivered Adrius to a safe place, protecting him from the dark magicians, he went to Morn with a report. The magicians, sitting in a cozy room, calmly drank tea. Leafing through a volume of poetry, Salem Edita turned to Gramps Morn and asked if he could ask a question, and the famous dark magician allowed it. Salem was curious. Morn told him about the Page of Sloth because he needed someone to protect Hadrius Cromwell. There was a pause. Gramps Morn was in no hurry to answer Salem's question, and Edita himself knew the answer to this question, but he wanted the old man to confirm his thoughts. Salem understood everything and laughed. He asked the old man if he really agreed, but at one time Morn took very good care of Cain and now even takes care of his son. In response, Morn remained silent, and Salem asked, because the Empire had imposed the Elder Cromwell on the old man, but it was difficult to teach him, since Cain had no talent. Unexpectedly, Gramps Morn interrupted his interlocutor, asking if Salem knew how necromancy appeared. The magical warrior was surprised at why such a sudden question. Before old Gramps Morn's mind's eye floated the sweet face of his beloved girl, looking at him and smiling. And young Morn looked at the beauty with loving eyes and also smiled, sighing. Gramps answered Salem that necromancy is the pursuit of immortality. Morn once again remembered himself in his youth. Before him stood a blissful picture, when he and his beloved together, holding hands, admired the sunset. Then he remembered that his young beauty had died. Sighing heavily, Morn clarified that he had not expressed himself quite accurately. Necromancy is the search for immortality for those you love. The old magician remembered that he himself came to necromancy precisely when he sought to revive his beloved girl, who died in his arms. He loved her so much that he could not allow her to disappear. At that moment, his heart was breaking with grief, clutching the unconscious body of his beloved in his arms. Morn was shedding tears. He was ready to give everything so that this young face would smile again. Salem's face became serious. He watched his teacher carefully, and he, sighing heavily, said that necromancy was born from the desire to be with his beloved forever. But Salem could not remain in a serious state for long. After listening to Morn, he asked what these were. Tales from an old man. Gramps, smiling, answered, "Maybe so." Salem threw the volume of poetry on the table and, turning to Morn, said that he was a sage and should understand what Salem was saying. Gramps laughed loudly. Salem left everything to his imagination. Adida narrowed his eyes and looked closely at the old man. It seemed that he was connected to the Cromwell family not only through Cain. Salem was sure that Morn would not answer even if forced, so he said that he gave up. The old magician was very interested in what Adida thought of this boy. This question surprised Salem. Because Morn saw everything himself, he uses this zombie bug to spy on everyone. Gramps has long learned to ignore the students' caustic remarks. Salem gave in and said that this boy would be the craziest man in this world, even crazier than he, Salem. Adida chuckled and said he was looking forward to seeing the boy grow up. Lucia looked in on Adrius to invite him to meet her father. Seeing the guy, Lucia's father introduced himself. He is William Everlast Hollington, and extended his broad hand to the young man. Shaking hands with Viscount Hollington, the young man introduced himself by saying that he was Adrius Cromwell. The man invited Cromwell, pointing to a place on the sofa and telling him to sit over there. Lucia's father apologized to the boy for having to travel all this way for the initial agreement on potion profits, but the Viscount wanted to talk to the boy in person. Hollington said it was necessary as they would be working together, and Adrius had become a close friend of his beloved daughter, Lucia. The young man smiled and said that he too wanted to meet the Viscount, and that he was grateful for the help his daughter had given him and for the opportunity to make such a good deal. The Viscount replied that Adrius was the creator of the potion, and therefore deserved at least that amount. Lucia noted that Adrius should say thank you. She made sure that he was made such an offer. William Everlast Hollington handed Adrius the contract and invited him to examine the document. After skimming through the contract, the boy was surprised to see that he would receive 60% of the profits from the sales of the potion, despite the fact that each potion cost 3 million wills. Multiplying the numbers, Adrius was surprised to see that he was already entitled to almost 2 billion wills from sales. He couldn't believe his eyes. More than 1,000 potions had been sold in just 1 month. Seeing the boy's surprise, Lucia's father said that these potions were selling like hot cakes, and he was sure the next amount would be much larger. The Viscount smiled broadly and said that it was enough to talk about business and suggested having dinner. Lucia had brought a friend for the first time, so he was very eager to hear what Adrius had to say. Besides, the daughter brought a guy home for the first time. The old Viscount laughed approvingly. Cromwell was a little embarrassed. It was his first time in such a role. A month later, Adrius was riding in a comfortable carriage. Thanks to the talk, the Everlast potion became very popular not only for combat purposes, but also among the aristocracy. In order to increase sales, Everlast decided to expand production. Looking at the sales reports, Adrius was surprised. He didn't think that they would sell 2,000 pieces in just a month. If the guy had known this would happen, he would have bought the tablet earlier, but he didn't expect to make so much profit in such a short time. The young man remembered how a month ago he signed a contract with Lucia Everlast's father. He could not even imagine that he could earn so much by selling just one potion. Thanks to the popularity of the potion he invented, Adrius received not only money, but also more support from the aristocratic houses of the empire. The guy looked thoughtfully out the window at the expanses of the empire rushing past and thought with surprise that he now had 6 billion wheels. Their family estate, Cromwell, is worth 3.5 billion, including unpaid duties, and even if Adrius buys it, he will still have some money left. Placing his hand on Morn's dimension bag, the boy heard a voice announce that the next stop was the National Cemetery, the doors opening on the right side. Taking the bag by the handles, Adrius headed towards the exit. Before buying the estate, he needed to do one more important thing. After leaving the carriage, the young man headed towards the cemetery gates. He needed to return his family ring. Before Adrius were once again the gates of the National Cemetery, where he had once received the valuable corpse of Nickel Lifehill and left his family ring. Having said the password of the Black Magicians, the young man entered the cemetery territory and headed towards the house of Paimon, the gravedigger, with whom he had exchanged the body of his first subordinate for the Count's ring. Paimon stood at the threshold of his house and turned around to see Adrius Cromwell. Next to the cemetery worker stood a mysterious man in a mask. The young man recognized the gravedigger immediately, but Adrius could not understand who was next to him. Paimon greeted his old acquaintance warmly, bidding him welcome and inviting him to come inside and have some tea before talking business. Cromwell glanced sideways at the mysterious masked figure and asked Paimon who he was with, and the gravedigger grinned and looked at the stern figure standing silently next to the door. Paimon told the young man that this man would be a guarantor. The gravedigger thought that this would be necessary to avoid problems in the future. Adrius Cromwell had warned Paimon of his arrival in advance, so the gravedigger was waiting for him and suggested that everyone first go inside the house. The interior of Paimon's house resembled a hunting lodge, with the head of a rather large red deer hanging above the blazing fireplace. The owner of the house and his guest sat down at the table. The gravedigger calmly poured tea, while the unknown man with a sword in his hands stood next to the table and, without looking away, watched Adrius. Cromwell did not like this neighborhood. He looked closely at the man in the mask and thought what kind of guarantor this was who held a sword and hid his face. What a blatant lie. What Paimon had planned. Makoto knew that from the game, Paimon had been practicing necromancy for a long time, but he was no better than Charon in the game, a weak character. So why did he feel so confident now? Cromwell had recently reviewed his stats. He had grown a lot, and the young man knew that no one could compare to him now. After evolution, the upgraded Nickel Lifehill can use aura, making it unbeatable except for another aura master. But the problem is, how strong is this masked guy? Maybe he should have released his Dantean energy. Adrius thought that saving it would be a good idea, but now he is not so sure. Paimon played the part of a hospitable host, pouring tea and pushing the cup towards Adrius, saying that he had ordered this tea from a man at a gathering of dark magicians, and that the drink was quite good. All these games irritated Cromwell. Looking at the tea, the young man said that he would like to talk about the ring if Paimon did not object. The gravedigger frowned. This guy was so impatient and didn't want to try his tea, which he offered like a hospitable host. The young man ignored the gravedigger's comments and said that the corpse he had bought was an ordinary one. But since Paimon had helped him, he was willing to pay him 5 million wills in exchange. When the young man announced the amount, the gravedigger's eyes gleamed greedily, so that meant the guy had become rich. The owner of the house smiled and, turning to the young man, said that he had become great while he had not seen him, and also generous, although rotten, but still a count. Cromwell sighed. It seemed that he would not be able to come to an agreement with this man in a good way. Apparently Paimon had prepared and set a trap for the young man. The gravedigger, propping his head up with his hands, smiled with his toothless mouth and told the boy that this was too little because silence was not cheap. Adrius was shocked. He asked Paimon if he really meant that Cromwell should pay more. Yes, Paimon really is a typical small-time villain. But the gravedigger told the boy not to worry. Paimon doesn't need his money. He wants to exchange his ring for the thing the boy received at the meeting of dark magicians. The cemetery worker's eyes gleamed greedily. He heard that Adrius had picked up quite a bit at this gathering of dark magicians, and he just needed to share it with Paimon. The gravedigger literally drilled the boy with his eyes, asking how he liked the offer. It wasn't bad, was it? The family ring must be very dear to the young Earl of Cromwell. But Adrius was surprisingly calm. He took the tea offered by the owner of the house and took one sip. Returning the cup to the saucer, Cromwell thanked Paimon for such a kind offer. The gravedigger and his mysterious friend in the mask looked at the guy questioningly. Placing the cup on the table, Adrius calmly replied to Paimon, 5 million vils and no more. This is the final offer for the gravedigger to voluntarily return the family ring. The old gravedigger's eyes were bloodshot. Anger was raging inside him. How dare this kid talk to him like that? He told the boy rather rudely that it seemed like he didn't get what was going on. But Adrius replied that he understood Paimon perfectly well as soon as he saw the guest with a sword and a mask next to him. Surprisingly, young Cromwell smiled calmly and said that he knew the gravedigger would not agree to a fair deal, so he also took out insurance. The student's answer surprised the gravedigger very much. He was sure that in front of him was a naive and worthless student of Karen Dupren. The gravedigger fell silent out of surprise. The mysterious masked character asked Paimon. They finished, and immediately took up his broad, long sword. Adrius smiled and said, of course, he was tired of this circus too. With these words, the young man opened the summoner's vault, and from there appeared Nickel Lifehill, armed with a sword. The gravedigger and his allies stared at Nickel in surprise. Paimon was sure that he had easy prey in front of him and did not expect this. The game panel reported that the legendary sloth phantom Nickel Lifehill, a level 5 undead, had appeared. His skill was swordsmanship, and he was also a master of aura. Paimon's face darkened, and he angrily asked Adrias if the boy really thought he could defeat him with the help of some skeleton. The gravedigger, jumping up from his seat, once again suggested to Cromwell to think and not to play the fool, because he was still only a magician's apprentice. How could he compete with adults? Adrias only laughed in response. An enraged Paimon shouted at his ally to chop up the little brat and take all his valuables. And then the man in the mask noticed that in another moment his hot-tempered employer would lose his head. Nickel Lifehill, released from the summoner's vault by Adrias, was already approaching Paimon with his sword drawn. But the mysterious masked swordsman managed to protect the gravedigger by raising his sword and crossing it with Nickel Lifehill's sword, sparks flying in different directions from the impact of the two swords. Adrias was still sitting calmly at the table and watching the battle that had begun. He was wondering who was hiding under that mask. Judging by the fact that the iron-masked swordsman was able to deflect Nickel's attack, he is not a weak fighter. But how could Paimon get him, since the gravedigger is a weak player? The young man thoughtfully looked around at the characters. Nickel was definitely stronger than Paimon. But who was hiding under the mask? Who was this Mr. X, and how could he change the balance of power? The boy saw that the masked swordsman was using sticky bombs. Makoto Kaneshiro used them a lot in the game. The boy took up his sword. It looks like he will have to take part in the battle too. This unknown ally of Paimon not only stopped Nickel, but also kept Adrias Cromwell under control. This is definitely not an ordinary person. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Nickel Lifehill and the man in the iron mask continued, with the two crossing swords time after time. Paimon's mercenary rushed at Nickel, and considering that Lifehill was a master of the sword in life, but could not defeat the masked man, it means that his opponent was a strong fighter. The mysterious warrior tried to strike Nickel, but Lifehill successfully dodged them and constantly counterattacked. Despite Nickel's skill, the masked swordsman managed to inflict several wounds on the undead, which surprised Lifehill, who took advantage of the moment to grab the swordsman's leg with his dead hand. It seemed that the fighter did not expect such a move. Nickel pulled the masked man, and he fell helplessly to the floor. Lifehill took advantage of this situation and pounced on his opponent again. Adrias was surprised to see that Nickel Lifehill's sword was now glowing with a pinkish-blue flame. The master of sword and aura had strengthened his weapon. The fierce battle between the two swordsmen continued. Weapons rang, sparks flew in different directions. Paimon and Adrias had not yet entered the battle. Young Cromwell realized that Nickel Lifehill had imbued his sword with aura in order to strengthen it. In general, there was nothing strange about it. It's no wonder that Nickel uses aura after he evolved and acquired Dantian. But was his enemy so strong that it was necessary to strengthen his weapon so much? Adrias looked closely at the masked man again. All this mystery was starting to irritate Adrias. Who the hell was this, and why was he so strong? Apparently it took Paimon a lot of effort to drag him here. The young man dodged, because right next to him, like a whirlwind, two fighting swordsmen rushed by. Both fighters accelerated, and neither of them was going to give in to the other. Cutting streams flashed around the fighters. They fiercely rushed towards each other. It seems that this time Nickel had a very worthy opponent. The masked fighter was already wounded. Nickel had inflicted several wounds on him, and scarlet blood was flowing from the cuts, which meant that there was a living person in front of them. Lifehill, pushing off the floor and walls, rushed towards his wounded enemy. It seemed to Adrias that just a little more and the man in the mask would be defeated. But the mysterious swordsman made an unexpected direct attack, plunging his sword straight into the head of Nickel, who was flying towards him. Surprised eyes looked at Lifehill through the slits of his mask. The swordsman was sure that he had killed his persistent opponent. But it was impossible to kill Nickel Lifehill because he was already dead, so the wound did not cause much harm to the undead. Nickel continued to advance on his enemy, and the swordsman staggered in surprise. Taking advantage of this moment, Lifehill dealt his opponent a crushing blow that he completely did not expect to receive. The powerful blow dealt by Nickel sent the Gravedigger's mercenary flying out of the window of the house, smashing the furniture in Paimon's room along the way. Lifehill and Adrius looked outside with interest. The masked swordsman was still alive, but seemed to be seriously injured. He stood up and sighed heavily. And then Cromwell saw with surprise that some kind of magical storage had opened and the wounded swordsman was being pulled into it by some hands. Paimon, seeing this, cursed and asked Dan what he was doing. The swordsman, coughing, replied that things were shitty. The Gravedigger was absolutely not happy that his mercenary was disappearing. Paimon shouted after him that if he wanted money, he should try his best. And then Adrius noticed that Paimon had a magic ball spinning in his hands, and the young man realized that this freak had summoned the undead while Cromwell was distracted. The Gravedigger was extremely angry. He frowned and looked at the obstinate boy who dared to contradict him. Looking at Nickel Lifehill, Paimon said that this guy must be undead. At this time, 2 entrances to his summoner's vault opened behind the Gravedigger. With an evil glare, Paimon told Adrius that it seemed he had gotten good bodies at the Dark Mage meeting, while an entire army of armed skeletons appeared behind the Gravedigger. Laughing, Paimon said, "Let's see how the young man can handle himself against his best warriors." Looking around, Cromwell was horrified to see that the ground was beginning to crack, and corpses were appearing near each grave, trying to come out, responding to Paimon's call. Laughing, the Gravedigger reminded Cromwell that they were standing on a mountain of corpses, so his army was simply enormous, and indeed, one after another, the warlike dead rose up around them. The young man told his faithful Nickel Lifehill that they were surrounded, and said that for now they would split up and have to take this hard fight. Pushing off the ground and rushing towards his enemies, Adrius Cromwell told Nickel that they would return to Paimon later, when the time was right. Having broken another window in the Gravedigger's house, the young man jumped up with the sword to meet his enemies, the undead summoned by Paimon. The boy had not trained hard under the guidance of the renowned swordsman in vain. Now he was rushing through the cemetery like a deadly wind, cutting down the undead summoned by the Gravedigger. But Paimon had too many corpses at his disposal, and no matter how Adrius chopped them up, there were more and more of them. A huge crowd, waving various weapons, rushed towards the guy. To provide some protection, Cromwell raised an earthen shield. Now at least he had a rear. But on the other hand, the undead, constantly summoned by the Gravedigger, continued to advance on Adrius as if spurred on by a whip. They rushed towards the young man. The guy thought with horror that there was no end to these reanimated corpses. Several stones began to spin in Adrius' hands. The young man used the stone spear spell, throwing several stones at the advancing undead. The stone spears cleared the space for a while, but the corpses still continued to advance. Some of them were already without heads or arms, but they still moved towards Adrius, hissing and growling. Soon, ghostly archers appeared, shooting endless arrows towards young Cromwell. The guy frowned. This was already becoming a serious problem. No matter how strong a player he was, he might not be able to withstand that many corpses. But Adrius continued to fight despite everything. He remembered Salem's advice to fight to the end while he was alive, and he deflected the arrows flying at him with his sword. There were already mountains of undead they had chopped up around Adrius, but the battle still continued. An irritated Paimon urged on the undead he had summoned, shouting that they were useless idiots. Couldn't they handle this guy since he was just a child in front of them? And then the Gravedigger turned around and saw with horror that the undead Adrius Cromwell, the master of the sword and aura Nickel Lifehill, was approaching him. Another second and Paimon would have been dead, but the masked man was able to protect his employer again, putting his sword against Nickel's sword. Lifehill's aura-filled sword became much stronger, and the masked fighter cursed, saying that this damn skeleton was causing too much trouble. In an effort to get rid of a powerful opponent, the masked man stuck a sticky bomb to Nickel's chest. There was a deafening explosion, and Nickel Lifehill and his opponent were sent flying in different directions. Meanwhile, Adrius Cromwell was fighting fiercely with the dead men pressing on him from all sides. The young man cursed. He felt that his strength was running out, but he had absolutely no time to drink a restoration potion and rush into battle again with renewed strength. The strength was leaving the body of young Cromwell drop by drop. The boy realized that at this rate his situation could become very sad. Despite his fatigue, he continued to work with his sword, cutting down the skeletons that kept coming, endlessly driven by the greedy Paimon. Adrius felt that his strength was about to leave him. He sighed heavily and felt that sweat was streaming down his entire body. Just a little more and the corpses would crush him. The guy fought with all his might, cutting down those who approached him within striking distance. He thought in confusion where his faithful Nickel was, why he wasn't coming to his aid. At some point, Cromwell felt his body go numb. A dead hand grabbed him by the neck. The dead surrounded him from all sides. Someone reached for his hair. The boy was still fighting, but he felt as if every muscle in his body was being torn. But, overcoming the pain, the guy continued to move. The undead, zombies, and mutants were pressing on him from all sides. If he stopped moving even for a second, he would die. Adrius's clothes were already in tatters. A huge number of dead hands were trying to grab him. At some point, Cromwell began to doubt whether he would be able to stand in this fight. He pulled himself together and thought that he simply had to fight and hold out at least until Nickel returned. And after that, his loyal subordinate would definitely protect him. The young man gathered his strength, just a little more. He couldn't die here. And then he saw a huge skeleton moving towards him. The undead with an axe had already swung at the tired young man, his burning eyes boring into this mischievous kid. But at the last moment, Cromwell held his sword out in front of him, protecting himself from the axe flying at him. And when the weapons met, sparks flew in different directions. The blow dealt to Adrius by the giant skeleton was of enormous force. But the young man withstood it, although he rolled several meters along the ground, holding back the attack. The guy managed to catch the giant skeleton and kicked him in the jaw, and out of surprise, he dropped his weapon and flew away from the guy. But this skeleton turned out to be surprisingly strong. Having received an unexpected blow, he dropped his weapon, but soon got up and again headed towards Cromwell. The tired young man waited for the enemy to approach. He did not know whether he would survive this fight or not, but on Salem's advice, he intended to fight to the end. Suddenly, Adrius felt the skeleton he had just kicked hit him in the forehead with its stone bald head. Cromwell fell to the ground from the blow he received, and a huge skeletal knight leaned over him and swung his skeletal fist, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Cromwell looked at his enemy and thought with horror that this could not be. With the last of his strength, the young man dodged the blow. He saw a bald head in front of him and a fist raised above it. Was Adrius really going to die here at the hands of some skeleton knight? And then the guy imagined the face of his sister Emmy with her defenseless smile. What would happen to her if her older brother died here? Then Lucia and Vivian appeared before Adrius's mind's eye. They looked at him timidly. What would happen to Lucia's illness? Because she would die without medicine. And what would happen to Vivian? A light shone before Cromwell's eyes. He saw light through the impenetrable darkness and realized that at last he had a reason to live, and therefore he could not die like this. The young man clenched his teeth fiercely. Blood spurted from his nose and mouth from the blows he had received, but he still lived. He literally clung to this life with his teeth. And then a bright flash appeared before his eyes. The game informed him that with the help of long training, talent, and brutal battles, the young man was able to awaken the aura. Adrius Dantian has been activated, and he can now use aura. Thanks to the dual core trait, he can use mana and aura at the same time. Adrius was surprised to feel that his body had regained its strength. He immediately grabbed his sword. He was ready to continue the fight. As the huge skeleton of the knight approached Adrius again to strike again, the young man cut off the undead's head with his sword. And although Cromwell's entire face was beaten, he was now confident that he would return to his place. The game reported that Adrius had activated the second awakening achievement. Cromwell rose to his feet and slew the remaining undead as he walked through the graveyard, which was littered with the mangled skeletons that the gravedigger had summoned. Holding his wounded arm, Cromwell heard Paimon's desperate cry, the gravedigger calling for help. Coming closer, Adrius saw that Nickel Lifehill had placed his sword against Paimon's chest and was silently looking at him. Cromwell asked the gravedigger where his family ring was. Paimon frowned and remained silent. The cunning worker of the National Cemetery suggested that the young man first put away the sword and then talk, and advised him to think carefully again. Pointing to the masked man, Paimon said that he was already dead, so it would be easier for the young man to make a good deal. Cromwell saw that indeed the man in the iron mask was lying with his head cut off in a pool of his own blood, with his sword lying nearby. Looking at the slain enemy, Adrius Cromwell thought that since things had turned out this way, it would be even better. Taking the sword of the man in the iron mask in his hand, Cromwell headed towards the cunning Paimon, who had arranged this massacre in the cemetery. Seeing the approaching youth, a masked man armed with a sword, Paimon shook and tried to move away. Adrias sternly asked where his ring was. But the gravedigger was still dodging, calling on the young man to stop and wait, and Cromwell was very tired of all this, so he swung his sword. Everything swam before the greedy gravedigger's eyes. His eyes were clouded with a pink fog. Paimon realized that he would soon die. An angry Adrias cut off Paimon's left arm at the elbow. The gravedigger screamed loudly. His severed arm fell nearby. Cromwell again demanded that Paimon tell him where his ring was. The young man had no desire to waste any more time on the gravedigger. Paimon said that the ring was in the cabinet in the bottom drawer of the cabinet in the house. The gravedigger fell to his knees and clutched the wound. The young man had no intention of killing this insignificant creature, but he was surprised to see that Paimon began to hiccup and spit blood. The cemetery worker was completely convulsed. He began to cough up blood and choke. It looked like he was about to die. The veins on Paimon's face bulged. Blood gushed from his mouth. His eyes were also bloodshot. It felt like the gravedigger had been poisoned with some kind of potent poison. Confused, Cromwell watched in amazement as his enemy lay dying, sprawled on the grass. Another second, and Paimon fell silent, stretched out in the clearing near his own house. But the young man understood that he could not die so quickly because of the hand that had just been cut off. The guy looked at the sword he had recently taken from the murdered masked man in surprise. He had planned to get rid of Paimon, but not like this. Looking closely at the sword, Cromwell realized that the blade was poisoned, meaning that the slightest cut would be enough for the young man to die. Adrias looked at the severed head again. A skilled swordsman with a poisoned sword, so who is he anyway? The scene where the masked man's hands were being taken away appeared in the young man's mind, and Paimon asked what Den was doing. Was it really the famous bloody Den in front of him? Adrias leaned over the severed head and reached out his hand to the mask. If it really was Bloody Den in front of him, then this mask was magical. Having removed the mask from the severed head, the young man saw that the hair on his head had immediately changed. Yes, as he thought, the mask changed his appearance. The young man applied the mask to his face, deciding to try its effect on himself. The mask seemed to stick to Adrias's face. Looking at his hands, the young man realized that he had instantly changed. Magical vortices had changed his clothes, his hair, everything that was on him. Adrias took off his mask and became himself, surprisingly. Dan even had a mask that changed his appearance. Nickel also looked at this artifact with interest, and the guy thought that it would be just right for the skeleton. Makoto remembered that indeed, that was right. This guy was Bloody Den, the man who started the war in the game Great Sin. Later in the game, he would have been hired to kidnap the daughter of the leader of the Northern Barbarians, leading to a war between the North and the Empire. In the story, the war spread across the continent, and Adrias Cromwell was drawn into it. It seems that the young man accidentally prevented this war. Looking at the headless character, the young man said that he was still not someone who could live to old age. The guy thanked Bloody Dan for the mask and promised that he would find a good use for it. The young man told Nickel to go to Paimon's house and find his family ring with the Cromwell coat of arms, while he himself decided to clean up the cemetery. The battle with a huge number of undead did not pass without a trace for Adrias. He ended up in a clinic on Alvin Street. While looking through the latest news from the Empire on his tablet, the young man read a headline about a massacre in the cemetery. Dark magicians are very close. The publics wrote about the terror at the National Cemetery. The necromancer Paimon and his mercenary fought for gold. The young man sighed with relief. It looks like it won't affect him. A delighted Cromwell decided that since he had his ring back, it was time to get down to the most important thing. He went to the website where his family estate was being sold and paid for it. The system reported that the required amount had been paid. Great. Adrias sighed with relief and wondered what Emmy's reaction would be to this news. And then the guy felt someone cover his eyes from behind and asked him to guess who it was. Cromwell remained silent, not knowing who it was, although he assumed that it was probably either Lucia or Vivian. A disappointed Lucia Everlast, walking around the bed, said that Adrias was an amazing boar. In response, the young man greeted his partner. The girl put a basket filled with fruit on the bed and asked what kind of reaction this was, because Adrias's cute younger partner had come to visit him. All wrapped up in bandages and plasters, Adrius said what he saw and thanked the girl. Lucia shrugged and sarcastically mimicked the guy who was mangling his words due to his injuries. Adrius wondered what he was supposed to answer her. The girl folded her arms across her chest and carefully examined her senior partner. She asked, "By the way, what happened to him?" Adrius had not yet figured out how to explain his condition. Smiling weakly, the young man said that nothing special had happened to him. He had just overdone it a little during training. Lucia looked at the young man in silence. It seemed that his explanation did not satisfy her. Lady Everlast said that if Adrius continued to train like this, he would die one day, and then the door to the room swung open and another visitor ran in. An excited Vivian Balkan appeared in the ward. The girl heard that Adrius was in the hospital and immediately flew to visit him. All bandaged up, Adrius looked at Vivian in surprise and asked what she was doing there. The girl stopped in the middle of the hospital room and silently looked at the wounded Adrius Cromwell. It seemed she didn't expect to meet Lucia here. Vivian asked in confusion what had happened to Mr. Ferry. Why was he all beaten up? Suddenly, Vivian Balkan rushed towards Adrius Cromwell's bed. A dumbfounded Lucia Everlast stared wide-eyed at Vivian, who flew past her like a whirlwind. Vivian rushed to Adrius, burying her face in his bandaged chest and sobbing, asking what happened. Adrius looked in surprise at Vivian Balkan, who had her face buried in his bandages. He didn't know what to answer her or why she was acting like that, and Vivian whispered in confusion that she was worried. Surprisingly, such inadequate behavior of Miss Balkan caused a smile to appear on the face of Adrius Cromwell, who silently looked at the sobbing student knight. Finally, Adrius asked Vivian to calm down, saying that he was fine and there was no need to worry so much. Lucia, clenching her fists, silently looked at Miss Balkan. There were tears in Lucia's eyes. It was clear that Vivian's behavior made her bitter, but she didn't know how to behave in such a situation, because they were all just friends. A week later, a luxurious carriage, drawn by a pair of horses, rolled across wide-open spaces among flowering meadows. Inside were Adrius and Emmy Cromwell. The young man was reading a book, and Emmy was excitedly asking her brother. He said that he wanted to show her something, and what was it? The carriage windows were tightly curtained. Emmy didn't understand what was going on. She only went with her brother because he said he had returned the family ring, but the girl didn't understand where they were going with the curtains closed. Emmy also couldn't understand how her brother could afford such an expensive carriage. In recent years, he had constantly been extorting money from her and had never earned a penny himself. The coachman politely informed Sir Cromwell that they had arrived at their destination, and Adrius closed his book and smiled. An excited Emmy frowned and asked her brother where they were, what he wanted to show her. Adrius smiled cheerfully and told his sister not to worry. Now she would see everything for herself. And then the surprised Emmy heard a familiar voice. He said that Sir Adrius was right. She would see everything as soon as she got out of the carriage. The door of the expensive carriage opened and a smiling woman appeared who said, "Welcome back, Lady Emmy." The stunned girl asked Lupin how she got here. Emmy was starting to get nervous. She asked what was going on here and why Lupin was here. Adrius said that he asked her to work as their main maid in the house again. The girl frowned. She groaned and told her brother that they couldn't afford it now. She looked reproachfully at Adrius, as if he had done something completely unworthy. Taking Lupin's hand, Emmy began to cry and said that she was very sorry. Her older brother still didn't understand anything. He couldn't get used to real life. But suddenly Emmy fell silent. She saw where her brother had brought her. Her eyes wide with surprise, she looked at her home. Leaning on Lupin's arm, a trembling Emmy stepped out of the carriage, which was parked directly in front of the entrance to the estate. Oddly enough, despite Emmy's words, Lupin was smiling. She was still wearing the same maid's uniform. Emmy couldn't resist and got out of the carriage. The girl, together with Lupin, headed towards the doors of her house, where they had spent so many happy days, where she and Adrius had grown up, where they had spent their carefree childhood. Emmy silently looked at her beloved house and garden. In front of her was the Applewood estate, the ancestral home of the Cromwell family. This was their home, and in Emmy's mind's eye, she saw their father again, and she and Adrius, carefree running around the yard after butterflies. There was pain in Emmy's eyes. She turned to her brother and asked why he brought her here. Adrius handed her a document tied with a pink ribbon and offered to read it. Emmy looked again at the smiling Lupin. It seemed that her brother really had prepared something unusual for her. But Emmy had not believed in miracles for a long time. The girl took the document and began to read. The more she read, the more worried she became. Tears flowed from her eyes. Finally, she tore herself away from the document and asked if this was true. Emmy still couldn't believe that their house was theirs again. She turned to her brother and asked if he had bought their house back. But how could he do that when he never had any money? Emmy still couldn't come to her senses. She reread the document and suddenly asked her brother, let him just not say that he collected the money by doing something bad. Adrius knew that Emmy needed an explanation of the origin of the money. He told his sister that he had invented a potion that had become very popular and showed Emmy a news report where it was written about. This surprised Emmy even more. She read that her brother and Lucia Everlast invented the potion. The guy explained that it was thanks to this that he was able to buy out their estate. Adrius told his little sister that she didn't have to work so hard anymore, and from now on he would transfer money to her account every month. Emmy didn't know what to say. The girl sighed heavily. She felt uneasy. She told her brother that she didn't know that he worked so hard. Because of the ring, Emmy was so angry with her brother. She remembered that scene in the cafe when she shouted at the young man not to come again and that he did not need to return her money. Emmy's eyes filled with tears as she told her brother that she had been so cruel to him, that she had told him not to come back. Emmy, sobbing, said that she had not meant to say that. Adrius laughed and gently stroked his sister's head, telling the silly girl not to cry. He understood everything, and from now on he would behave like a responsible brother. Emmy couldn't calm down. Sobbing, she said that she always believed in Adrius, but at that moment she was very angry because he sold the ring. He calmed his sister, saying that he knew everything. Lupin, watching her young masters return to their native Cromwell estate, touchingly brushed away a tear from under her round glasses. Finally, everything was returning to its place. After dropping Emmy off at his family home, Adrius returned to his dorm room and continued his studies. Drawing a magic circle on the floor, he pulled out the corpse of the Tiger King Timur from his summoner's vault. Adrius constantly studied the book given to him by Gramps Morn. Today, he decided that perhaps he would already be able to revive Timur's body. When Adrius fought hard against the undead in the cemetery, he received the second awakening achievement for his will and desire to live. Thanks to the epic trait he received as a reward for this achievement, he can now learn necromancy much faster. This trait is called enlightenment. The deeper the player delves into learning something, the greater the chance to understand. Now Adrius needs less time to learn skills and gain knowledge. The young man decided that since he could summon a spirit as a necromancer, it was time to try this skill on the Tiger King Timur, who he had received for a page of laziness. Adrius was a little worried. He was of course confident that the call should go smoothly. He checked 10 times all the possible reasons for an unsuccessful call. The young man sighed excitedly, concentrating. Adrius said that it was time to start the summoning. He would succeed. It was time to use the valuable bodies that he had worked so hard to obtain. The guy extended his hand and began a magical act. Magical energy began to swirl around. The game reported that the process of initial necromancy of summoning a spirit had begun. One corpse was found. After the battle in the cemetery, Adrius can use the dual core at full power. He extended his hand and continued to summon the spirit. The game reported that a suitable object for necromancy was found. After Nickel Lifehill evolved, he became much stronger. If we add Timur's power to Adrius and Nickel, then under Cromwell's control, there will be the power of one squad. After performing the ritual of summoning the spirit, Adrius cried out to Timur to rise up, the ruler of the Tiger tribe, throwing the entire continent into tremors. But then Adrius saw a message from the game that the ability of the summoned material exceeded the potential of the summoner. For this reason, the stability was reduced. The young man was in despair. Would he really lose such a valuable body? But after a few seconds, the game reported that an additional property had been applied. And then the delighted Adrius saw that the eye of the Tiger King Timur opened and lit up. The youth had succeeded in calling the spirit, and Cromwell's heart began to beat joyfully. He saw a message that the spirit summoning was successful. The corpse level was high, a status effect was added, and energy flowed around Timur's body. The next second, Cromwell saw that the spirit he had summoned was rising. The Tiger King came to life. The game reported that the corpse's level was extremely high and its class was increasing. The object had become a fighting spirit. The young man stared at the fighting spirit he had summoned. The level of this corpse was beyond the limit, and part of his former ego had returned to him. The saber-toothed Tiger King Timur gave a battle cry. Timur's skill was in fist fighting and berserker. Adrius thought that even the roar of this fighting spirit was some kind of horror. How good it was that he cast soundproofing magic on the room. The fighting spirit summoned by Cromwell obediently bowed the knee before the youth, and Adrius told Timur that from now on he would be his master. Time flew by while I was studying. Summer was replaced by autumn, and autumn was replaced by winter. The students of the Rodlin Academy were about to take another exam, for which they arrived in the snowy mountains of Vilboar, in the domain of Marquis Magna, and both the students and the teacher were dressed in warm clothes. The group's curator said that he would now explain to the children the essence of the exam that they would have to pass. The students listened attentively to the topic of the survival test and collecting points. All of them will spend 72 hours on this snowy mountain. The guys will need to not only not freeze and survive, but also collect glasses hidden all over this mountain. Judish, as always, was next to Dina Alvin. The girl winked cheerfully at her friend. She was sure that Dina would take first place again. The teacher said that their bracelets also give points, so they can take other participants' bracelets. The teacher asked them to remember that if they could not continue the task or damage the bracelet, they would be immediately disqualified. This was an unexpected condition, and everyone looked at the teacher in surprise. The teacher said that was all he had and asked everyone to put on blindfolds. The group leaders would take them to the starting point. The students scattered across the mountainous terrain. It continued to snow. The guys conquered the mountains, collecting points marked on the maps. Adrius, gritting his teeth, climbed the steep cliff. Thanks to constant training, this test did not cause him any particular difficulties. Now the young man was on the cliff of Mount Vilboar. There were approximately 46 hours left until the end of the exam. The young man finally finished climbing the steep cliff and reached the plateau. A little more and he would rise. The flat terrain on top of the cliff could be useful for both attack and defense, and Adrius decided that perhaps he could set up a new base here. And then the young man saw with surprise that he was not alone on the plateau. There was already one of the students ahead. Coming closer, Adrius saw that in front of him was Dina Alvin. The girl had erected a magical barrier around herself. She uses the area search and the barrier at the same time. Cromwell was surprised. Yes, she will protect herself from the blizzard with the barrier and find the way, but the costs in magic will be simply unthinkable. The girl may simply not have enough energy for everything. Suddenly, the young man noticed that Lady Alwyn was falling to her knees. It seemed she had run out of strength. The girl sighed heavily, and her barrier began to crumble. Cromwell saw that his former neighbor was incredibly tired. She sat down tiredly on the snow, and her barrier remained around only partially. The guy realized that Dina Alvin had spent all her mana on the protective barrier. The young man approached Dina carefully. The first thought that came to mind was that if he took her bracelet, he would be able to get rid of a strong rival. But on the other hand, if they can join forces and Dina will help Adrius, then he can easily get the highest score. Hearing someone approaching, Dina used her last bit of strength to put up an energy shield and shouted out who was there, demanding that the stranger not move. Cromwell stopped and told Dina that it seemed she had used up all her magic. The surprised girl stuttered and asked if it was Adrius Cromwell. The young man said that magic was useful, but if you use it recklessly in such an area, you won't be able to avoid problems. Dina didn't answer right away. She understood that Adrius was telling the truth, but she flared up and shouted that he needed her bracelet, so why was he pretending to give advice? The girl still held the energy charge in her hands. She mockingly said that maybe she was running out of strength, but she definitely had enough strength against him. But literally the next second, Dina saw that the last weak charge of her defense had gone out. She had really used up all her magic and was now completely defenseless. Adrius, approaching her, wanted to offer his help, but Dina Alvin crawled away from him in horror and screamed in fear for him not to come closer. The girl was seriously scared. She sighed and, crawling away, screamed for Adrius to stay put. Her eyes were wide with horror. It seemed that she was very afraid of her strange former neighbor. This behavior surprised Cromwell. He wondered if she really didn't want to unite so much. Dina Alvin, stuttering, asked the young man approaching her what he wanted from her. Adrius asked if she wanted to become a team with him. The girl looked questioningly at Cromwell. For her, this offer was very unexpected. Coming closer, Adrius crouched down and took off his hood. Dina, still looking at him in bewilderment, asked why they needed to join forces and become a team. Adrius explained that he would be in danger alone if anything happened. It would be nice to have a partner just in case. Doesn't Dina think so? The girl frowned. She was in no hurry to answer Adrius's proposal. Everything he said was right, and yet something held her back. Young Miss Alwyn remembered too well what Adrius had been like before, and she clearly remembered that she could not trust him. Dina flared up and shouted why Adrius was doing this, for pride or for reputation, or maybe for personal gain. Let him say it honestly. Instead of answering, Adrius pulled out a large package of chocolate from his bosom. Looking at it, he asked curiously what it was. In his hand was a large pack of chocolate, which could very well strengthen Dinah Alvin's powers and make her a powerful magician again. Hungry Miss Alwyn looked at the chocolate as if enchanted, and from hunger she even began to drool, but her pride did not allow her to ask. Cromwell looked at his former neighbor and her suffering with a smile. After all, Dinah Alvin was a rather strange girl. Adrius again offered Dina to cooperate. She, justifying herself, said so that the young man would not misunderstand her. But Cromwell was not interested in her explanations. He simply asked if she really did not want to. The huge goblin crushed the head of the academy student with his paw, showing the dead body to his partner. He asked if it was really him again. The little goblin showed his partner a photo of the one they needed to kill and said that this one didn't look like him at all, calling the giant a club. There were already several students lying around the goblins that they had killed. The big goblin said that he couldn't see well. His partner reminded him that the one they were looking for had green hair. How many times do you have to repeat that? One of the goblins grumbled that the weather was just crap and he was stuck in this shitty job. The other countered that they were paid, so they had no choice. The little goblin grumbled at the customer, calling him an idiot for giving them the worst assignment. A magical clot swirled above the goblins and a menacing voice was heard. If they have time to chat, then let them quickly find the one they were assigned to. The small goblin snapped, saying that the magician scared him. The magician turned to the goblins with disdain and said that this was precisely why he did not want to address such idiots. The large goblin approached a mage named Kidwell and said that he had made inquiries about the man he had spoken of, and that the results had surprised him greatly. Why would he send them, strong fighters, after the student? Besides, the goblin heard that Kidwell himself was also going to this mountain. But the magician snapped back and advised the big guy not to poke his nose into other people's business, but to do what Mr. Jester had instructed him to do. The magician sternly ordered the goblins to go and kill the young student, especially if they thought it was that easy. The little goblin hissed at the magician, saying that this Kidwell was just a freak. He showed up here and all the mood went down the drain. The goblin suggested that his large partner take a little rest, but the giant said that it was better to follow the scent further before the snow covered all the tracks. The human smell comes either from the students or from the leaders. If they only kill students, they will reach their goal sooner or later. And besides, many of these students will become their enemies, so it's better to kill more of them now while they are weak. The little goblin laughed and said that his partner was damn right. Kidwell, looking after the goblins as they walked away from him, said that they were incredible fools, and that he really didn't expect anything from them. The goblins simply had to distract everyone's attention while the group of mages began their actions on the mountain.